Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the son of a dragon god and a phoenix god. SS Naruto x Ravel Phenex x Tiamat High School DxD. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Awakening Divinity. The ancient seal pulsed with fading luminescence as hairline fractures spread across its surface like veins on autumn leaves. Deep within Kyoto's forgotten underground shrine, centuries of dust scattered from the trembling stone. Symbols once etched with divine precision began to blur and melt, golden light seeping through widening cracks as though the sun itself were imprisoned within. No human witnessed the moment when the seal finally shattered, exploding outward in a silent cataclysm of light and heat that somehow disturbed nothing beyond the chamber's perimeter. Where constraint had existed for millennia, freedom emerged in the form of a young man with sun-kissed skin and curious markings adorning each cheek, three whisker-like lines that seemed more birthright than scar. Naruto opened his eyes to darkness and confusion, his mind fragmented between memories that couldn't possibly be his own and an emptiness where recent history should exist. He remembered a war, desperate sacrifices, and then, nothing coherent. Just dreams of flame and scale, of flying through endless skies and diving through depthless oceans. Where? His voice emerged rough from disuse, echoing strangely in the chamber. The sound of his own speech startled him. It was both familiar and foreign, like hearing a childhood recording played back after decades. Rising unsteadily, Naruto discovered his body draped in remnants of ancient ceremonial garments, now little more than threadbare fabric clinging to his muscular frame. Golden light emanated from within him, illuminating the chamber without his conscious intent. The walls surrounding him bore shattered inscriptions, some recognizable as sealing formulas from his fragmented memories, others in languages he'd never seen yet somehow understood. Dragon script and phoenix song, something whispered in his mind. Your birthright, birthright, Naruto questioned aloud, wincing at how the simple words say. Emed to splinter into multiple dialects in his throat, as though several voices competed to speak through him. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, son of. The completion of that sentence vanished like smoke between his fingers. Memories of parents, blonde-haired father, red-haired mother, flickered like damaged film, overlaid with impossible images of scaled wings spanning thunderclouds and feathers burning brighter than the sun. Instinct drove him toward the chamber's exit. Each step became more confident than the last as his body remembered coordination, strength returning with preternatural speed. By time he reached the crumbling stairway leading upward, Naruto moved with predatory grace that would have unnerved any observer. The stairway opened to an abandoned shrine overgrown with wisteria and moss. Moonlight painted everything in silver and shadow, a world transformed from what flickering memory told him should exist. Naruto breathed deeply, sampling scents both familiar, earth, water, growing things, and utterly alien, strange chemicals, metals, emissions that burned his sensitive nostrils. This isn't Konoha, he murmured, certainty settling into his bones. This isn't even my world. Yet something pulled at him, an energy signature miles distant that resonated with something buried deep within his essence. Without conscious decision, Naruto found himself moving toward it, leaping with inhuman strength across rooftops and through trees, instinctively avoiding human observation as he traveled. The strange architecture surrounding him told stories of centuries passing in his absence. Buildings stretched toward stars, vehicles hummed along paved roadways, and devices flickered with artificial light. Everything spoke of advancement beyond anything in his fragmented memories. Hours of travel brought him to a town called Kuo, according to signage he somehow comprehended despite never learning this language. The resonant energy grew stronger, centered on an elegant campus surrounded by trees. Schools existed in his memory, but nothing like this academy with its European-inspired architecture and manicured grounds. More significantly, Naruto sensed power signatures that didn't belong to humans. Multiple beings with supernatural energy converged here, though most appeared dormant in the pre-dawn hours. One particular signature flared like a beacon, not matching the resonance that had drawn him, but powerful enough to investigate. Naruto approached silently, scaling the old school building with effortless grace. Through an ornate window, he observed a crimson-haired young woman working late at an antique desk, surrounded by papers covered in arcane symbols. Something about her energy signature registered as devil in his consciousness, though not with T. He negative connotations humans might attach to the term. Simply a classification, like identifying a species. "You're quite bold," came a feminine voice from behind him, spying on the territory of Rias Grimori. Naruto turned, unsurprised to find another supernatural being perched on the roof edge. Black feathered wings extended from her back, marking her as something his mind categorized as fallen angel. Her violet eyes narrowed suspiciously at his lack of reaction to her sudden appearance. "I'm not spying," Naruto replied calmly. "I'm following an energy signature." The fallen angel's expression shifted from confident to wary as she properly assessed his own power, which he wasn't actively concealing. "What are you? You're not devil, angel, or fallen. Not yokai either." Naruto considered the question seriously. "I'm not entirely sure anymore," he admitted. "I was human once, I think. Now I'm something else." "Whatever you are," she said, manifesting a spear of light in her hand. "Unknown entities aren't welcome here without proper introduction. This territory has established protocols." The aggression triggered something instinctive in Naruto. Golden energy flickered across his skin as scales momentarily manifested along his forearms. The fallen angel's eyes widened in shock as she sensed the draconic essence. "Dragon," she whispered, lowering her spear slightly. "But there's something else. Something that shouldn't be possible." Before their confrontation could escalate, a new presence announced itself with a flash of flame that materialized between them. A young woman with blonde hair styled in twin drills appeared, dressed in an elaborate pink dress that seemed excessively formal for the hour and location. Her blue eyes assessed both Naruto and the fallen angel with calculated interest. My, she commented with aristocratic precision. "Rainer of the Grigori, confronting an unknown entity on Grimori territory. How presumptuous." The fallen angel, Rainer, bristled. "Phenex, what business does your family have here?" "I'm observing tomorrow's raiding game between Rias and my brother Riser," the blonde replied dismissively before turning her full attention to Naruto. "You, however, are far more interesting. Those flames beneath your skin." Naruto felt a strange resonance with this newcomer. Her energy carried hints of rebirth and renewal that called to something buried within his own essence. "You have fire too," he observed. "Different from mine, but similar in ways." The young woman's eyes widened fractionally, the only indication that his statement had surprised her. "Ravel Phenex," she introduced herself with a slight curtsy that somehow managed to appear both polite and condescending. "And you are Uzumaki Naruto," he replied, the name feeling both right and incomplete on his tongue. Rainer interrupted their exchange. "Whatever you are, you need proper clearance to be here. This territory, as technically shared jurisdiction during raiding game preparations," Ravel interjected smoothly. "And I'm claiming this visitor under Phenex observation. You may report that to your superiors, Rainer." The fallen angel's expression darkened with frustration, but she clearly recognized the political calculations at play. With a final suspicious glance at Naruto, she vanished in a flurry of black feathers. Ravel turned back to Naruto, her smile reminiscent of a chess player who had just captured an interesting piece. "Now then, Uzumaki-san, perhaps you'd care to explain why being with both draconic RGY and Phoenix flames, an impossible combination, I might add, has suddenly appeared in Kuo." Naruto met her calculating gaze with unexpected directness. "I woke up in a sealed chamber beneath Kyoto. I have memories that don't make sense. Power I don't fully understand, and something about this place called to me." His honesty wasn't calculated. Something told him this woman would detect deception. Ravel's composed expression faltered momentarily. "You truly don't know what you are." "I know I was once a shinobi of Konohagakure," Naruto replied, the words feeling like reciting history rather than personal memory. "Everything else is complicated." Before Ravel could respond, both sensed multiple energy signatures converging on their location, the school's supernatural residents responding to the unusual energy flares. "We should continue this conversation elsewhere," Ravel suggested, a magic circle appearing beneath her feet. "Unless you prefer being interrogated by the Grimori household and their associates." Naruto hesitated only briefly before stepping into the circle beside her. Something about this Phenex woman resonated with his fragmented essence, offering potential answers. The golden light enveloped them both, and Kuo Academy vanished in a flash of transportation magic. They rematerialized in an elegant sitting room with high ceilings and ornate furnishings that spoke of old wealth and power. Flames burned in sconces without consuming their vessels, casting warm light across marble floors and velvet upholstery. "Welcome to a Phenex safe house," Ravel stated, moving to pour 2 glasses of amber liquid from a crystal decanter. "We maintain several throughout Japan for business purposes." Naruto absorbed his surroundings with heightened senses. "This isn't what I expected from devils." Ravel raised an elegantly shaped eyebrow. "Oh, and what did you expect? Brimstone and torture chambers." She offered him one of the glasses with a slight smirk. "Popular human mythology gets so much wrong." Quote. Accepting the drink, Naruto inhaled its aroma before taking a tentative sip. The liquid burned pleasantly, igniting something within him that momentarily caused his eyes to glow azure. "There are devils in my world too, but different from you." "Your world?" Ravel's interest sharpened visibly. "You believe you're from another realm entirely." "I know I am," Naruto replied with quiet certainty. "The memories are fragmented, but I remember enough. A world of shinobi nations, chakra techniques, and..." He paused, frowning as contradictory memories competed for dominance. "And wars that shouldn't have been possible for humans to survive." Ravel studied him with clinical interest, circling slowly as though examining a rare specimen. "Your energy sign is unlike anything in recorded devil history. Draconic, certainly, but with characteristics of great red rather than lesser dragons." And beneath that, she reached out, hesitating just short of touching his chest. "Phoenix flames that aren't Phenex flames. Older, purer." Something protective flared within Naruto at her analytical approach. "I'm not a laboratory specimen." Ravel withdrew her hand, looking momentarily chagrined. "My apologies. Research is my passion, and you are." She searched for an appropriate word. "Unprecedented." The genuine fascination in her expression softened Naruto's response. "I need answers as much as you want them. But I need to understand this world first. Everything's different. The technology, the languages, even the air." "How long were you sealed?" Ravel asked, gesturing toward a comfortable seating arrangement. Naruto sat cautiously, still adjusting to furniture that seemed unnecessarily ornate. "I don't know. The last clear memory I have is..." He concentrated, forcing past the mental barriers. "A war. The Fourth Great Ninja War. After that, everything becomes dreams and fragments. Based on your confusion regarding modern Japan, we might be talking centuries." Ravel observed, seating herself with perfect posture across from him. "Though that raises questions about your apparent age." "I've always healed quickly," Naruto replied with a half-smile that contained echoes of his former personality. "Maybe that includes aging." Their conversation was interrupted by a subtle vibration from a device Ravel extracted from a concealed pocket. Her expression shifted to annoyance as she read something on its screen. "It seems my brother's associates have questions about my sudden departure from Kuo," she explained. "Riser can be rather possessive about family movements." Naruto's expression hardened slightly. "You don't need to shelter me if it causes problems for you." Ravel's laugh held genuine amusement. "Problems with my family are nothing new. Besides, the opportunity to study someone like you comes once in a millennium, if that." She stood, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her elaborate dress. "Rest here tonight. Tomorrow, I can begin properly documenting your abilities and memories." Something in her tone triggered a familiar wariness in Naruto. "I'm not looking to become anyone's weapon or research project." "Of course not," Ravel replied with practiced diplomacy. "Think of it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. You need information about this world and your own nature. I need unprecedented data that could elevate my standing in Devil Society." Her smile contained calculated charm. "A fair exchange, wouldn't you agree?" Before Naruto could respond, his senses flared with warning. Multiple energy signatures had surrounded the building, powerful ones with predatory intent. "We have company," he stated quietly, rising to his feet with fluid grace. Ravel frowned, checking her communication device again. "I've received no alerts about." She stopped as her own supernatural senses confirmed his assessment. "Those aren't devil signatures. At least, not pure-blooded devils." The building's magical defenses activated automatically, translucent barriers shimmering across windows and doorways. Ravel's expression shifted from annoyed to concerned. They've disabled the warning systems, she observed. That requires inside knowledge of Phenex security. Naruto moved toward the nearest window, his posture changing subtly from casual to combat ready. How many important enemies does your family have? The Phenex clan has existed for millennia, Ravel replied dryly. The list is rather extensive. A magical explosion rocked the foundation, shattering the first layer of protective barriers. Ravel's wings manifested instinctively, feathers of flame extending from her back as her power responded to threat. Whoever they are, they're not here for standard negotiation, she noted with admirable composure. The safe house contains an emergency teleportation circle in the basement. They'll be expecting that, Naruto interrupted, his tactical mind processing options with surprising clarity. Standard procedure would be to block magical transportation first, then eliminate physical escape routes. Ravel gave him a reassessing look. You have experience with coordinated attacks. More than I should, Naruto confirmed grimly. The second barrier layer shattered under concentrated magical assault. Through the window, Naruto observed figures in hooded robes positioning themselves strategically around the property. Their movements spoke of military precision rather than fanatic zeal. They're not trying to destroy the building, he noted. They want something inside intact. Or someone, Ravel added, her analytical mind quickly processing implications. They couldn't have known about you specifically, which means they're here for you, Naruto concluded. And I've complicated their mission. Another explosion rocked the structure, this one targeted precisely at the foundation beneath them. The floor cracked and tilted, forcing both to adjust their footing. Naruto reacted instinctively, moving to Ravel's side with superhuman speed to stabilize her before she could fall. The momentary physical contact sent unexpected sensations coursing through both of them. Naruto's dormant phoenix essence recognizing something kindred in Ravel's flames, while her devil power registered the ancient divinity lurking beneath his human exterior. That was, Ravel began, looking momentarily discomposed. Complicated, Naruto finished for her, releasing her arm once she had regained balance. Explanations can wait. Do you have combat capabilities beyond fire? Ravel straightened her posture, pride overcoming momentary confusion. I am a Phenex. While I've focused my talents on research and strategy rather than raiding games like my brothers, I am far from defenseless. The final barrier layer shattered, and the first attackers breached the building's perimeter. Naruto could sense them moving through lower floors with practiced efficiency. Whoever these assailants were, they operated with the coordination of extensive training. They're searching systematically, he observed. 3-person teams, maintaining communication. Ravel gave him another reassessing look. You can sense that level of detail. Naruto nodded, moving toward the door. We have approximately 2 minutes before they reach this floor. I count 15 combatants total. Various power levels but none approaching upper devil class. What's your suggestion? Ravel asked, pragmatic enough to recognize valuable tactical input. We don't wait for them to find us, Naruto replied, his expression showing the first glimpse of the strategic fighter beneath the confusion. We dictate the engagement. Without further explanation, Naruto channeled energy through his body. Golden light suffused his form as he created 2 perfect duplicates of himself, solid clones that separated from his body with practiced ease. Ravel's eyes widened at the display of an unfamiliar magical technique. Shadow clones, Naruto explained briefly. Solid duplicates with shared consciousness. Fascinating, Ravel breathed, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding tactical concerns. The energy conservation efficiency alone is remarkable. The duplicates moved to predetermined positions without verbal instruction, each preparing for different aspects of their counterattack. The original Naruto turned to Ravel with unexpected authority in his bearing. I need information on the building layout and any potential civilians in the area, he requested. Ravel, recognizing competence when she saw it, provided concise details about the safe house's 3 floors, basement access points, and confirmation that no non-combatants should be present on the property. My clones will create diversions on the ground floor, Naruto explained. When the attackers redirect their attention, we'll move to the roof and assess whether escape or elimination is the better option. You're surprisingly comfortable with tactical planning for someone who claims to have awakened from centuries of sealing, Ravel observed with measured suspicion. Naruto's expression showed a flash of the internal conflict between his fragmented memories. Combat instincts seemed to transcend memory loss. A sudden explosion from below signaled the clones initiating their diversionary tactics. Shouts of confusion and alarm echoed through the building as the intruders encountered unexpected resistance. "That's our cue," Naruto stated, moving toward the window instead of the door. Ravel followed without hesitation, her wings manifesting fully as she prepared for aerial movement. If they have anti-teleportation measures in place, they likely have aerial countermeasures as well. "Counting on it," Naruto replied with a grim smile that hinted at his former personality. He extended his hand to her. "Trust me." The question seemed to catch Ravel off guard. For all her calculated analysis and political maneuvering, spontaneous trust wasn't something regularly requested of her. After a moment's hesitation that spoke volumes about Devil Society, she placed her hand in his. "Provisionally," she answered with dry humor. Naruto's smile widened briefly before his expression returned to tactical focus. In one fluid motion, he shattered the window and leapt outward, pulling Ravel with him. Rather than trying to fly immediately, he used the building's exterior as a vertical running surface, chakra instinctively channeling to his feet in a technique he performed without conscious thought. Ravel suppressed a startled exclamation as they defied gravity, moving perpendicular to the ground up the building's side. "This isn't flight magic," she observed with professional interest even amid danger. "Chakra control," Naruto replied automatically, focusing energy to specific points for adhesion and momentum. They reached the roof just as alarm spells activated, signaling the attacker's awareness of their movement. Magical projectiles launched from multiple positions, tracking their energy signatures with unnerving precision. Naruto released Ravel's hand, trusting her aerial capabilities as he spun to face the incoming attacks. Golden energy coalesced around his palm, spiraling into a compact sphere of devastatingly concentrated power. "Rasengan," he intoned, the name emerging from muscle memory rather than conscious recollection. The sphere intercepted the magical projectiles, absorbing and dispersing their energy in a brilliant display of controlled chaos. Shock registered on Ravel's face as she witnessed a technique completely foreign to the supernatural catalogs of her world. "That's not devil magic, angel power, or any known dragon technique, he stated with academic precision even as she generated her own defensive flames. "No," Naruto agreed, already forming another sphere as more attacks converged on their position. "It's shinobi jutsu, enhanced by whatever I've become." The rooftop became their temporary battlefield as attackers repositioned to engage them directly. Hooded figures levitated into view, magic circles manifesting before their hands as they prepared coordinated assault patterns. Stray devils with military training, Ravel identified, recognizing their magical signatures. Likely mercenaries from disbanded Pillar House guards. The first wave attacked simultaneously, elemental magic converging from multiple angles to eliminate escape options. Ravel's phoenix flames formed a protective barrier around herself, the regenerative properties of her heritage enabling her to withstand attacks that would incapacitate other devils. Naruto demonstrated combat prowess that transcended his apparent confusion about his own nature. His movements flowed with predatory grace, each action economical yet devastatingly effective. Where Ravel's style showcased aristocratic precision and controlled power, Naruto fought with adaptive improvisation that incorporated multiple combat disciplines into something uniquely effective. "We can't maintain this position indefinitely," Ravel called out after neutralizing Annette, her attacker with precisely targeted flames. "They're calling for reinforcements." Naruto nodded, having reached the same conclusion through his sensory abilities. The memory of techniques continued returning in combat, muscle memory triggering recollections his conscious mind couldn't access otherwise. "I have an exit strategy," he replied, fingers forming unfamiliar signs in rapid sequence. "Cover me for 30 seconds. Ravel immediately intensified her defensive efforts, understanding the tactical necessity without requiring detailed explanation. Her flames expanded to encircle them both, the heat carefully modulated to repel enemies without harming her temporary ally. Naruto channeled energy unlike anything Ravel had witnessed before, not the draconic power he'd displayed earlier, nor pure phoenix essence. but something that existed at the intersection of multiple energy types. The air around him shimmered with potentiality as he forced fragmented memories into coherent technique. Horizon preparation complete, he announced, though the term meant nothing to Ravel. Spatial coordinates locked. In normal language, Ravel requested dryly, maintaining her flame barrier against increasingly coordinated attacks. I've created a teleportation technique that doesn't use traditional magical circles, Naruto explained. They can block devil transportation magic, but not shinobi space-time ninjutsu. Ravel's expression showed professional appreciation despite their dire circumstances. That's remarkably useful. It requires physical contact, Naruto added, extending his hand to her once more. This time, Ravel took it without hesitation, recognizing the tactical necessity. Their fingers had barely intertwined when reality distorted around them. Unlike Devil teleportation with its gradual transition through magical circles, this technique felt instantaneous, as though they had occupied two locations simultaneously before settling into the destination. They materialized in a forest clearing miles from the safe house, the pre-dawn light filtering through ancient trees. Ravel staggered slightly from the unfamiliar transportation method, while Naruto remained steady despite the obvious energy expenditure the technique had required. Fascinating, Ravel commented once she'd regained her composure. No magic circle, no transitional phase, virtually undetectable until completion. Her analytical mind was already cataloging applications. With proper study, this could revolutionize devil transportation methods. Naruto smiled faintly at her immediate shift to research potential, but his expression quickly sobered. Those attackers were after you specifically. Care to explain why? Ravel smoothed her dress in a gesture that seemed more habit than necessity. The Phenex family has many commercial and political interests. Industrial espionage and political leverage are common motivations for targeting family members. That wasn't corporate espionage, Naruto countered, his tactical mind processing the attack patterns. Their objective was capture, not information extraction or elimination. A flash of genuine concern crossed Ravel's features before her composed mask returned. Recent rating game politics have become increasingly contentious. My brother Riser's upcoming marriage arrangement with Ryusuke Mori has created factional tensions. Kidnapping as political leverage, Naruto summarized, distaste evident in his tone. Welcome to Devil Society, Ravel replied with practiced nonchalance that didn't quite mask her underlying tension. Though this is unusually direct even by underworld standards. Naruto's heightened senses continued monitoring their surroundings while they conversed. We should keep moving. That Tekken IQ can be tracked by sufficiently skilled sensors if they know what to look for. Ravel nodded in agreement, her wings manifesting once more. I know another Phenex property approximately 40 miles northwest. Less secure than the safe house, but more difficult to associate with our family. Lead the way, Naruto replied, his own body responding to the need for sustained travel by channeling energy through his muscular system. They traveled in compatible silence, each processing the implications of their unexpected alliance. Ravel occasionally glanced at her companion with poorly concealed scientific curiosity, while Naruto periodically scanned their surroundings with senses that extended far beyond normal human capacity. The sun had fully risen by the time they reached their destination, a traditional Japanese estate nestled against mountain foothills, its architecture blending harmoniously with the natural surroundings. This property is registered to a shell corporation 3 times removed from Phenex Holdings. Ravel explained as they approached. Even most family members don't know of its existence. Naruto absorbed this information with a thoughtful expression. Your family places high value on contingency planning. Immortality encourages long-term thinking, Ravel replied matter-of-factly. When you can potentially live forever, you learn to prepare for centuries of possible complications. The estate's protective barriers recognized Ravel's magical signature, parting seamlessly to admit them. Unlike the urban safe house's European styling, this retreat embraced traditional Japanese aesthetics with mindful modernization, paper screens and wooden walkways coexisting with subtle technological integration. This feels more familiar, Naruto commented as they removed their shoes at the entrance. Closer to what I remember. Ravel observed his reaction with scholarly interest. This property was designed by a Japanese devil architect nearly 2 centuries ago. If it resonates with your memories, that suggests your ceiling predates significant architectural modernization. Inside, the estate maintained its traditional appearance while providing unexpected comforts. Ravel moved with practiced efficiency, activating protective measures and communication restrictions before finally allowing her formal demeanor to relax slightly. "We should be secure here temporarily," she stated, sinking gracefully onto a zabuton cushion beside a low table, "though I'll need to contact certain family members discreetly to address the attack." Naruto remained standing, his posture revealing lingering combat readiness despite the relative safety. "Those attackers knew exactly where to find you and how to disable Phenex security. That suggests inside information." Ravel's expression hardened momentarily, an unpleasant but necessary consideration. Devil politics often involves family members working at cross purposes, even against their own blood. Naruto asked, genuine surprise breaking through his tactical focus. "Especially against blood relations in some cases," Ravel replied with pragmatic acceptance. "Immortality and power create complex family dynamics over centuries." Naruto finally seated himself across from her, movements displaying unconscious grace despite his mental exhaustion. "In my world, family bonds were everything. The villages were built on the concept of treating fellow shinobi as extended family." "Yet you mentioned great wars," Ravel observed, suggesting those bonds had limitations. "True," Naruto acknowledged, his fragmented memories offering conflicting perspectives on his former world's conflicts. "But betraying your direct family was considered the greatest dishonor." Ravel studied him with renewed interest. "Your value systems remain intact despite memory fragmentation. Fascinating from both psychological and metaphysical perspectives." "I'm still not volunteering as a research subject," Naruto reminded her with a hint of his former personality's stubbornness. "Of course not," Ravel agreed smoothly. "Though I hope you'll reconsider a mutually beneficial exchange of information. Particularly since you've now saved my life and require orientation to this world." Before Naruto could respond, his senses detected a dimensional disturbance, subtle but distinct from normal magical activities. His posture shifted instantly to combat readiness. "Something's coming," he warned. "Different from the attackers. This feels dimensional breach," Ravel identified, her own supernatural senses confirming his assessment. "But localized, not widespread." The air approximately 10 feet from their position began distorting, reality folding inward like paper crumpling before smoothing into a perfect circular portal. Unlike devil transportation circles with their precise geometric patterns, this portal's edges rippled with unstable energy. Both Naruto and Ravel prepared defensive measures, her flames manifesting around her hands while his energy gathered in golden patterns beneath his skin. The portal stabilized momentarily before a single figure stepped through, a young woman with distinctive pale eyes and long indigo hair. Dressed in what Ravel recognized as foreign but vaguely militaristic attire. Naruto froze in shock, fragmented memories suddenly aligning with perfect clarity at the sight of the newcomer. "Hinata." Quote. The young woman's exhausted expression transformed instantly to one of profound relief and joy. "Naruto-kun, I finally found you." Her formal speech patterns contrasted with the raw emotion in her voice. After all this time, the portal collapsed behind her as she staggered forward, clearly drained from whatever technique had created the dimensional opening. Naruto moved with instinctive speed to catch her before she could fall, supporting her weight with careful strength. "You know her," Ravel observed, not lowering her defensive flames entirely. Despite the newcomer's apparent connection to Naruto. "Hyuga Hinata," Naruto confirmed, memories of the shy, kind kunoichi flooding back with unexpected clarity. "From my world, my village." He looked down at the exhausted young woman with bewildered amazement. "But how is this possible? How are you here?" Hinata's pale eyes, the distinctive Byakugan of her clan, though currently inactive, focused on him with intensity. "I never stopped searching for you, Naruto-kun. When you disappeared during the final battle, everyone else eventually declared you dead or sealed away with the 10 tails." Her voice strengthened despite her physical exhaustion. "But I refused to accept that. I found ancient Hyuga scrolls about dimensional viewing techniques, modified them for tracking specific chakra signatures across realms. That would require extraordinary sensory precision," Ravel commented, scientific curiosity overriding caution. And considerable power to actually create a traversable portal rather than mere observation. Hinata glanced at the devil with momentary wariness before returning her attention to Naruto. It took years of training, failed attempts, but I kept sensing traces of your chakra. Across dimensions, always faint, always vanishing before I could properly locate you. Her hand trembled slightly as she reached up to touch his face, as though confirming his substantiality. Until 3 days ago, when your energy suddenly flared like a beacon across the dimensional barriers. When the seal broke, Naruto realized, supporting her toward the seating area. You've been tracking me all this time. Always, Hinata confirmed simply, the single word containing years of dedication. Ravel observed their interaction with calculated assessment. This development adds considerable complexity to our situation. A second-dimensional traveler, apparently capable of tracking you specifically across realms, arriving immediately after your awakening and our escape from unknown assailants. Naruto helped Hinata sit before turning to Ravel. She's not a threat, Hinata is. He paused, struggling to articulate the relationship from his fragmented memories. She's someone I trust completely. The conviction in his voice seemed to surprise even him, suggesting core emotional connections remained intact despite his memory disturbances. Hinata's expression softened at his declaration. Years of devotion validated in a single statement. Nevertheless, Ravel continued pragmatically, her arrival raises questions about dimensional stability and potentially draws unwanted attention. That portal energy signature was distinct from anything in this world's supernatural spectrum. Hinata straightened her posture with visible effort. I apologize for the intrusion. The dimensional jumping technique consumes enormous chakra and creates temporary instability at the breach point. I wouldn't have risked it if I hadn't finally located Naruto-kun's signature clearly. How much do you remember? Naruto asked her directly. About our world, about what happened. Everything, Hinata replied, concern evident as she studied his expression. You don't. Fragments, Naruto admitted. Combat techniques seem intact, core personality aspects and values remain, but specific memories are scattered and incomplete. And there's something else. He hesitated, uncertain how to explain his altered nature. Your chakra has changed, Hinata observed, her trained Hyuga senses detecting what others couldn't. It's still fundamentally yours, but interwoven with energies I've never encountered before. Ancient, powerful energies that seem both contradictory and complementary. Dragon and Phoenix essence, Ravel supplied, moving to prepare tea with casual elegance. That belied their extraordinary circumstances. Theoretically impossible combinations under normal supernatural circumstances. Hinata accepted this information with remarkable composure. The Byakugan, and allows me to see chakra networks and energy patterns others can't perceive. Naruto-kun's always had unique chakra due to the 9 tails, but this is fundamentally different. She turned back to him. It's as though your core essence has been rewritten while maintaining your original spiritual signature. The clinical assessment coming from someone who knew him before his transformation provide deep perspective Naruto hadn't found in his own fragmented recollections. I keep having memories, or dreams, of flight, of burning and reforming, of existing as something beyond human. Genetic memory activation, Ravel hypothesized. Returning with traditional tea service. If you somehow possess Draconic and Phoenix lineage, the sealed centuries might have allowed those dormant aspects to integrate with your human consciousness. That's impossible, Hinata stated with uncharacteristic firmness. I knew Naruto-kun's parents. Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato were extraordinary shinobi, but fully human. A silence fell over the room as the three considered the implications of this contradiction. Naruto felt strange resonance at the names Hinata mentioned. They matched fragments of his own memory, yet felt incomplete. As though referring to only part of a larger truth. Unless, Ravel began thoughtfully, we're dealing with dimensional counterparts rather than direct equivalents. Meaning, Naruto prompted. Theoretical devil research suggests parallel dimensions often contain variant versions of the same spiritual entities, Ravel explained. In your dimension, your parents might have been fully human shinobi. In ours, those same souls could manifest as supernatural beings. That doesn't explain why Naruto-kun himself would contain both essences, Hinata countered, her exhaustion temporarily forgotten in the face of intellectual challenge. Before they could continue the theoretical discussion, Naruto's heightened senses detected approaching energy signatures, power. Full ones moving with purposeful intent directly toward their location. "We have company again," he announced, rising fluidly to his feet. Different from before, stronger. Ravel's expression showed genuine alarm. "This property shouldn't be known to anyone outside my immediate family circle. Could your interdimensional portal have attracted attention?" she asked Hinata. "Possibly," the Hyuga acknowledged. "Though I implemented chakra dampening techniques specifically to minimize detection." Naruto moved toward the entrance, his body automatically channeling energy in preparation for confrontation. "Whoever they are, they're not trying to hide their approach. This feels like a formal visitation, not an ambush." Ravel quickly assessed options with political calculation. If they're announcing their presence this clearly, direct confrontation would be diplomatically unwise, particularly if they're high-ranking devils. The approaching signatures resolved into clearer impressions. As they neared, two exceptionally powerful presences accompanied by a small entourage of lesser but still formidable energies. "One feels similar to you," Naruto observed to Ravel. "Family relation, possibly my father or eldest brother," she confirmed with growing concern. "Neither of whom would come personally unless the situation was extraordinarily serious." Hinata activated her Byakugan, veins bulging around her pale eyes as she extended her visual range beyond normal limitations. 8 individuals approaching, 2 with power levels comparable to Cage-class shinobi, perhaps stronger. The others at Jonin equivalent. The traditional doorbell chimed with almost comical normalcy given the extraordinary circumstances. Ravel squared her shoulders, aristocratic training overriding her personal concerns as she moved to address the situation with appropriate formality. "Allow me to handle the initial diplomatic exchange," she requested. "Devil politics requires specific protocols." Naruto nodded agreement while maintaining combat readiness. Hinata deactivated her Byakugan but positioned herself strategically, her own training complementing Naruto's protective instincts without requiring verbal coordination. Ravel opened the door with perfect composure, her expression revealing nothing of their recent discussions or concerns. Outside stood a distinguished man with features similar to her own, accompanied by an entourage wearing what appeared to be formal magical battle attire. "Father," Ravel acknowledged with a precise bow. "This is an unexpected honor." Lord Phenex's expression combined parental concern with political calculation. "Daughter, when our primary safe house was attacked and you disappeared from all tracking spells, certain measures were activated." His gaze moved past her to where Naruto stood. "I see the rumors of an unprecedented entity were not exaggerated. My guest is under Phenex protection," Ravel stated formally, the declaration carrying specific legal weight in Devil Society. "So I observe," Lord Phenex replied dryly. "Along with another unexpected visitor of extraordinary energy signature." His attention shifted briefly to Hinata before returning to his daughter. "Perhaps you might introduce us properly, as protocol demands." Ravel stepped aside with graceful acquiescence. "Father, may I present Uzumaki Naruto, Dimensional Trav, Eller and possessor of unique energy signatures of considerable research interest, and his associate, Hyuga Hinata, recently arrived from the same alternate dimension." Lord Phenex entered with measured steps, his power carefully contained yet perceptible to all with supernatural senses. Interdimensional visitors are rare enough to merit attention. Those carrying both draconic and phoenix energies are unprecedented. He studied Naruto with intensive focus, particularly when their awakening coincides with concerning fluctuations in the dimensional barriers. The barriers were already weakening, Hinata stated with quiet confidence. "That's how I finally located Naruto-kun after years of searching." "Indeed," Lord Phenex responded with calculated interest. "Then perhaps this conversatio should include more significant parties than merely the Phenex household." He turned to Ravel. "Sears X Lucifer has requested a formal introduction to your guests, daughter. Their emergence has drawn attention at the highest levels of Devil Society." Naruto maintained composed alertness despite the escalating political implications. "I'm not interested in becoming a political pawn in your world's power struggles." "Admirable but potentially impractical," Lord Phenex replied with unexpected frankness. "Power of your nature rarely remains neutral in our world. If not allied, it will be considered a threat." "Is that a threat?" Naruto asked, golden energy briefly flickering beneath his skin. Merely devil pragmatism, Lord Phenex answered, seemingly unperturbed by the display. I would prefer alliance to confrontation, particularly given my daughter's apparent interest in your unique nature. Ravel maintained professional composure despite the personal implication. Father, the research potential alone justifies protective measures. Adding interdimensional diplomatic considerations only strengthens the argument for careful handling rather than traditional devil power politics. Lord Phenex's expression softened marginally. Always the strategist, daughter. Very well. He turned back to Naruto and Hinata. I propose a formal introduction to key leadership under negotiated terms of diplomatic protection. Not imprisonment or experimentation, but mutual exchange of information and resources. Before Naruto could respond, his senses detected something beyond the immediate. Confrontation. A disturbance in natural energy patterns extending far beyond their current location. Whatever caused it affected the fundamental structure of reality rather than merely local magical currents. Hinata's Byakugan activated simultaneously, her enhanced perception detecting the same phenomenon. Something's happening to the dimensional barriers, she stated with professional urgency. Mass fluctuations across multiple convergence points. Lord Phenex's attention shifted immediately from political maneuvering to genuine concern. Explain. The barriers between worlds are thinning, Hinata elaborated. Her Byakugan straining to process the enormous scope of the disturbance. Not just between our home dimension and yours, but multiple realms simultaneously. Naruto felt strange resonance with the disturbance, as though his own awakened energies somehow connected to the larger pattern. This isn't natural deterioration, he observed with inexplicable certainty. Something's deliberately weakening the barriers. Ravel's scientific mind processed implications rapidly. If Naruto's sealed state was somehow reinforcing dimensional stability, then my awakening could have accelerated an existing problem. Naruto concluded grimly. Lord Phenex signaled to his entourage, initiating what appeared to be emergency protocols. This discussion must continue at a more secure location with appropriate resources for dimensional analysis. He turned to Naruto with newfound urgency. Whatever your reservations about devil politics, this situation transcends factional concerns. If the dimensional barriers collapse completely, every world affected would face catastrophic consequences. Hinata completed the thought, her Byakugan showing her possibilities others could only theorize. Naruto exchanged glances with Hinata, their years of teamwork allowing silent communication despite his fragmented memories. After receiving her subtle nod of agreement, he turned back to Lord Phenex and Ravel. We'll cooperate with your leadership, he stated firmly, but as allies, not subjects. My priority is protecting innocent lives, regardless of which dimension they call home. A refreshingly straightforward position, Lord Phenex observed with grudging respect. One I believe even Searsex will appreciate, despite its lack of political nuance. Ravel moved to Naruto's side, her expression showing professional interest carefully masking deeper curiosity. Whatever your true nature proves to be, Uzumaki Naruto, you've certainly disrupted Devil Society's comfortable assumptions in record time. As magical transportation circles formed around them for the journey to Devil headquarters, Naruto felt strange certainty amidst his confusion, that his awakening ended not just personal liberation from centuries of sealing, but the beginning of a convergence between worlds that had been artificially separated. Something within his transformed essence recognized deep patterns beyond conscious understanding, suggesting his impossible heritage might be the key to addressing the dimensional crisis rather than merely its catalyst. Ready for another adventure, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked quietly, standing resolute beside him despite her earlier exhaustion. Naruto smiled, fragments of his former self shining through the divine complexity he had become. Always ready when friends are beside me, he replied, the sentiment feeling fundamentally true despite the chaos of his fragmented identity. As the transportation magic engulfed them, Naruto sensed larger forces responding to his awakened presence, ancient powers stirring across dimensional boundaries with interest or alarm. Among them, he detected a distinct draconic consciousness of immense proportion th. It felt simultaneously familiar and intimidating. So the hybrid child finally awakens, a feminine draconic voice echoed directly into his mind. Bahamut's forbidden offspring has returned. How problematic. Before Naruto could process this unexpected contact, the transportation completed, whisking them away to face devil leadership and the escalating dimensional crisis, the first true test of his awakened divine heritage. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Flames of Legacy. The Phenex estate sprawled across manicured grounds like a golden crown jewel nestled within the underworld's aristocratic district. Marble facades gleamed under the peculiar light of a world without sun, while elaborate fountains featuring phoenix sculptures sent crystal waters arcing through perfumed air. Naruto stood motionless on an ornate balcony, absorbing the alien landscape with measured calculation rather than the wide-eyed wonder most dimensional travelers might display. The architecture seems excessive, he observed quietly as Ravel joined him at the balcony's edge, her lips curved in dry amusement. Devil aesthetics prioritize visible displays of prosperity. When your society spans millennia, architectural restraint becomes increasingly unfashionable. Below them, servants with small flame emblems embroidered on their formal attire hurried across courtyard paths, preparing for what Naruto had learned would be an unusually large gathering of noble devils. The official explanation, a celebration of Ravel Phenex's upcoming raiding game with Rias Grimori, seemed convenient cover for what Ravel had privately admitted was reconnaissance disguised as hospitality. Your family works quickly, Naruto noted, having witnessed the efficiency with which Lord Phenex had transformed a potential interdimensional crisis into a strategic social opportunity. Immortality teaches patience in most matters, Ravel replied, unconsciously adjusting her elaborate hairstyle, but faced with unprecedented opportunity. Decisive action becomes paramount. Your existence represents both, Uzumaki-san. 3 days had passed since their dramatic introduction to Lord Phenex and subsequent transportation to the underworld. 3 days of careful negotiations, medical examinations thinly disguised as wellness assessments, and strategic introduction to devil customs that might have overwhelmed someone with less adaptable nature. Hinata had been assigned separate quarters nearby, ostensibly for cultural orientation, though Naruto suspected the separation was deliberate, divide potential allies while information was still being gathered. They'd spoken briefly each day, her Byakugan proving invaluable for private communications beyond devil surveillance capabilities. You're thinking about your friend, Ravel observed with clinical precision. The Hyuga woman. We've been separated before, Naruto replied, his tone revealing little. Hinata can handle herself. Indeed, her visual abilities alone would make her invaluable to any faction. Ravel moved closer, her scientific curiosity palpable. Speaking of valuable abilities, have you experienced any additional memory integration since yesterday's exercises? The exercises she referred to had been sophisticated tests disguised as meditation techniques, Ravel's attempt to catalog his abilities while providing plausible therapeutic benefits. Her approach was transparent but not entirely unwelcome. Naruto needed answers as much as she wanted data. Fragmented images, he admitted. Combat scenarios mostly. Strange creatures with multiple tails. A masked man controlling what looked like a 10-tailed monster. Ravel's eyes narrowed with interest. The tailed beasts you've mentioned align with nothing in our supernatural records. Yet your description suggests beings of considerable power. They were, Naruto confirmed, unconsciously touching his stomach where seal patterns had once contained Kurama. Though their nature seems different in my memories than what your researchers suggested yesterday. Dimensional variances would account for such discrepancies, Ravel noted, maintaining professional distance despite her evident fascination. Though it doesn't explain the resonance between your energy signature and certain ancient draconic patterns in our historical archives. A servant approached with practiced deference, bowing precisely before addressing Ravel. Lady Phenex, Lord Riser requests your presence in the Grand Hall. The first guests are arriving. Thank you, Meryl. Please inform my brother I'll join him momentarily. Once the servant departed, Ravel turned back to Naruto with calculated assessment. Are you prepared for tonight's introduction? Devil gatherings can be politically complex. Naruto's expression shifted subtly, revealing the strategic mind beneath his sometimes confused exterior. Your father's instructions were clear. Observe, respond politely when addressed, and avoid detailed discussions of my origins until after meeting with Searsex Lucifer. Precisely. Ravel nodded approvingly. Though I should note Lord Searsex prefers formality from family members but often encourages a more casual approach from non-devils. His temperament differs significantly from the title he holds. The formal attire Naruto had been provided felt restrictive despite its perfect tail. Oring, black formal wear with subtle orange accents that somehow matched his coloring precisely. Devil craftsmanship, he discovered, operated at levels beyond human capability. One more thing, Ravel added, hesitating uncharacteristically before continuing. My brother Riser can be difficult. His engagement to Rias Grimori has been contentious, and tonight's gathering is partially meant to s. How case Phenex influence prior to their raiding game. You're warning me he might see me as a complication, Naruto deduced. Precisely. Riser values family reputation above most considerations. An unprecedented being under Phenex protection should enhance our standing, but Riser often mishandles advantages. Naruto completed her thought, earning a startled glance. Your perceptiveness regarding interpersonal dynamics continues to surprise me, Ravel observed. Given your apparent military background, I'd expected more tactical than social intelligence. Naruto's smile held echoes of memories he couldn't fully access. Where I'm from, understanding people was often the difference between successful mission and catastrophic failure. A perspective many devils would benefit from adopting. Ravel commented dryly before gesturing toward the ornate doors leading inside. Shall we? Better to enter together than have you arrive unaccompanied. First impressions carry disproportionate weight in our society. As they moved through opulent corridors toward increasing sounds of gathered nobility, Naruto found himself automatically cataloging defensive positions, exit routes, and potential weapons, combat instincts operating independently of his fragmented memory. The heightened awareness revealed aspects of devil architecture normally invisible to guests, subtle spell matrices embedded in ceiling cornices. Defensive formations disguised as decorative patterns, observation points concealed within seemingly solid walls. Your security is elaborate, he noted quietly. Raiding games may be formalized combat, but actual assassination attempts were once commonplace in devil politics, Ravel explained. Old habits persist despite centuries of relative stability. They pause. Before massive doors inlaid with platinum and amber, where two guards in formal Phenex livery stood at attention. Both straightened noticeably at Ravel's approach, though their eyes lingered with professional assessment on Naruto. Lady Ravel, the senior guard acknowledged with a precise bow. Lord Riser mentioned you would be accompanied by the special guest. The slight hesitation spoke volumes about information already circulating regarding Naruto's unusual status. Ravel's response carried deliberate authority despite her youth. Uzumaki Naruto is under direct Phenex protection by my father's decree. He is to be accorded appropriate respect as an honored diplomatic visitor. The guard nodded without further comment, both sentinels moving in perfect synchronization to open the towering doors. Sound washed over them, hundreds of conversations creating sophisticated acoustic patterns as devils of various ranks engaged in the complex social dance of aristocratic politics. The grand hall stretched impossibly large, its ceiling arching high enough to accommodate flight while offering unobstructed views of artificial night skies through enchanted glass. Naruto immediately identified the spatial manipulation magic involved. The room existed in multiple dimensional planes simultaneously, appearing palatial rather than merely enormous. Devils of all descriptions congregated, in fluid social patterns that reminded Naruto of advanced military formations, though disguised beneath impeccable etiquette and fashionable attire. Power radiated from numerous attendees, some flaunting their supernatural energy while others maintained sophisticated containment that spoke of greater control and often greater actual strength. Territorial groupings, Naruto observed quietly as Ey descended marble stairs toward the main floor. Family alliances are physically represented through positioning. Ravel glanced at him with renewed scientific interest. You perceive social dynamics. Most guests require decades to recognize. Is this inherent to your species or trained observation? Both, I think, Naruto replied, fragments of memory suggesting extensive diplomatic experience despite his youthful appearance. I can read energy signatures, emotional undercurrents, and threat assessments automatically. Conversations subtly shifted as they progressed through the gathering. Attention drawn to Ravel's unusual companion with calculated indirection. Devil society, Naruto was quickly learning, operated through elaborate social conventions that masked ruthless ambition beneath formal courtesy. A tall blonde man detached himself from a conversational cluster, moving to intercept them with confident strides that bordered on arrogance. His features bore striking resemblance to Ravel's, though arranged in more aggressive proportions, with eyes that assessed Naruto with immediate categorization. "Sister," he greeted Ravel with perfunctory courtesy before focusing entirely on Naruto. "So this is father's mysterious guest. Hardly seems worth the security protocols from appearance alone." "Appearances rarely convey full reality, brother," Ravel responded evenly. "Uzumaki Naruto. May I present my brother Ravel Phenex, third son of Lord Phenex, an accomplished raiding game competitor." Naruto offered a precise bow that respected devil protocol while maintaining personal dignity, exactly as Ravel had instructed during their preparation. "Your family's hospitality has been exemplary." Riser's expression shifted between dismissive and calculating as he circled Naruto with predatory assessment. "Father claims your energy signature defies classification. A convenient mystery before my raiding game with the Grimoire heiress, wouldn't you agree?" The accusation beneath the observation wasn't subtle. Naruto maintained neutral expression while recognizing the political implications. Riser suspected his timing was deliberate manipulation by Lord Phenex to enhance our family's mystique before an important political contest. "I control neither dimensional barriers nor the timing of my arrival," Naruto replied with measured calm. "Though I appreciate your family's assistance during a disorienting transition." Riser's eyes narrowed fractionally. Diplomatic answers from someone who supposedly arrived confused and memoryless. Interesting development. Emotion. Stability doesn't equate to complete memory restoration, Ravel interjected smoothly. Preliminary research suggests Uzumaki-san's combat training and diplomatic protocols remained intact while specific personal history underwent fragmentation. The clinical description made Naruto sound like a research specimen rather than an individual, but he recognized the strategic necessity. Devil society respected power and knowledge. Presenting his situation as a scientific curiosity rather than potential threat served their mutual interests temporarily. Indeed, Riser responded with diminishing interest now that immediate threat assessment was complete. "Well, try not to disrupt tonight's proceedings. This gathering serves specific political purposes that don't include interdimensional anomalies." With that dismissal, he returned to his previous conversation cluster, where several young devils awaited with expressions ranging from curious to sycophantic. "That went better than anticipated," Ravel observed quietly as they continued through the gathering. Riser's territorial response was minimal by his standards. "He's focused on something else," Naruto noted. "The upcoming raiding game occupies his attention more than potential family complications." Ravel's eyes showed professional appreciation for his assessment. "Perceptive. The match against Rias Grimoire represents significant political advancement through marriage alliance if he succeeds." As they navigated the elaborate social currents, Naruto found himself automatically adjusting to devil etiquette despite never having encountered it before. Something in his fragmented memory recognized power hierarchies and diplomatic protocols across cultural boundaries, allowing him to acknowledge higher-ranking devils with appropriate deference while maintaining the dignity of a protected guest rather than supplicant. Ravel periodically provided context through discreet commentary, identifying key political figures and explaining factional alignments that would have otherwise remained invisible to an outsider. Her scientific detachment occasionally slipped, revealing genuine pride in her family's standing and intricate knowledge of devil politics that transcended her youthful appearance. "Most here are from the 72 Pillars or their affiliated houses," she explained between introductions. "Though some, like that group near the Eastern Archway, represent newer mercantile powers with growing influence." Naruto absorbed the information while simultaneously monitoring energy signatures throughout the gathering. Most devils maintained sophisticated containment of their supernatural power, but occasional flares revealed emotional responses beneath composed exteriors, particularly when conversations turned to topics like the recent peace treaty with fallen angels or rumors of sacred gear movements in the human world. "Your ability to track multiple energy signatures simultaneously is remarkable," Ravel observed after Naruto subtly redirected their path to avoid a confrontation brewing between rival houses. "Most sensitives focus on individual targets rather than maintaining comprehensive awareness. Sensory capabilities were essential for survival where I came from, Naruto replied, fragments of memory suggesting extensive training in detecting chakra signatures across complex battlefields. Their conversation paused as a distinct shift in social dynamics rippled through the gathering, attention redirecting toward the main entrance where new arrivals generated immediate deference among even high-ranking attendees. Sears X Lucifer and his entourage, Ravel identified quietly, along with representatives from each Mao's administration, earlier than protocol suggested, which indicates particular interest in tonight's gathering. The crimson-haired devil who led the new arrivals radiated power contained with such sophisticated precision that it appeared almost absent until Naruto focused his supernatural senses directly. The contrast between apparent casualness and astronomical energy levels created cognitive dissonance even for someone with Naruto's unusual perceptive abilities. His control is absolute, Naruto observed with professional appreciation. Power completely integrated with intent rather than merely constrained. Ravel glanced at him with renewed scientific interest. That's an unusually insightful assessment of Lord Searzek's energy management. Most observers merely note the raw power without recognizing the sophistication of his containment methodology. Lord Phenex materialized beside them with the smooth efficiency of long political experience, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts regarding the early arrival of devil leadership. Daughter, Uzumaki-san. His acknowledgement contained subtle warning. It seems our timetable has accelerated. Searzek expressed particular interest in meeting our interdimensional visitor privately before general introductions. Has something happened regarding the dimensional disturbances? Naruto asked directly. Lord Phenex's expression revealed momentary approval of the practical question. Monitoring stations in 3 regions reported significant barrier fluctuations within the past 6 hours. Nothing catastrophic, but concerning enough to elevate priority levels. Hinata mentioned, sensing something similar this morning, Naruto noted. Her Byakugan detected energy pattern shifts that resembled the instabilities preceding her arrival. Indeed, most informative. Lord Phenex gestured toward an alcove where magical privacy barriers shimmered almost imperceptibly. Searzek awaits in the Azure reception chamber. Ravel, your presence has been specifically requested as research liaison. The subtle emphasis on her role rather than her personal connection to Naruto wasn't lost on either of them. Politics required specific presentation of relationships, particularly when interdimensional complications were involved. The Azure reception chamber proved considerably more austere than its ornate name suggested, a functional space designed for private conversation rather than impression management. Magical dampening fields ensured complete privacy while subtle comfort enchantments maintained perfect atmospheric conditions regardless of occupants' supernatural energies. Sears X Lucifer stood examining a 3-dimensional magical projection of what appeared to be interplanar mapping data, his casual posture belying the intensity of his focus. Beside him, a silver-haired woman in formal attire maintained what Naruto immediately recognized as a protective assessment of potential threats, a bodyguard disguised as administrative assistant. Lord Searzek, Lord Phenex announced formally. May I present Uzumaki Naruto, interdimensional visitor under Phenex protection, and my daughter Ravel, who has been facilitating research into his unique energy signature. Himao turned with surprising warmth in his expression, diplomatically devastating blue eyes assessing Naruto with genuine curiosity rather than mere political calculation. Uzumaki Naruto, he-a-c-k-n, olaged with a slight inclination of his head, a gesture of respect rarely offered to unknown entities in Devil Society. Your arrival has generated considerable interest across multiple supernatural factions. Not entirely by choice, Naruto responded with respectful directness that avoided both subservience and challenge. Searzek's smile widened appreciatively at the balanced response. Indeed, dimensional transitions rarely come with convenient scheduling. Though yours coincides with concerning barrier fluctuations across multiple realms. The silver-haired woman beside him maintained professional neutrality while projecting subtle killing intent directed specifically at Naruto, not immediate threat but clear warning against any potential aggression toward her charge. Naruto acknowledged her protective stance with almost imperceptible nod, one security professional recognizing another's parameters. Graphia maintains appropriate caution around unprecedented energy signatures, Urzex explained with apparent amusement. a necessary trait in the current queen of the Grimoire household. The introduction contained multiple information points beyond the obvious, confirmation of the woman's elite status within Devil hierarchy, acknowledgement of her professional assessment, and subtle reminder that Searsex maintained connection to his original family despite his elevated position. Lord Phenex's preliminary reports suggest your energy signature contains elements previously considered incompatible, Searsex continued, gesturing toward the holographic display, which shifted to show comparative analysis of energy patterns. Draconic resonance structures alongside Phoenix rebirth signatures, integrated with what our researchers tentatively identify as human chakra circulation. Naruto studied the visual representation with focused interest. The chakra pathways match what I remember, though the integration points with these other energies are new to me. Fascinating. Searsex commented with what appeared to be genuine scientific curiosity beneath political considerations. And your memories of your origin world remain fragmented. Specific personal history, yes, Naruto confirmed. Combat training, tactical assessment, and certain core values remained intact, while precise chronology and relationships underwent significant disruption. Ravel observed the exchange with careful analysis. Noting the subtle shifts in both men's approach, professional respect gradually replacing diplomatic caution as they established communication parameters. Your arrival would represent significant research interest under normal circumstances, Searsex continued, gesturing toward the display, which shifted to show dimensional barrier mapping. However, rent disturbances in the barriers between realms elevate the situation beyond academic curiosity. The visualization showed multiple stress points in what appeared to be fabric between dimensions, areas of thinning and instability forming patterns that even Naruto's limited understanding of interdimensional mechanics recognized as problematic. These disruptions began approximately 3 months ago, Searsex explained, manipulating the display to show progression over time, initially dismissed as normal fluctuation patterns until frequency and intensity exceeded historical precedent. Your emergence from centuries of sealing coincides with particularly concerning acceleration. You believe I caused these disturbances? Naruto asked directly. Not necessarily caused, Searsex clarified, but potentially connected through mechanisms we don't yet understand. Your unique energy signature resonates with certain barrier frequencies in ways our researchers find significant. Lord Phenex interjected with political smoothness. We've invited specialists from multiple factions to consult on both your unique constitution and the barrier disruptions. The gathering tonight includes several who may offer valuable perspectives. Quote, the subtle emphasis on invited, rather than summoned, maintained the diplomatic fiction that Naruto was honored guest rather than potential research subject or security concern. His fragmented memories contained enough political experience to recognize the careful terminology. Including representatives from draconic factions. Naruto inquired, remembering the voice that had briefly contacted his mind during transportation to the underworld. Searsex and Lord Phenex exchanged brief glances that confirmed Naruto's suspicion before the Mao responded. We've extended invitations to several draconic representatives, yes. Though their attendance at devil functions remains inconsistent. The careful phrasing suggested political complications beyond the immediate situation, long-standing tensions between devil and dragon factions that preceded current circumstances. The dragon whose voice I heard during transportation, Naruto pressed, she seemed to recognize something about me specifically. Ravel's eyes widened fractionally at this new information while Lord Phenex maintained careful neutrality. Searsex, however, showed genuine surprise before mastering his expression. You perceived direct draconic communication during magical transportation. The Mao asked with heightened interest. That's extremely unusual, particularly for non-draconic entities. She called me Bahamut's forbidden offspring, Naruto elaborated, watching their reactions closely. The name holds significance beyond what I currently remember. The silence following his statement contained volumes of unspoken information. Eventually, Searsex responded with measured diplomacy. Bahamut was one of the original dragon gods. A being of immense power who disappeared from known realms centuries ago. His eyes studied Naruto with renewed intensity. If Tiamat, the dragon king most likely to have contacted you, believes you connected to Bahamut. That adds considerable complexity to your situation, and potentially explains the impossible combination of draconic and phoenix energies, Ravel added, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding political caution. If dimensional boundaries function differently than we've assumed, beings considered incompatible in our reality might achieve union in other realms. Lord Phenex gave his GHTER a warning glance before addressing Sirzek's. Speculation remains premature without additional data. Tonight's gathering includes several individuals with historical knowledge that might prove relevant. Sirzek's nodded agreement. Indeed, though I would suggest private consultation before general introduction. If Uzumaki-san's heritage includes connections to Bahamut, certain attendees might react unpredictably. The diplomatic understatement almost certainly referred to potential hostile responses from rival draconic factions or those with historical grievances against the missing dragon god. Naruto filed the information for future consideration while maintaining outward composure. I appreciate your candor, he stated simply. My priority remains understanding these dimensio. Null disturbances and my apparent connection to them. Political complications seem secondary to preventing catastrophic barrier collapse. Sirzek's expression showed genuine approval at this straightforward prioritization. Refreshingly practical perspective. Many interdimensional visitors become distracted by supernatural politics rather than focusing on substantive concerns. Their conversatio continued with increasing technical detail regarding barrier mechanics and energy resonance patterns, Ravel contributing sophisticated analysis that revealed her academic credentials weren't merely political fiction. Naruto absorbed information with tactical efficiency, connecting new data with fragments of knowledge from his partially restored memories. Eventually, social obligations necessitated their return to the main gathering, though with adjusted presentation strategy based on their private consultation. Naruto would be introduced as a dimensional researcher, collaborating with Phenex specialists rather than newly awakened mystery, a classification that reduced immediate curiosity while maintaining appropriate caution. Political semantics, Ravel explained as they prepared to rejoin the gathering. The terminology establishes professional purpose without inviting detailed questioning about origins, creating space for investigation without generating panic about dimensional instabilities, Naruto summarized. Earning appreciative nod from Lord Phenex. Precisely. Devils respect hierarchical information distribution. By establishing official classification, we create acceptable boundaries for curiosity. Their return to the main gathering proceeded with calculated precision, Lord Phenex orchestrating introductions to key political figures with diplomatic efficiency. While Sirzek's maintained casual distance that nevertheless signaled tacit approval of Naruto's presence. Ravel remained nearby, ostensibly as research liaison though increasingly engaging in genuine scientific discussion regarding dimensional theories. Naruto navigated the complex social currents with surprising adaptability, his fragmented memories supplying diplomatic protocols that transcended cultural differences. When technical questions arose regarding interdimensional mechanics, he deferred appropriately to Ravel while maintaining enough knowledgeable engagement to establish credibility. Your adaptation to Devil's social dynamics exceeds expectations, Ravel observed during momentary privacy between introductions. Most interdimensional visitors require months to navigate our status hierarchies effectively. Something about political maneuvering feels familiar, Naruto admitted, fragmented memories suggesting extensive diplomatic experience despite his apparent youth. Though the specific protocols differ, power dynamics remain fundamentally similar across dimensions. Their conversation paused as Naruto's heightened senses detected new energy signatures approaching He gathering, powerful ones with distinctly non-devil characteristics. The main doors opened to admit representatives from the fallen angel faction, their entrance creating subtle ripples through existing social groupings as centuries of complicated relations influenced positioning and conversations. Scheduled diplomatic representation, Ravel explained quietly. The peace treaty requires formal attendance at significant social functions, though actual integration remains superficial. Naruto recognized the fallen angel called Rainer among the delegation, her expression showing brief surprise at encountering him in such different circumstances from their rooftop meeting. She maintained professional distance, however, focusing on her delegation's formal introduction to senior devil representatives. As the gathering progressed, Naruto detected increasing attention directed toward him despite the strategic classification as researcher rather than anomaly. Devils possessed sophisticated magical senses. Many clearly detected unusual aspects of his energy signature despite his conscious efforts to maintain containment. Your essence resists complete suppression, Ravel noted with scientific precision after a particularly powerful devil senator lingered over long during introduction. The draconic aspects especially seem to project regardless of conscious control. I've noticed, Naruto acknowledged with slight frustration. Certain energies respond to emotional states rather than direct command. Not unexpected given the theoretical composition. Ravel's expression contained genuine scientific fascination beneath political composure. Dragon energy naturally asserts dominance within magical ecosystems, while Phoenix essence adapts through transformation rather than suppression. Their technical discussion was interrupted by subtle shift in the gathering's energy, not the formal announcement of new arrivals but a gradual awareness spreading through supernatural senses. Something approached, something powerful enough to register from considerable distance. Sears materialized beside them with the casual efficiency of someone accustomed to crisis management disguised as social grace. It seems our draconic invitations received unexpected response, he observed with diplomatic understatement. Specifically, one we didn't actually extend. Lord Phenex joy-ned them with similar calculated casualness that nonetheless contained serious concern. Magical monitoring indicates Tiamat approaching underworld territory without formal clearance protocols. Her trajectory suggests this gathering as destination. The name triggered immediate recognition from Naruto's earlier experience, the draconic voice that had identified him during transportation. Ravel's expression revealed significant concern beneath her composed exterior. Tiamat rarely leaves her territory without catastrophic motivation, she noted quietly. And never attends devil functions voluntarily. Her specific interest appears focused on our interdimensional visitor, Sears added, studying Naruto with renewed assessment. Which lends credence to your recollection of draconic communication during transportation. Around them, the gathering continued its elaborate social dance, most attendees unaware of the significant draconic entity approaching their location. Those with heightened supernatural senses, however, began showing subtle signs of awareness, conversations shifting toward strategic positions, magical defenses activating beneath fashionable appearances. How should we proceed? Lord Phenex inquired with formal deference that nonetheless contained practical urgency. The question acknowledged Sears' ultimate authority while recognizing shared responsibility for potential diplomatic incident. Controlled introduction rather than confrontation, Sears decided after brief consideration. Tiamat technically maintains neutral status despite historical antipathy toward devil leadership. Refusal of audience would constitute provocation without justified cause. While permitting unscheduled interruption of significant political gatherings sets concerning precedent, Lord Phenex noted. Completing the political calculation. Indeed. Hence controlled introduction rather than either extreme. Sears turned to Naruto with unexpected directness. Your involvement becomes pivotal. Tiamat's interest appears specifically focused on your existence rather than general devil politics. Naruto considered the complex situation with tactical efficiency, fragmented memories supplying diplomatic experience beyond his apparent years. I have no objection to meeting this Dragon King. If she possesses information about my origins or connection to dimensional disturbances. Confrontation seems counterproductive. His pragmatic response earned approving nods from both devil leaders, though Ravel's expression contained additional concern beneath political assessment. Tiamat's historical relationship with Bahamut was complicated, she explained quietly. Legends suggest everything from bitter rivalry to romantic connection, depending on which historical accounts you reference. If she believes you connected to Bahamut, her approach may be unpredictable, Sears elaborated with diplomatic precision. Though direct aggression seems unlikely given her general commitment to draconic neutrality in current supernatural politics. The discussion ended as reality itself seemed to shudder, magical barriers surrounding the Phenex estate flexing under enormous pressure before adapting to accommodate an entity never considered in their original design parameters. The air thickened with ancient power that transcended conventional supernatural categories. Primordial energy that predated formal classification systems. Conversations throughout the gathering halted simultaneously as all attendees, regardless of rank or magical sensitivity, perceived the approaching presence. Protective magic activated automatically throughout the structure, ancestral defenses responding to potential threat despite diplomatic contexts. She's manifesting Phys. Ical form rather than maintaining draconic aspect, Lord Phenex observed with professional concern. A gesture containing multiple potential interpretations. The massive entry doors swung open without physical contact. Magical mechanisms responding to overwhelming authority rather than conventional access protocols. Through them strode a woman of extraordinary beauty and terrible presence, her man form doing little to disguise the ancient dragon barely contained within its parameters. Tiamat's physical manifestation featured blue-black hair that moved like midnight waters around a face of perfect proportions and absolute pride. Her eyes shifted between human appearance and reptilian vertical pupils depending on viewing angle, while her formal attire, reminiscent of ancient civilizations, long vanished from human memory, seemed simultaneously solid and fluid as reality itself accommodated her preference rather than enforcing consistency. The gathering parted before her without conscious decision. Supernatural instincts recognizing power hierarchies beyond political structures. Searsex alone maintained position, his own immense power creating equilibrium that permitted diplomatic interaction rather than dominance display. Tiamat, he acknowledged with perfect balance between respect and authority. Your presence honors our gathering, though advance notification would have permitted appropriate reception protocols. Quote, the Dragon King's smile contained predatory assessment beneath superficial courtesy. Some visits transcend scheduling, Lucifer. Particularly when Dimensiona, L barriers fracture and ancient prohibitions find themselves violated. Her gaze moved past him, locating Naruto with unerring precision despite numerous attendees between them. The weight of her attention felt physically tangible, ancient draconic power assessing his existence with sensory capabilities beyond conventional understanding. So, she stated, her voice carrying complex harmonics. She resonated with something buried deep within Naruto's transformed essence. Bahamut's forbidden offspring walks among lesser beings once more. How troubling. The declaration generated immediate reaction throughout the gathering. Gasps of shock, magical defenses activating instinctively, political calculations adjusting to unprecedented information. Lord Phenex maintained admirable composure while positioning himself slightly forward. A gesture establishing protective protocols without direct confrontation. Dragon King Tiamat, he acknowledged formally. Our guest researcher operates under Phenex protection during interdimensional consultation. Diplomatic protocols apply to all interactions. Tiamat's laugh held genuine amusement beneath draconic resonance. Protection. From me. How charming. Her attention remained fixed on Naruto as she approached with measured steps that somehow covered distance more efficiently than physical movement should allow. Tell me, little hybrid, do you understand what you are? What cosmic laws were shattered to permit your existence? Naruto met her gaze directly, something within his fragmented essence responding to her draconic presence with neither submission nor challenge but recognition of fundamental kinship despite apparent opposition. My memories remain incomplete, he responded with quiet dignity. Though recent events suggest actions more complex than my original understanding. Incomplete memories, Tiamat repeated with sardonic emphasis. How convenient for those who arranged your awakening at precisely this dimensional conjunction. Her circling assessment continued with predatory grace. Tell me, devils, did you believe ancient seals would remain undetected once activated? That Bahamut's progeny could walk realms without ripples spreading across draconic consciousness. Searsex maintained diplomatic equilibrium despite escalating tension. No devil faction participated in Uzumaki-san's awakening. His emerge, NCE preceded our awareness of his existence or potential heritage. Yet you shelter him now, Tiamat observed with dangerous precision. Study him. Perhaps hope to harness energies beyond your comprehension. Throughout this exchange, Naruto maintained composed awareness, allowing diplomatic professionals to establish parameters while his own senses cataloged Tiamat's energy patterns. Something about her draconic essence resonated with aspects of his own transformed nature, creating recognition beyond conscious understanding. I sought no conflict upon awakening, Naruto stated when momentary silence permitted intervention. My interest lies in understanding dimensional instabilities and preventing further deterioration. Tiamat's attention refocused on him with terrible intensity. Noble sentiments from one whose very existence violates natural order. Dragon and Phoenix energies cannot coexist within single vessel, their fundamental natures oppose at cosmic level. Her expression contained millennia of absolute certainty. Yet here you stand, impossible amalgamation given physical form. If my existence violates natural law, Naruto responded with unexpected authority, then perhaps our understanding of those laws remains incomplete. The statement, delivered without arrogance but with quiet conviction, created momentary silence throughout the gathering. Tiamat's expression shifted between outrage and reluctant intellectual consideration before settling into dangerous amusement. You speak with his certainty, she observed, ancient pain briefly visible beneath imperious exterior. Bahamut always believed boundaries existed merely to demonstrate their inadequacy through transcendence. Ravel, who had maintained strategic silence during the confrontation, identified crucial opportunity within momentary equilibrium. Dragon King Tiamat, your historical knowledge regarding these matters clearly exceeds available records. Perhaps collaborative analysis rather Han confrontation would better serve universal stability. The suggestion, perfectly balanced between scientific inquiry and diplomatic redirection, earned fractional hesitation from Tiamat before her expression hardened once more. Clever attempt, young Phenex. But some knowledge cannot be approached through detached analysis. Her attention returned to Naruto with renewed intensity. Your tense represents more than interdimensional curiosity. If you truly carry Bahamut's essence merged with Phoenix divinity, fundamental questions must be answered before catastrophic consequences manifest. What questions? Naruto asked directly, recognizing opportunity for actual information beneath confrontational exterior. Whether his ambition lives within you, Tiamat replied with deadly seriousness. Whether the boundaries he sought to transcend will fall once more beneath renewed assault. The accusation contained levels beyond immediate understanding, referencing historical events sent from both Devil records and Naruto's fragmented memories. Before diplomatic intervention could redirect the escalating confrontation, Tiamat moved with draconic speed that transcended her humanoid manifestation. Her hand, suddenly tipped with scaled talons rather than human fingers, struck directly toward Naruto's chest, not random attack but precision targeting of specific energy nexus where Draconic and Phoenix essences intersected within his transformed biology. Let us see what truly awakens, she intoned, ancient power gathering around her manifested claws. Multiple protective responses activated simultaneously, Seer's X power flaring with controlled precision, Lord Phenex's ancestral flames manifesting defensive patterns, Ravel's instinctive protection directed toward research subject and unlikely ally. None matched the speed of draconic movement once fully committed. Yet Tiamat's talons never reached their intended target. Naruto moved with fluid grace that transcended conventional combat parameters. His body responding to threat with integrated defensive techniques drawn from multiple martial traditions. Chakra control provided foundation while something deeper, Ethan connected to his transformed nature, supplied capabilities beyond human limitation. Golden energy manifested around his form, not merely external defense but fundamental expression of integrated essence. Where his conscious control had maintained separation between human, draconic, and Phoenix aspects, imminent threat triggered instinctive unification. Scales shimmered into existence along his forearms. Golden orange with sunlight luminescence rather than metallic reflection. His eyes shifted from human blue to vertical pupilled crimson, then stabilized between states as competing aspect. TS found momentary balance rather than dominance. I meant no challenge to draconic authority, Naruto stated, his voice containing harmonics similar to Tiamat's own draconic speech. But neither will I submit to unprovoked aggression. Their standoff created perfect tableau at the gathering's center. Ancient Dragon King facing impossible hybrid existence, both manifesting partial draconic aspects while maintaining humanoid forms. The assembled devils maintained respectful distance, recognizing power confrontation beyond conventional political parameters. Tiamat's expression shifted through complex emotions before settling into predatory assessment. Interesting. Your draconic aspect responds to threat without conscious invocation, yet maintains balance with opposing Phoenix energy. Her talons retracted slightly without fully withdrawing. Bahamut's essential nature rather than mere genetic heritage. The implications prove concerning. The confrontation balanced on knife's edge, between violent escalation and potential resolution when reality itself intervened. A tremor passed through the dimensional fabric surrounding the Phenex estate, not physical earthquake but fundamental disturbance in barriers separating realms. Every supernatural being present perceived the disruption according to their nature. Devils experienced momentary disruption in magical circulation, fallen angels felt brief disconnection from light spectrum manipulation, while Naruto and Tiamat both sensed something deeper, resonance with the disturbance itself rather than merely its effects. The barriers, Naruto stated with inexplicable certainty. They're responding to our confrontation. Tiamat's expression showed reluctant agreement beneath continued suspicion. Draconic energy naturally stresses dimensional boundaries. Combined with your unstable hybrid nature and incomplete control, Searsex seized the diplomatic opportunity with masterful timing. Perhaps this demonstrates the NEC's necessity for collaborative investigation rather than confrontational assessment. The dimensional instabilities clearly respond to multiple factors beyond individual control. Lord Phenex supported this redirection with perfect political synchronization. The Phenex estate contains research facilities specifically designed for interdimensional analysis. Dragon King Tiamat's historical knowledge will provide invaluable context for current investigations. Tiamat maintained predatory focus on Naruto for several tense moments before gradually withdrawing her manifested talons, scales receding beneath humanoid appearance though her eyes retained reptilian vertical pupils. Very well, she conceded with dangerous precision. Collaborative investigation rather than immediate judgment. Though no mistake, her attention fixed on Naruto with millennia of absolute certainty. If you truly represent Bahamut's attempt to circumvent cosmic prohibitions, permanent solutions will become necessary regardless of current diplomatic considerations. The conditional acceptance created breathing room within escalating confrontation, allowing gradual power to escalation throughout the gathering. Naruto consciously regulated his own manifestation, golden scales receding as his eyes returned to human appearance despite the draconic essence continuing to resonate within his transformed biology. Ravel, demonstrating political acumen beyond her apparent years, immediately established research parameters that provided structure for the uneasy détente. Our dimensional monitoring laboratory can accommodate immediate analysis of recent barrier fluctuations. If Dragon King Tiamat would consent to sharing historical context regarding similar manifestations. The technical redirection success fully transferred confrontation from dominance display to intellectual framework, allowing all parties to maintain position without further escalation. Searsex and Lord Phenex coordinated diplomatic management of the broader gathering, redirecting attention from the unprecedented confrontation toward scheduled activities while essential participants relocated to research facilities. As they ed through elaborately decorated corridors toward the Phenex family's private research wing, Naruto found himself walking alongside Tiamat, their uneasy parallel movement monitored discreetly by devil security specialists maintaining respectful distance. You truly don't remember, do you? Tiamat observed after studying him with ancient perception. The ceiling was more comprehensive than mere physical containment. I remember fragments, Naruto admitted, recognizing potential information source despite continued threat assessment. Combat techniques, certain core values and personality aspects, disconnected images of people and places that held significance. But nothing of your true parentage, Tiamat concluded with grim satisfaction. Nothing of what precipitated the catastrophe Chi necessitated your sealing centuries ago. The statement contained confirmation of suspicions forming since his awakening, that his fragmented memories represented deliberate modification rather than natural degradation during sealed centuries. That his understanding of himself had been intentionally limited. You knew my parents, he stated rather than asked, certainty forming from her reactions and statements. Knew them. Tiamat's laugh held bitter remembrance beneath draconic resonance. I fought alongside one and against the other, depending on which cosmic cycle you reference. Her expression contained complex emotions beyond simple categorization. Bahamut was complicated even by dragon god standards. His fascination with boundaries and their transcendence eventually extended to the ultimate prohibited union. Dragon and Phoenix, Naruto concluded, pieces aligning within fragmented understanding. Not merely any phoenix, Tiamat corrected with precise historical knowledge. Amaterasu herself. Divine solar manifestation, renewal incarnate, antithesis to draconic permanence. Ancient pain surfaced briefly beneath composed exterior. Their union violated fundamental cosmic architecture, threatening reality itself rather than merely supernatural political structures. Ravel, walking slightly behind them with scientific instruments actively monitoring their energy fluctuations, interjected with academic precision. No historical records mention such union. Even mythological accounts describe Amaterasu within strictly Shinto cosmological frameworks. Devil records remain incomplete by design. Tiamat replied without turning. Certain knowledge was deliberately excised from multiple supernatural archives following the dimensional crisis their union precipitated. They reached the research laboratory, a space contradicting expectations with its pristine functionality rather than ornate aesthetics. Unlike the Phenex estate's public areas with their ostentatious displays of wealth and power, this environment prioritized effectiveness over impression management. Advanced magical instrumentation occupied precisely arranged workstations while dimensional monitoring equipment maintained constant connection with barrier observation posts throughout Devil territory. Searsex and Lord Phenex joined them as monitoring specialists activated additional systems specifically configured for draconic energy analysis. The political leaders maintained diplomatic cordiality while establishing operational parameters that balanced investigation needs against security protocols. Recent barrier fluctuations show distinct pattern shifts beginning approximately 72 hours ago, a senior researcher explained, displaying complex magical visualizations above central monitoring station, corresponding precisely with the subject's emergence from sealed state. Subject, Tiamat repeated with dangerous amusement. Such clinical terminology for cosmic anomaly that shouldn't exist. Naruto observed the technical displays with focused attention, something within his fragmented understanding recognizing significance in pattern formations that transcended conscious knowledge. The visualization showed barrier structures between dimensions, not merely physical separation but fundamental frequency differentiations that maintained distinct reality parameters. These formations resemble chakra circulation patterns, he observed, pointing toward specific junction points where fluctuations showed greatest intensity. Though operating at dimensional rather than biological scale, his observation created momentary silence among researchers before Ravel moved closer to examine the indicated patterns. Fascinating comparison. If dimensional barriers function through principles analogous to energy circulation systems, then disruptions might follow predictable progression rather than chaotic deterioration. One researcher completed her thought, magical instruments reconfiguring to test the hypothesis. Tiamat's expression showed reluctant approval beneath continued suspicion. You perceive connections others miss, she acknowledged to Naruto. Another troubling parallel to Bahamut's cognitive patterns. As researchers incorporated Naruto's observation into their analysis models, Searsex engaged Tiamat in careful diplomatic conversation guarding historical context for current disturbances. Their discussion revealed levels of interdimensional knowledge absent from conventional supernatural records, references to previous barrier crises, cosmic cycles, and rehabilitation efforts spanning millennia rather than mere centuries. Naruto found himself drawn to specific monitoring station displaying energy transfer patterns between realms. The visualization showed his own unique signature, the impossible combination of draconic and phoenix essences integrated with human chakra circulation, with analytical overlay tracking resonance patterns with dimensional barriers themselves. Your hybrid nature directly influences barrier stability, Ravel explained, joining him at the display. Though whether as causative factor or reactive component remains undetermined. Both, I suspect, Naruto responded, fragments of understanding coalescing through direct observation. My sealed state somehow reinforced specific barrier junctions while active manifestation creates resonance patterns that potentially destabilize others. His assessment, delivered with quiet certainty despite limited technical knowledge, earned renewed attention from both researchers and political leadership. Tiamat's expression darkened with confirmation of suspected connections. As I feared, she stated grimly. The sealing wasn't merely punishment or containment, it was structural necessity for dimensional stability following the original catastrophe. What catastrophe? Naruto asked directly, recognizing opportunity for crucial information despite diplomatic complexities. Tiamat studied him with ancient perception that seemed to evaluate worthiness for forbidden knowledge. Eventually, she responded with precision that suggested carefully considered disclosure rather than emotional reaction. When Bahamut and Amaterasu violated cosmic prohibition through union, their combined essence threatened fundamental reality structure, not merely natural politics but existence parameters themselves. Her expression contained millennia of remembered consequences. Their offspring, you, though perhaps not in your current incarnation, became focal point where incompatible energies achieved temporary harmony through impossible manifestation. Creating dimensional instability through mere existence, Ravel concluded with scientific precision, monitoring instruments confirming energy fluctuations increasing as Tiamat's explanation progressed. Precisely. Tiamat's attention remained fixed on Naruto as ancestral judgment warred with pragmatic assessment. The solution required separated realms rather than merely separated beings. New dimensional barriers establishing fundamental frequency differences that prevented similar cosmic violations. The explanation aligned disturbingly well with observed phenomena, Naruto's awakening coinciding with barrier instabilities, his hybrid essence resonating with dimensional fluctuations, the strong familiarity he felt toward cosmic structures despite conscious unfamiliarity. If my sealed state reinforced these barriers, he reasoned with tactical efficiency, then my awakening potentially compromises structural integrity beyond mere energy fluctuations. A catastrophically accurate assessment, Tiamat confirmed with dangerous precision. Which raises immediate question of why the CL failed after centuries of effective containment. The implication hung unspoken but clearly understood by all present, deliberate intervention rather than natural degradation, suggesting external agency with concerning motivation. Before this thread could be pursued further, monitoring systems activated emergency protocols as dimensional sensors registered massive spike in barrier disruption. Quote, multiple junction points experiencing critical instability, the senior researcher reported with professional urgency. Pattern suggests cascading failure potential within 64 to 96 hours without intervention. Tactical response immediately superseded theoretical discussion as Searsx coordinated emergency measures with Lord Phenex while research specialists reconfigured monitoring G systems to track acceleration patterns. Throughout this focused activity, Naruto found his attention drawn to specific visualization showing interdimensional energy currents, not merely abstract data, but patterns he somehow recognized at fundamental level. The current flows resemble sage mode perception, he observed quietly to Ravel, who continued monitoring his energy fluctuations with scientific precision. Natural energy circulation but at cosmic scale rather than planetary. Sage mode, she inquired, unfamiliar terminology triggering immediate research interest despite crisis circumstances. A technique from my world, Naruto explained, fragmented memories providing technical detail despite contextual gaps. Harmonizing personal energy with natural energy flows to achieve enhanced perception and capabilities. Tiamat, despite coordinating draconic perspective with devil researchers nearby, evidently monitored their conversation with superior draconic senses. She turned with renewed assessment in her ancient gaze. You possess natural energy manipulation capabilities. She demanded with intense focus that suggested crucial significance. Yes, Naruto confirmed, uncertain. Inti regarding the technique's relevance giving way to recognition of potential application. Though my current hybrid state may alter traditional implementation parameters, the Dragon King's express, Scion shifted through complex calculation before settling into grim resolution. Dimensional stability requires balanced energy distribution across junction points. If sage techniques from your realm permit natural energy manipulation analogous to our reality's draconic ley line maintenance, then I might help stabilize critical points rather than merely monitoring deterioration. Naruto completed her thought. Tactical mind immediately processing strategic application despite limited technical understanding. This exchange drew attention from both research specialists and political leadership. Searsx and Lord Phenex recognizing potential significance beyond immediate crisis management. Ravel immediately began reconfiguring monitoring instruments to assess compatibility between Naruto's energy manipulation capabilities and dimensional stabilization requirements. Theoretical application remains untested, she cautioned with scientific precision. particularly given your unstable hybrid energies potentially triggering cascade effects rather than stabilization. Sometimes the poison becomes the antidote, Naruto responded, fragmented memories supplying the concept despite contextual uncertainty. If my existence contributes to instability, perhaps it can also provide unique solution. Tiamat studied him with increasingly complex assessment, ancient suspicion gradually yielding to reluctant recognition of parallel thinking. You truly are his offspring, she observed with emotion beyond simple categorization. Bahamut approached cosmic architecture as malleable framework rather than immutable constant. For better and considerably worse. Their theoretical discussion transformed to practical application as researchers quickly established parameters for controlled energy manipulation targeting specific barrier junction experiencing critical instability. The process required integrating multiple supernatural frameworks, devil measurement systems, draconic energy perception, and Naruto's chakra manipulation techniques from another dimension entirely. Synchronization remains key challenge, the senior researcher explained, displaying target junction parameters through magical visualization. Dimensional frequencies require precise harmonic matching to avoid destructive interference patterns. I can monitor frequency shifts and provide adjustment guidance. Tiamat offered with surprising cooperation given her earlier confrontational approach. Draconic perception naturally tracks dimensional resonance patterns at foundational level. Naruto prepared himself through meditative techniques that bridged fragmented memory and current necessity, integrating combat focus with energy manipulation precision developed across lifetime of shinobi training. As he centered his awareness, different aspects of his hybrid nature achieved temporary alignment, not fighting for dominance but finding complementary application toward shared purpose. Ready to begin synchronization process, he confirmed once internal equilibrium stabilized sufficient for controlled manifestation. The procedure began with careful monitoring of Naruto's baseline energy signature, researchers establishing precise measurement parameters while Tiamat provided draconic perception that transcended instrumental limitations. Ravel coordinated technical implementation with surprising authority despite her youth, her scientific expertise clearly exceeding conventional expectations for her apparent age and political position. Initial connection established with target junction, she announced as monitoring systems confirmed energy pattern alignment. Preparing harmonic resonance induction on your mark. Naruto focused his concentration on the visualization representing dimensional barrier junction, extending his awareness through techniques combining sage mode principles with his hybrid essence's unique capabilities. The experience transcended conventional perception, consciousness expanding beyond physical parameters to directly interface with cosmic architecture normally invisible to limited awareness. Through this enhanced perception, he sensed the fundamental nature of dimensional barriers, not merely separation between realms but active energy systems maintaining reality differentiation through continuous harmonic modulation. The instability manifested as disrupted frequency patterns, crucial harmonics degrading toward discordant resonance that threatened structural integrity. I can feel the disruption patterns, he confirmed, maintaining precise focus despite the overwhelming sensory experience. The harmonics need realignment rather than merely reinforcement. Tiamat moved closer, her draconic senses providing complementary perception that supported his assessment. Conventional stabilization protocols address symptom rather than structural misalignment, she agreed with reluctant acknowledgement of his insight. Your hybrid perception identifies fundamental frequency discordance rather than merely energy deficiency. Together they established synchronization protocol that integrated multiple approaches, Naruto's chakra manipulation providing precise modulation capability, Tiamat's ancient draconic knowledge supplying harmonic parameters, while devil instrumentation monitored effect propagation across interconnected junctions. The collaboration represented unprecedented integration of supernatural frameworks normally operating in isolation or opposition. As Naruto channeled carefully modulated energy into the dimensional junction, his hybrid essence responded with unexpected synergy, draconic aspects providing connection to fundamental cosmic architecture while Phenex elements supplied adaptive transformation capabilities beyond conventional stabilization techniques. The combination created unique approach to dimensional maintenance that addressed underlying harmony rather than merely reinforcing existing structures. Junction frequency stabilizing, Ravel announced with professional composure barely containing scientific excitement. Harmonic patterns show 93% alignment recovery, significantly exceeding conventional intervention protocols. The success, while preliminary and limited to single junction among many experiencing instability, nevertheless demonstrated crucial proof of concept that Naruto's unique hybrid nature could potentially address dimensional crisis rather than merely contributing to its progression. This realization shifted the dynamic between all participants, transforming theoretical discussion to practical collaboration with substantive results. Sears observed the procedure with careful assessment that balanced immediate crisis management against longer-term implications. This approach, while promising for targeted stabilization, raises questions regarding sustainable implementation across multiple affected junctions simultaneously. Indeed, Lord Phenex agreed. Political calculation evident beneath technical consideration, particularly given energy expenditure requirements and recovery intervals necessary for repeated application. As the stabilization procedure completed its initial phase, Naruto gradually withdrew his consciousness from expanded awareness back to conventional perception. The transition caused momentary disorientation as his hybrid energies reintegrated with physical form after partial projection into dimensional interface. Tiamat studied him with complex assessment that combined ancient suspicion with reluctant recognition. Your integrated approach mirrors theoretical principles Bahamut proposed before implementing his catastrophic transcendence attempt, she observed with precision that suggested personal knowledge rather than historical research. Though applied toward stabilization rather than deliberate boundary dissolution. Perhaps that's the difference this time, Naruto suggested quietly, internal balance gradually recovering after the intensive procedure. Working with existing structures rather than imposing theoretical ideals regardless of consequences. The philosophical distinction seemed to impact Tiamat significantly. Her expression showing brief vulnerability beneath imperious exterior before political awareness reasserted control. Perhaps, she acknowledged with careful neutrality T had nevertheless represented considerable shift from her initial confrontational approach. Research specialists continued monitoring the stabilized junction while preparing assessment protocols for additional intervention targets. The process revealed promising direction while simultaneously highlighting enormous scope of the dimensional crisis, dozens of critical junctions experiencing progress IV. Deterioration across multiple barrier interfaces connecting numerous realms beyond Devil territory alone. Coordinated implementation will require significant resources beyond current parameters. Ravel noted with practical assessment as data consolidated across monitoring systems. Particularly given intervention effectiveness appears directly linked to Uzumaki-san's personal energy projection. Rather than merely replicable technique application. Making him simultaneously solution and limitation, Sears observed with diplomatic precision that acknowledged both value and dependency without emphasizing either exclusively. Throughout this technical discussion, Naruto maintained focused awareness of both immediate circumstances and broader implications. His tactical mind processed potential approaches while fragmented memories supplied perspectives transcending current knowledge limitations. Multiple implementation teams could potentially address simultaneous junction points, he suggested. Drawing on organizational experience from his shinobi background, with my energy providing template for harmonic patterns while others supply projection capacity. Theoretically sound but practically challenging. Tiamat responded, her draconic perspective providing crucial context. Few entities possess sufficient dimensional interface capability to implement such templates effectively. Particularly across fundamentally different barrier architectures. Their discussion continued with increasing technical specificity, moving from theoretical frameworks to practical implementation strategies that balanced immediate crisis management against sustainable long-term approaches. Throughout this evolving collaboration, Naruto found himself navigating complex role transformation. From mysterious anomaly to potential asset to active participant in interdimensional crisis response. Ravel maintained continuous monitoring of his energy patterns throughout the process, her scientific focus gradually incorporating personal assessment beyond mere data collection. Your hybrid essence stabilized significantly during the junction intervention, she noted during momentary break in technical discussions. The draconic and phoenix aspects achieved temporary harmonic balance rather than opposition. I noticed, Naruto confirmed, internal awareness detecting the same shift she observed externally. almost as though the stabilization process harmonized my internal energies while addressing external frequencies, suggesting reciprocal relationship rather than unidirectional influence. Ravel concluded with scientific precision that nevertheless contained personal interest beyond research parameters. Fascinating implications for both your continued integration and dimensional maintenance methodology. Their conversation paused as monitoring systems registered new disturbance pattern, not gradual deterioration but sudden intense fluctuation indicating active interference rather than passive degradation. Research specialists immediately redirected instrumentation toward the anomalous signature while Tiamat extended her draconic perception beyond conventional detection parameters. "This isn't natural frequency drift," she announced with absolute certainty. "Something actively disrupts harmonic patterns with deliberate intent rather than structural failure." Revelation transformed theoretical discussion to immediate tactical response. Sears and Lord Phenex coordinating security protocols while research specialists analyzed interference patterns for potential source identification. Throughout this rapid transition, Naruto found his hybrid senses providing unique perspective, detecting aspects of the disturbance invisible to conventional supernatural perception. The interference signature contains familiar elements, he observed with growing certainty as his awareness processed the pattern. Similar to the energy that triggered my seal's deterioration. This connection immediately elevated significance beyond mere technical anomaly to potential deliberate sabotage of interdimensional stability. Before comprehensive response could formulate, however, the laboratory's defensive systems activated automatically as massive energy surge manifested directly outside the Phenex estate's perimeter. "Dimensional breach in progress," the senior researcher announced with professional urgency as monitoring systems redirected toward immediate threat. "Unauthorized transit signature bypassing established protocols." "Location," Sears demanded, power gathering around his form while maintaining precise control that prevented collateral effect on sensitive instrumentation. "Northern perimeter, approximately 700 meters from current position," came the immediate response. "Signature indicates unprecedented transit mass with multiple entity components." Naruto extended his hybrid senses toward the disturbance, draconic aspect. Providing dimensional perception while Phoenix elements assessed transformation patterns within the breach itself. What he detected transcended conventional understanding, not merely unauthorized travel between established realms but fundamental violation of barrier architecture that shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances. "It's not standard dimensional transit," he stated with growing concern. "Something's forcing dimensional convergence rather than merely crossing established boundaries." Tiamat's expression hardened with ancient recognition. "Exactly as before," she stated grimly, eyes shifting fully to draconic aspect as her power gathered in preparation for confrontation. "The pattern mirrors Bahamut's original boundary dissolution attempt, not traversing barriers but eliminating them entirely." The implication generated immediate response throughout the laboratory as theoretical crisis transformed to immediate threat. Sears coordinated emergency protocols with Ravel Phenex while research specialists secured critical data and instrumentation against potential catastrophic disruption. "We should proceed directly to the breach site," Tiamat stated with authority. Certainty that transcended normal political hierarchies. "Conventional containment protocols will prove ineffective against boundary dissolution attempt." "Agreed," Sears confirmed without hesitation, recognizing superior expertise despite traditional authority structures. Though approach must balance intervention necessity against potential escalation through multiple high-energy entities converging simultaneously. Throughout this rapid tactical assessment, Naruto maintained focused awareness while processing implications beyond immediate crisis. If this breach pattern truly read historical precedent connected to his parentage, his hybrid nature potentially represented both vulnerability and solution, connection to the fundamental cosmic violation while simultaneously offering unique capability to address its consequences. "I'm coming too," he stated with quiet certainty that nevertheless contained absolute resolution. "If this connects to my origins as you suggest, my presence becomes necessary rather than merely optional." Tiamat studied him with ancient assessment that weighed millennia of suspicion against immediate practical necessity. "Indeed," she finally acknowledged. Though whether a solution or catastrophic catalyst remains to be determined. As they prepared for immediate response to the dimensional breach, Ravel moved to Naruto's side with expert Seijin balancing scientific focus against personal concern that transcended research parameters. Your energy stabilization remains incomplete following the junction intervention, she noted with précis scion that nevertheless contained protective element. Further extreme manifestation could potentially trigger internal harmonic collapse. Sometimes necessary risks transcend personal considerations. Naruto replied with quiet certainty drawn from fragmented memories of similar choices throughout his previous existence. If my hybrid nature connects to this crisis fundamentally, withholding NTIAL solution guarantees failure rather than merely risking it. Their exchange concluded as transportation circles formed around the response team, Searsex and select security specialists, Lord Phenex with defensive support staff. Tiamat maintaining independent position that nevertheless aligned with coordinated approach, and Naruto with Ravel providing continuous monitoring of his hybrid energy patterns throughout the transition. As magical transportation initiated, Naruto felt his consciousness expanding beyond conventional parameters once more, hybrid senses detecting the dimensional fab. They traversed with clarity impossible for normal perception. Through this enhanced awareness, he perceived connections between his own impossible existence and the cosmic architecture surrounding them, resonance patterns suggesting fundamental relationship rather than merely coincidental similarity. The transportation completed at carefully selected position overlooking the breach site with T directly engaging its immediate effect radius. What they witnessed defied conventional supernatural categories, reality itself tearing open not in controlled portal but chaotic dissolution of Fundame. NTAL barrier structures separating distinct dimensional frequencies. Through the expanding rupture, landscapes from multiple realms became simultaneously visible, not merely adjacent dimensions but NDA mentally incompatible reality frameworks forced into catastrophic convergence. Beings from various worlds found themselves suddenly occupying shared space without transition protocols or compatibility modifications, creating immediate chaos as different physical laws attempted simultaneous application within overlapping territories. Exactly as before, Tiamat stated grimly, her draconic purse. PTION providing historical context beyond conventional records. Though smaller scale currently than the original catastrophe, Naruto extended his hybrid senses toward the breach, draconic aspects C. Connecting with dimensional frequencies while Phoenix elements perceived transformation patterns within the chaotic convergence. What he detected transcended conventional understanding, not random deterioration but specific harmonic disruption targeting precise frequency junctions within barrier architecture. Someone's deliberately targeting the same junction points we just stabilized, he observed. D with tactical assessment transcending his limited technical knowledge, countering our intervention with precisely calibrated interference. This observation immediately transformed response parameters from general containment to targeted counteraction against specific sabotage. Searsex coordinated immediate tactical adjustment while Lord Phenex redirected defensive resources toward identified vulnerability points rather than general perimeter enforcement. Throughout this rapid reassessment, Tiamat maintained focus on Naruto with complex evaluation that balanced ancient suspicion against immediate practical necessity. Your perception matches patterns impossible for conventional awareness, she noted with precision that suggested significant implications. Just as Bahamut could perceive dimensional architecture directly rather than merely its effects. Before Naruto could respond to this ancestral comparison, the breach expansion accelerated dramatically as new energy surge amplified the disruption effect. The resulting dimensional shockwave forced all respondents to establish immediate defensive measures, Searsex power creating precise containment field, Lord Phenex generating ancestral flame barriers. Tiamat manifesting draconic protection scales even in humanoid form. Naruto reacted instinctively, his hybrid nature responding to interdimensional threat with integrate D defense transcending conscious control. Golden energy coalesced around his form as draconic scales manifested along arms and torso while Phoenix flames generated adaptive transformation field rather than merely static protection. The combination created unique defensive approach that absorbed dimensional disruption energy rather than merely deflecting its effects. Through this defensive manifestation, his perception expanded further, consciousness interfacing directly with the dimensional breach itself rather than merely observing its external characteristics. What he detected within the Otic convergence transcended conventional understanding of dimensional mechanics or supernatural politics. There's a pattern within the chaos, he stated with growing certainty as his awareness processed the information. Not random dissolution but specific reconfiguration attempting to establish new harmonic framework. Impossible, Tiamat responded immediately, though her expression suggests de-recognition beneath categorical denial. Dimensional frequency fundamentals cannot be reconfigured without catastrophic collapse of established reality parameters. Unless the original configurati on was artificial constraint rather than natural architecture, Naruto countered with inexplicable certainty drawn from something deeper than conscious knowledge. These don't feel like natural RS being destroyed but imposed limitations being removed. The philosophical distinction generated immediate tension between ancient cosmic understanding and revolutionary perspective that mirrored historical conflicts preceding the original catastrophe. Before theoretical discussion could develop further, however, practical crisis demanded immediate attention as the breach expansion threatened to engulf their position despite sophisticated containment efforts. Philosophical debate becomes irrelevant if dimensional collapse proceeds unchecked, Sears observed with diplomatic precision. Ad nevertheless contained pragmatic urgency. Immediate stabilization takes priority over architectural theory. His assessment redirected focus to practical intervention, tactical response supersede in cosmological debate regardless of potential significance. Naruto recognized the necessity while maintaining awareness of broader implications beyond immediate crisis management. As they prepared coordinated stabilization attempt targeting specific disruption patterns within the breach, Naruto felt strange resonance developing between his hybrid essence and the dimensional chaos, not merely analytical connection but fundamental recognition transcending conscious understanding. Something within his transformed nature responded to the breach as though encountering familiar pattern rather than merely external threat. Ready for synchronization interface, he confirmed as preparations completed, though internal awareness detected complexity beyond technical parameters alone. The stabilizat ion attempt began with coordinated approach integrating multiple supernatural frameworks, devil containment protocols establishing operational perimeter, draconic energy manipulation targeting fundamental frequency patterns. While Naruto's hybrid capabilities provided unique interface between incompatible systems normally operating in isolation or opposition. As his consciousness extended into the dimensional breach, however, unexpected connection manifested beyond planned intervention parameters. The chaotic energies within the convergence zone responded to his presence with recognition sending random interaction. Patterns shifting from offensive disruption to curious investigation as though sentient intelligence directed the breach itself rather than merely physical forces. Something's responding to me specifically, he reported with focused precision despite the disorienting experience. The breach pattern is adapting to my energy signature rather than merely reacting to stabilization attempts. This observation immediately transformed response parameters from standard containment to unprecedented interaction scenario. Tiamat moved closer, her ancient draconic perception, providing crucial context beyond conventional understanding. The breach contains consciousness elements, she confirmed with grim recognition. Just as the original catastrophe manifested Bahamut's directed intent rather than merely physical effect. The revelation elevated significance beyond technical anomaly to potential direct communication attempt, whether from historical entity or contempo. Rary agent remained undetermined but implications transcended standard crisis response regardless. Naruto maintained focused awareness while processing this fundamental shift in understanding. If consciousness directs the breach, he reasoned with tactical efficiency despite limited technical knowledge, then communication becomes possible beyond merely physical containment. Extraordinarily dangerous approach, Lord Phenex cautioned with justified concern. Establishing direct interface with hostile dimensional manipulation represents unprecedented risk beyond standard assessment parameters. Despite this legitimate warning, Naruto recognized opportunity transcending conventional response options. If directed intelligence controlled the breach, understanding motivation potentially of fared resolution path beyond merely opposing symptoms without addressing fundamental cause. I need to establish direct connection, he stated with quiet certainty that nevertheless contained absolute resolution. If my hybrid nature already creates resonance with the breach, controlled communication becomes possible rather than merely reactive containment. Tiamat studied him with ancient asses. Sment weighing millennia of suspicion against immediate practical necessity. The approach mirrors Bahamut's methodology precisely, she observed with complex emotion beneath clinical precision. Thou, GH perhaps with different intended outcome. Their exchange concluded as practical necessity overcame theoretical reservation. With coordinated support from both devil and draconic resources, Naruto prepared for direct consciousness interface with the dimensional breach, an approach without precedent in conventional supernatural crisis response protocols. As his awareness extended beyond physical parameters into the chaotic convergence zone, hybrid senses provided unique perspective impossible for conventional perception. The breach contained not merely physical disruption but complex informa. Tonal patterns suggesting deliberate communication attempt rather than random destruction, symbols and frequencies combining into something resembling language beyond standard dimensional physics. Within this chaotic communication, Naruto detected familiar elements despite conscious unfamiliarity, resonance patterns connecting to aspects of his hybrid nature too fundamental for mere coincidence. His consciousness interfaced more directly with the breach energies, distinct impression formed with increasing clarity. The sealed child awakens at last. The legacy continues despite their constraints. The communication manifested not as conventional language but direct conceptual transfer bypassing linguistic limitations. Within this transmission, Naruto detected ancient perspective that viewed dimensional barriers as temporary constructs rather than fundamental cosmic architecture, artificial limitations imposed following conflict rather than natural reality organization. Who are you? He projected through the interface. Consciousness maintaining coherent identity despite the overwhelming informational environment. One who remembers true reality before their artificial separation. One who recognized potential in prohibited union beyond their limited understanding. The response contained perspective spanning millennium rather than merely contemporary viewpoint, suggesting entity connected to historical events rather than merely current crisis. As communication deepened, visual representation coalesced within the chaotic energy patterns, draconic form of impossible proportion and complexity. Scales reflecting cosmic radiation beyond conventional light spectrum. You carry the essence of both without artificial constraint. The key to reunification beyond their fearful limitations. The transmission contained expectation beyond mere information exchange. Directive purpose suggesting Naruto's hybrid nature served specific cosmic function within larger design transcending his understanding or choice. This realization triggered immediate protective response within his core identity, autonomous self-determination reasserting against external manipulation regardless of cosmic significance. I determine my own purpose, he projected with absolute certainty drawn from his essential nature regardless of fragmented memory or hybrid transformation. Whatever Rykal patterns led to current circumstances, my choices remain mine alone. The assertion generated immediate response within the breach energies, not hostile rejection but surprised reassessment suggesting unexpected deviation from anticipated pattern. The draconic representation shifted configuration as though processing fundamental recalculation rather than merely continuing predetermined exchange. Interesting. The hybrid consciousness maintains autonomous determination despite cellular memory activation. Perhaps this iteration truly differs from previous attempts. Before communication could continue further, external intervention disrupted the interface as containment protocols activated emergency extraction procedures. Naruto felt his consciousness forcibly withdrawn from the dimensional breach through coordinated effort combining devil security measures with draconic energy manipulation specifically calibrated for consciousness retrieval rather than merely physical extraction. As awareness returned to conventional parameters, he found himself surrounded by the response team's protective formation, Sears maintaining precision power application, Lord Phenex coordinating ancestral flame barriers. Tiamat providing draconic containment specifically targeting consciousness transition protection. Ravel monitored his energy patterns with focused attention that balanced scientific precision against personal concern transcending research parameters. Direct interface exceeded safe duration parameters, she explained as his awareness fully reintegrated with physical form. Your energy harmonics began destabilizing toward potential cascade failure. Despite the justified intervention, Naruto recognized crucial information gained through the unprecedented communication attempt. There's conscious direction behind the breach, he confirmed with certainty transcending theoretical speculation. Ancient perspective viewing dimensional barriers as artificial constraint rather than natural architecture. Bahamut, Tiamat stated with absolute recognition beneath composed exterior. The communication patterns match his distinctive conceptual framework precisely, real. Ity as malleable construct rather than fixed constant. The identification generated immediate tension throughout the response team, historical significance transcending contemporary crisis management alone. If Bahamut himself, believed absent from known realms for centuries, directed the dimensional disruptions, implications extended far beyond conventional supernatural politics to fundamental cosmic architecture itself. Impossible, Lord Phenex stated with justified skepticism. Bahamut disappeared following the original catastrophe containment. Multiple factions confirmed his absence from all monitored realms. Absence from monitored realms doesn't preclude existence beyond conventional dimensional parameters, Tiamat countered with ancient knowledge transcending devil historical records. Particularly given his fundamental research involved reality frameworks beyond standard classification systems. Throughout this exchange, Naruto processed implications beyond immediate crisis response. If Bahamut truly represented his draconic parentage as Tiamat suggested, the connection transcended mere genetic heritage to fundamental cosmic positioning within interdimensional conflict. Spanning centuries rather than merely contemporary events. Whether Bahamut himself or entity adopting his methodological approach, Sears observed with diplomatic precision focusing on practical response rather than historical verification, immediate containment remains priority while longer-term investigation proceeds regarding ultimate source and motivation. This pragmatic assessment redirected focus to the dimensional breach, which continued expanding despite temporary stabilization at critical junctions. Conventional containment protocols demonstrated limited effectiveness against fundamental disruption targeting barrier architecture itself rather than merely creating transit pathway between established realms. Standard approaches will fail against targeted frequency dissolution, Tiamat stated with certainty drawn from historical precedent rather than mere theoretical projection. The original catastrophe required combined intervention from multiple pantheons established. Completely new dimensional framework rather than merely repairing existing structure. We lack both temporal allowance and faction coordination for similar approach currently, Lord Phenex noted ith practical assessment that nevertheless contained strategic calculation beyond immediate response alone. Throughout this exchange, Naruto maintained focused awareness while processing implications beyond conventional understanding. The communication interface, though disrupted before completion, provided crucial insight regarding both breach mechanics and potential resolution approach beyond standard containment protocols alone. The breach responds to specific frequency patterns rather than merely power application, he observed, tactical mind processing technical implications despite limited theoretical knowledge. If we establish counter-harmonics targeting disruption signatures specifically rather than general containment fields. Dimensional tuning rather than barrier reinforcement. Ravel completed his thought with scientific precision translating intuitive understanding to technical application. Targeting fundamental frequency patterns rather than merely opposing expansion effects. The approach represented theoretical innovation beyond conventional crisis response, combining multiple supernatural frameworks into integrated methodology addressing root mechanisms rather than merely symptoms alone. Implementation required coordinated application drawing on devil precision magic, draconic frequency manipulation, and Naruto's unique hybrid capabilities providing interface between systems normally operating in isolation. As they prepared this unprecedented approach, Naruto felt his hybrid nature responding with integrated purpose transcending previous manifestations. Where earlier expressions featured draconic and phoenix aspects competing for dominance or achieving temporary equilibrium, current activation demonstrated fundamental synthesis, not separate components in balance but integrated system functioning as coherent whole beyond mere combination. Golden energy manifested around his form once more, but with crucial difference from previous activations. Rather than scales and flames appearing as distinct elements, his transformed essence expressed as unified field where draconic structure and phoenix transformation operated as complementary aspects of single integrated system. The manifestation represented evolution beyond previous limitations towards something new, not merely hybrid but transcendent architecture establishing parameters beyond original components alone. Your energies, Tiamat observed with complex emotion beneath clinical assessment. They're achieving integration beyond theoretical possibility. Precisely what Bahamut sought through the prohibited union. Ravel noted with scientific precision that nevertheless contained wonder transcending academic detachment. Not merely combining incompatible essences but establishing new framework where opposition transforms to complementary function. This unprecedented manifestation provided crucial capability for the counter-harmonic approach, Naruto's integrated ends generating frequency patterns impossible for conventional supernatural categories alone. The implementation began with coordinated effort establishing precise targeting parameters identifying specific disruption signatures within the dimensional breach rather than merely its general expansion pattern. As counter-harmonics deployed through their combined methodology, the breach responded with immediate resistance, chaotic energies intensifying disruption patterns while communication attempts resumed with increased urgency. The draconic presence within the dimensional chaos projected concept TS with greater intensity than previous exchange, focusing specifically on Naruto's hybrid nature as crucial component in larger cosmic restructuring beyond current crisis alone. The artificial separation nears completion of its cycle. Your existence represents scheduled transition point rather than accidental anomaly. Asterisk. The transmission suggested predetermined cosmic timing rather than merely incidental emergence. That Naruto's awakening from centuries of sealing represented planned phase within larger pattern beyond contemporary understanding. This perspective contradicted his fundamental self-determination, autonomous choice confronting predetermined cosmic function regardless of ultimate purpose or benevolent intent. While maintaining counter-harmonic projection through his integrated manifestation, Naruto established secondary communication channel addressing the conceptual framework directly rather than merely opposing its physical effects. Whatever cosmic pattern you perceive, he projected with absolute certainty drawn from his essential nature regardless of fragmented memory or hybrid transformation. My existence serves purposes I determine through conscious choice, rather than predetermined function alone. The assertion generated complex response within the breach energies, not hostile rejection but fundamental recalculation suggesting deviation from anticipated progression. The draconic presence adjusted conceptual framework incorporating autonomous determination as variable rather than merely constant within cosmic equation. Perhaps this represents necessary evolution beyond previous iteration limitations. The child establishes parameters rather than merely fulfilling them. Asterisk. This philosophical exchange continued parallel to physical counter-harmonic application, creating unprecedented dynamic where cosmic architecture discussion proceeded simultaneously with practical crisis response. Throughout this complex interaction, Naruto maintained both technical focus and philosophical clarity, addressing immediate dimensional stabilization while simultaneously establishing fundamental autonomy beyond predetermined cosmic function. The combined approach generated unexpected synergy as philosophical exchange influenced physical methodology rather than merely accompanying it. As Naruto asserted self-determination against cosmic predestination, his integrated manifestation established harmonic patterns reflecting autonomous choice rather than merely predetermined function, creative adaptation rather than merely reactive response to existing parameters. The breach signatures are shifting, Ravel observed with scientific precision monitoring effect patterns beyond conventional assessment capabilities. Disruption harmonics adapting toward street ability parameters rather than merely resistance against countermeasures. Not containment but actual realignment, Tiamat confirmed with ancient perception providing historical context beyond conventional understanding. Similar to resolution methodologies following the original catastrophe, though at significantly reduced scale currently. This transformation represented fundamental shift beyond conventional crisis response, not merely opposing destructive effects but establishing new stability patterns through creative integration rather than forced containment alone. The approach demonstrated evolution beyond historical precedent, addressing dimensional architecture through cooperative harmony rather than imposed limitation or unrestricted dissolution. As the stabilization process progressed through this unprecedented methodology, the breach gradually transitioned from chaotic expansion to controlled reconfiguration, dimensional frequencies establishing new harmonic relationships that maintained distinct reality parameters while permitting controlled interface rather than either complete separation or catastrophic convergence. Remarkable, Lord Phenex observed with genuine appreciation transcending political calculation alone. The approach establishes sustainable interface protocols rather than merely temporary containment fields. Evolution beyond previous methodological limitations, Sierzek agreed. Diplomatic precision acknowledging significant innovation without overcommitting to unproven long-term sustainability. Throughout this successful implementation, the draconic presence within the dimensional energies maintained conceptual communication with Naruto specifically, their exchange transitioning from directive assertion to mutual consideration as autonomous determination demonstrated practical effectiveness beyond predetermined function alone. Perhaps the cycle truly evolves rather than merely repeats. Your iteration demonstrates potential beyond previous limitations. The acknowledgement represented significant philosophical concession from entity perceiving cosmic patterns spanning millennia rather than merely contemporary events. As the IR communication concluded with the breach stabilization reaching completion parameters, final transmission contained both recognition and anticipation rather than merely acceptance or resistance. E shall observe your chosen path with interest, child of convergence. The boundaries between determination and destiny often prove less distinct than initial perception suggests. With this cryptic conclusion, the draconic presence withdrew from active communication as the dimensional breach completed transition from chaotic disruption to controlled interface. The resulting configuration stabilis head stable relationship between previously separated realms without either catastrophic convergence or complete isolation, new architectural approach beyond previous binary limitations. As stabilizati, on completed an emergency response transition to monitoring protocols, Naruto gradually moderated his integrated manifestation back toward conventional appearance. The process revealed significant development beyond previous limitations, his hybrid essence maintaining internal harmony rather than reverting to competing components requiring conscious regulation. Your energy integration persists beyond active manifestation. Ravel noted with scientific precision continuing monitoring despite crisis resolution, suggesting fundamental evolution rather than merely temporary alignment during extreme application. I feel it, Naruto confirmed, internal awareness detecting the same persistence she observed externally. Like different aspects of myself finding cooperation rather than competition. Tiamat studied him with complex assessment weighing millennia of suspicion against demonstrated results transcending historical expectation. The approach succeeded beyond theoretical projection. She acknowledged with careful neutrality that nevertheless represented significant shift from her initial confrontational position. Though long-term implications remain undetermined regarding dimensional stability and your continued evolution. This measured assessment captured the essential dynamic following their unprecedented crisis response, immediate success achieving stability while longer-term questions remained regarding both cosmic architecture and Naruto's unique position within interdimensional frameworks. The situation represented both resolution and beginning simultaneo. Current crisis addressed while new understanding created opportunities and challenges beyond conventional supernatural categories. As their response team regrouped for comprehensive assessment following immediate stabilization, Naruto found himself navigating complex role transformation once more, from anomalous hybrid to active participant to crucial component in dimensional crisis resolution. The evolution contained both opportunity and responsibility beyond his fragmented understanding of his origins or potential future development. Ravel maintained proximity throughout post-crisis assessment, her scientific monitoring gradually incorporating personal consideration beyond mere data collection. Your approach demonstrated innovation beyond conventional methodology, she observed professional appreciation that nevertheless contained additional dimensions. Creative integration rather than merely technical application. Sometimes the most effective solutions require perspective outside established frameworks. Naruto replied, fragments of memory supplying similar approaches throughout his previous existence despite contextual differences. Their exchange continued as he response team coordinated comprehensive monitoring protocols ensuring stabilization sustainability while preparing longer-term investigation regarding both the draconic presence and dimensional architecture implications. Throughout this transition from emergency response to strategic assessment, Naruto maintained awareness of both immediate circumstances and broader significance beyond conventional understanding alone. The dimensional stabilization represented crucial achievement beyond immediate crisis resolution alone, demonstration that integration rather than opposition between seeming L.Y. incompatible elements could establish new functional parameters beyond previous limitations. This principle applied equally to cosmic architecture and Naruto's own hybrid nature, suggesting parallel evolution toward new possibilities rather than merely containing inherent contradictions. As twilight descended over the Phenex estate, transforming golden architecture to amber shadows beneath artificial underworld illumination, Naruto stood once more upon the ornate balcony where the evening had begun, lifetime ago in experience though mere hours in chronological measurement. Ravel joined him after concluding technical debriefing with research specialists, her expression balancing scientific precision against personal consideration beyond professional parameters alone. Today established unprecedented parameters across multiple domains, she observed, analytical precision complementing rather than concealing genuine wonder. Dimensional interface protocols, interdimensional communication methodology, and hybrid energy integration beyond theoretical projection. And that was just the first day of your family's gathering, Naruto replied with unexpected humor drawn from his S&T.L. nature rather than contemporary circumstances. I'd hate to see what happens at your formal celebrations. The comment earned genuine laughter, brief but authentic expression transcending aristocratic composure and scientific detachment alike. Indeed, Ravel acknowledged with surprising warmth beneath formal exterior. Though I suspect upcoming events will prove considerably more interesting than originally anticipated. Particularly given your unique contributions. Their conversation paused as Tiamat approached with measured steps containing neither confrontational dominance nor submissive acceptance but pragmatic acknowledgement of changed circumstances. Her expression maintained ancient assessment while incorporating new information beyond previous understanding. The dimensional stabilization methodology warrants further development, she stated with practical focus that nevertheless implied significant philosophical concession from her initial position. Particularly given demonstrated effectiveness beyond conventional approaches alone. Collaborative implementation proved essential for success, Naruto acknowledged, recognizing both the practical observation and unspoken shift in her perspective regarding his hybrid nature and potential role. Indeed, Tiamat's gaze contained millennia of experience assessing his integrated essence with new consideration beyond initial suspicion alone. Perhaps certain cosmic patterns truly evolve beyond repetition alone. Though verification requires extended observation beyond single implementation, regardless of impressive results. The qualified acknowledgement represented significant development from her original confrontational approach, not complete acceptance but genuine consideration beyond categorical rejection. Is evolution mirrored broader transformations throughout their unprecedented day, where initial oppositions found unexpected integration through creative approach rather than merely compromise or dominance. As their conversation continued beneath twilight illumination, Ravel and Lord Phenex approached with diplomatic precision balancing formal protocol against practical acknowledgement of demonstrated capabilities beyond conventional classification. Their presence completed circular return to the gathering's beginning, same participants in dramatically transformed context following unprecedented experiences between initial meeting and current perspective. The Mao Council requests comprehensive briefing regarding today's dimensional stabilization methodology, Ravel announced with diplomatic courtesy that nevertheless contained practical authority, particularly given implications beyond immediate crisis resolution alone. Similar interest expressed from multiple factions beyond Devil territory. Lord Phenex added with political precision. The approach demonstrated potential applications transcending conventional supernatural boundaries. These formal requests represent both acknowledgement and complication simultaneously, recognition of unprecedented achievement while introducing political dimensions beyond technical implementation alone. Naruto recognized multiple implications within seemingly straightforward administrative requirements. Knowledge sharing benefits universal stability, he acknowledged with careful balance between cooperation and autonomy. Our practical implementation requires integrated understanding beyond mere technical replication alone. Precisely our assessment as well, Ravel confirmed with diplomatic appreciation for the nuanced response, which necessitates your continued involvement beyond merely documented methodology. The request contained both compliment and obligation simultaneously, recognition of unique capabilities while establishing continued participation expectations beyond personal preference alone. Naruto considered multiple implications with tactical efficiency despite limited political experience. Within this specific supernatural framework, I remain committed to dimensional stability regardless of formal arrangements, he replied with measured precision, establishing cooperative intent without surrendering autonomous determination. Though effective contribution requires comprehensive understanding beyond current fragmented knowledge alone, this conditional acceptance established product IV parameters while maintaining essential boundaries, commitment to shared objectives without subordinating personal agency to external authority structures. The approach earned subtle approval from both Tiamat and Ravel despite their dramatically different perspectives, suggesting balanced position transcending conventional factional categories. As their discussion continued regarding specific implementation protocols for both knowledge sharing and continued stabilization efforts, Naruto maintained awareness of broader significance beyond immediate arrangements alone. The day's experiences demonstrated fundamental principle applicable across multiple domains, that integration rather than opposition between seemingly incompatible elements could establish new functional parameters beyond previous limitations. This understanding applied equally to cosmic architecture, supernatural politics, and his own hybrid nature, suggesting parallel evolution toward new possibilities rather than merely containing inherent contradictions. The perspective offered direction beyond current fragmented understanding alone, purpose emerging through autonomous choice rather than merely predetermined function or reactive response to external circumstances. As formal arrangements concluded and participants prepared for continued responsibilities following unprecedented day, Ravel remained briefly aft. Others departed. Momentary privacy containing both professional coordination and personal consideration beyond mere functional requirements. Today transformed multiple paradigms simultaneously, he observed with precision that nevertheless contained genuine appreciation beyond academic assessment alone. Your contributions established parameters beyond conventional methodological frameworks. Sometimes the most effective approaches require perspective outside established categories, Naruto replied, fragmented memories supplying similar philosophy throughout his previous existence despite contextual differences. Integration rather than opposition between seemingly contradictory elements. A principle apparently applicable across multiple domains, Ravel noted with scientific perspication that increasingly incorporated personal dimensions beyond mere professional observation. Cosmic architecture, supernatural politics, and individual essence alike. Their exchange captured NTIAL understanding emerging from unprecedented experiences, perspective transcending conventional limitations through creative integration rather than merely opposition or compromise alone. As twilight deepened around the Phenex estate, this shared recognition established foundation for continued development beyond current circumstances alone, evolution through cooperative harmony rather than predetermined function or chaotic dissolution. The transformation represented both conclusion and beginning simultaneously, resolving immediate crisis while establishing parameters for continued growth beyond previous limitations. Naruto's journey from sealed containment to active participation had only begun. Fragmented past connecting to emerging future through autonomous present defined by choice rather than merely destiny alone. As stars appeared in the artificial underworld sky, their light reflecting golden across ornate architecture below, Naruto contemplated both remembered fragments and unknown potential with balanced perspective transcending either nostalgia or apprehension alone. Whatever cosmic patterns had established his hybrid existence, his path forward would proceed through sky's determination rather than merely predetermined function, choice defining destiny rather than merely fulfilling it. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Dragon's Wrath. Dawn arrived differently in the UNDER world. Not with gentle persistence of sunlight breaking horizon's edge, but precise magical transition designed by beings who appreciated aesthetic beauty without requiring astronomical authenticity. Naruto observed this artificial daybreak from elevated training grounds behind the Phenex estate, his enhanced senses detecting subtle energy fluctuations as illumination spells activated across the aristocratic district. 3 days had passed since the dimensional breach incident, 3 days of intensive analysis, political maneuvering, and increasingly concerned monitoring of his unstable hybrid energies. The successful intervention had come with unexpected cost. His integrated manifestation during the crisis had catalyzed accelerated evolution within his transformed essence, Draconic and Phoenix aspects, achieving temporary harmony that subsequently deteriorated into increasingly volatile fluctuation. Your internal energy architecture continues destabilizing despite containment protocols, Ravel observed. Monitoring instruments arrayed around the training area registering alarming oscillation patterns within his hybrid essence. The harmonic integration achieved during the Briac H response appears to have triggered accelerated development beyond sustainable parameters. It feels like competing instincts, Naruto replied, focusing on internal awareness while maintaining outward composure. The draconic aspects want to dominate through permanence, while Phoenix elements constantly seek transformation through destruction and renewal. Tiamat observed from calculated distance, her ancient perception assessing the deterioration with millennia of draconic understanding. Precisely the fundamental incompatibility that made Bahamut's original experiment cosmic catastrophe rather than merely prohibited theory. Her expression contained complex emotion beneath clinical assessment. Dragon and Phoenix represent diametrically opposed cosmic principles, eternal continuity versus perpetual renewal. Their coexistence within single vessel defies fundamental reality architecture. Despite this grim assessment, she had agreed to oversee his training. Reluctant cooperation bore from pragmatic recognition that his uncontrolled deterioration potentially threatened dimensional stability beyond merely personal consequences. The arrangement remained tense, ancient suspicion wore ring with practical necessity as she provided guidance without genuine acceptance. The draconic aspects respond to hierarchical frameworks, she continued, circling with predatory assessment that established dominance dynamics without requiring explicit acknowledgement. Your fragmented human consciousness attempts democratic equilibrium between incompatible forces rather than establishing necessary cosmic order. Suggesting what solution? Ravel inquired with scientific precision despite protective concern beneath professional detachment. Her continuous monitoring had evolved beyond mere research interest to personal investment over recent days, though carefully maintained within appropriate parameters. Not solution but management methodology, Tiamat clarified with ancient precision. True resolution would require fundamental cosmic restructuring beyond current capabilities. Practical approach requires imposed hierarchy rather than attempted equality between opposing forces. Naruto considered this assessment with tactical efficiency despite physical discomfort from internal energy fluctuations. You're suggesting I need to choose dominance pattern rather than harmony. Precisely. Tiamat's expression combined millennia of certainty with reluctant recognition of his perceptiveness. Attempted equilibrium between fundamentally opposed cosmic principles generates perpetual instability. Functional manifestation requires primary framework with secondary accommodation rather than equal partnership. The philosophical distinction contained practical implications beyond theoretical discussion alone. If accurate, his approach to internal integration required fundamental reconsideration. Not balanced synthesis but structured hierarchy establishing primacy while accommodating secondary aspects within controlled parameters. Traditional devil research suggests similar conclusions regarding hybrid entities, Ravel acknowledged, scientific honesty transcending personal preference. Functional manifestation typically requires dominant essence establishing primary architecture with secondary aspects integrated through controlled subordination rather than equal distribution. Naruto absorbed this assessment while monitoring his internal fluctuations with growing concern. Golden energy coursed beneath his skin in visible patterns, scales momentarily manifesting long forearms before dissolving into phoenix flames that subsequently solidified into different scale configurations, endless cycle of transformation and permanence competing without resolution. So I need to choose, he concluded with pragmatic acceptance despite philosophical reservation. Dragon or Phoenix as primary essence rather than continuing failed equality attempt. Correct. Tiamat's approval remained clinical rather than personal, ancient educator acknowledging accurate assessment rather than ally offering encouragement. Though implementation proves considerably more challenging than mere intellectual recognition. The training regimen she subsequently imposed demonstrated this challenge with brutal efficiency. Unlike conventional supernatural instruction focusing on external manifestation, Tiamat's methodology targeted fundamental identity architecture, forcing consciousness to experience both cosmic principles fully before attempting implementation hierarchy. You can not establish primacy between forces you don't fully comprehend, she explained as preparations completed. Intellectual understanding remains insufficient for cosmic integration. Direct experiential immersion becomes necessary despite considerable discomfort. The warning proved catastrophic understatement. As Tiamat initiated the training protocol, Naruto found his consciousness forcibly divide between pure draconic manifestation and Phoenix ascension simultaneously, not gentle exposure but complete immersion within both cosmic principles at fundamental level transcending physical sensation alone. Draconic consciousness experienced reality through eternal continuity, each moment infinitely divisible while maintaining perfect connection to both past and potential futures. Time existed as navigable dimension rather than linear progression, causality representing explorable territory rather than immutable constraint. Power manifested through perfect perpetuation of established patterns. Mastery expressed as immutable dominance over reality's fundamental constants. Simultaneously, Phoenix awareness perceived existence through perpetual transformation, destruction and renewal as parable aspects of single continuous process. Nothing maintained permanent form, everything constantly dying and being reborn through purifying flame. Power expressed through perfect adaptation rather than immutable constancy. Mastery achieved through embracing change rather than resisting inevitable transformation. These diametrically opposed cosmic perspectives tore through Naruto's consciousness with devastating intensity. Human framework insufficient for containing simultaneous contradictory absolutes. Physical manifestation reflected this internal catastrophe, his body alternating between golden scales and consuming flame. Molecular structure itself fluctuating between opposing cosmic architectures as fundamental reality principles competed for dominance. Ravel maintained monitoring position despite obvious concern. Scientific discipline compelling continued observation while protective instincts urged intervention. The magical instruments recorded unprecedented energy patterns. Naruto's hybrid essence experienced critical instability beyond conventional classification parameters. His physical form approaches dissolution threshold, she reported with professional precision barely containing emotional response. Cellular cohesion deteriorating beneath competing manifestation architectures. Necessary threshold experience, Tiamat responded without relaxing the brutal protocol despite obvious consequences. Intellectual recognition remains insufficient for implementation hierarchy. Direct existential confrontation becomes required catalyst. The training continued with merciless intensity. Naruto's consciousness stretched between cosmic absolutes while physical form struggled maintaining coherent manifestation beneath contradictory demands. Where conventional instruction might have retreated before critical thresholds, Tiamat's methodology pushed beyond normal limitations, forcing confrontation with fundamental incompatibility rather than allowing comfortable illusion of potential harmony. As the process reached apparent breaking point, something unexpected occurred within Naruto's fragmented consciousness. Instead of continuing futile attempt at democratic equilibrium between opposing forces, his essential nature made instinctive choice beyond intellectual calculation, not arbitrary selection but fundamental recognition of core identity beneath transformed existence. Draconic permanence established primary framework while Phoenix renewal integrated as controlled secondary aspect, not through dominance hierarchy but complementary function within unified system. Where previous attempts sought impossible equality between contradictory absolutes, this integration established specialized application domains where each principle operated within defined parameters rather than competing for universal primacy. The manifestation stabilized with golden scales permanently emerging along specific pathways following chakra circulation patterns. The Phoenix flames appeared at precise junctions where transformation served functional purpose within overall system architecture. The combination created unique hybrid manifestation beyond convention. Supernatural categories. Neither dragon with Phoenix aspects nor Phoenix with draconic elements but integrated system utilizing both principles within specialized functional domains. Remarkable. Ravel observed with scientific precision complementing genuine appreciation. Domain-specific implementation rather than universal application hierarchy. Each principle operating within dedicated functional parameters rather than competing for systemic dominance. Tiamat circled the stabilized manifestation with ancient assessment weighing millennia of draconic understanding against unprecedented observation. Unconventional integration methodology, she acknowledged with reluctant recognition. Establishing specialized function parameters rather than traditional dominance hierarchy. Clever adaptation of competing principles through domain restriction rather than essence subordination. As the brutal training protocol concluded, Naruto gradually re-established normal physical appearance while maintaining the internal architecture achieved through crisis integration. His consciousness emerged from divided immersion into unified awareness incorporating both cosmic perspectives within Phenexial framework rather than continuing unresolved competition. That was, he began, searching for adequate description of the overwhelming experience. Necessary, Tiamat completed without sympathy despite acknowledging his achievement. Though your integration methodology proves interesting deviation from conventional hierarchy models. Specialized function allocation rather than essence dominance represents innovative approach to fundamental incompatibility. Domain-specific implementation. Ravel elaborated, monitoring instruments confirming unprecedented stability within his previously fluctuating hybrid essence. Allowing each principal operational primacy within dedicated functional parameters rather than establishing universal hierarchical relationship. Naruto absorbed his assessment while monitoring his internal configuration with growing familiarity. The specialized architecture felt right, not perfect harmony between incompatible absolutes but practical cooperation through defined operational boundaries. Draconic permanence provided structural foundation while Phenex renewal enabled controlled transformation within established parameters, complementary function. Within integrated system rather than competing forces. It's not theoretical balance but practical application boundaries, he observed, understanding crystallizing through direct experience rather than merely intellectual recognition. Each aspect contributes specific capabilities within defined domains rather than attempting universal equilibrium. Tiamat studied him with complex assessment beyond mere technical evaluation. Your approach mirrors Bahamut's theoretical frameworks while implementing crucial practical limitations he rejected, she noted with precision suggesting personal knowledge rather than historical research. Specialized application boundaries rather than universal transcendence. Perhaps indicating evolutionary development beyond previous iteration limitations. For this philosophical assessment could develop further, Naruto's enhanced senses detected dimensional disturbance approaching the Phenex estate, not catastrophic breach like previous incident but controlled transit utilizing sophisticated interdimensional navigation techniques beyond conventional transportation magic. The signature carried familiar resonance despite operating through fundamentally different methodology than standard supernatural travel. Something's coming, he announced, newly stabilized hybrid senses providing precise dimensional coordinates despite unfamiliar transit technique. Controlled interdimensional passage utilizing chakra-based methodology rather than conventional magical transportation. Tiamat immediately extended her ancient draconic perception, confirming his assessment with grudging approval of his accuracy. Indeed, transit signature utilizing unfamiliar energy manipulation framework with precision targeting parameters. Originating from Dimensiona, L frequency adjacent to your home realm rather than directly from it. Ravel activated additional monitoring systems, scientific curiosity complementing tactical caution. Targeting parameters sugas. Deliberate navigation toward your specific energy signature rather than random emergence or general location coordinates. The dimensional transit completed with surgical precision, reality folding elegantly around localized breach point without disrupting surrounding stability parameters. Unlike chaotic convergence during previous incident, this manifestation demonstrated sophisticated control. Minimal energy expenditure achieving maximum transit efficiency through technical expertise rather than overwhelming power application. From the perfectly formed dimensional aperture emerged familia. Our figure whose appearance generated immediate recognition within Naruto's fragmented memories, Hinata Hyuga materializing with exhausted determination evident beneath accomplished technical execution. Her traditional shinobi attire showed signs of extended interdimensional travel, subtle energy scarring along fabric edges where different reality parameters had imposed contradictory physical laws during transit. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed upon confirming his presence, relief and joy momentarily transcending physical exhaustion from her extraordinary journey. I finally found you. The emotiona, L recognition triggered cascade effect within Naruto's fragmented memories, connection points suddenly establishing clear pathways where previously only disconnected impressions existed. Images and express. Variances involving Hinata crystallized with unexpected clarity, childhood interactions, Chunin exam confrontations, pain invasion heroism, war alliance, forming coherent relationship narrative within otherwise disjointed recollections. Hinata, he responded, genuine emotion transcending tactical assessment despite continued awareness of their extraordinary circumstances. How did you find me across dimensions? Before she could respond, her exhausted form stumbled forward as interdimensional transit toll finally overcame even exceptional determination. Naruto moved with instinctive speed, nay, WLY stabilized hybrid essence providing enhanced capabilities beyond previous limitations as he caught her before she could fall. The physical contact created unexpected resonance between them, his street. Abilized hybrid energies recognizing something within her chakra signature beyond conventional compatibility alone. Despite fundamental transformation of his essential nature, core connection remained intact. Recognition transcending physical changes to acknowledge spiritual compatibility maintained despite extraordinary circumstances. Byakugan tracking, modified for interdimensional perception. Hinata explained through evident exhaustion, her pale eyes maintaining focus through sheer determination. When you disappeared during the final battle, everyone eventually believed you sealed with. The 10 tails are lost between dimensions. But I could still sense fragments of your chakra, across reality barriers. Impossible, Tiamat interjected with ancient certainty despite observable evidence contradicting her assessment. Conventional chakra perception cannot transcend dimensional frequency differentials without fundamental perception architecture modification beyond human capability. Hinata turned toward the draconic presence with unexpected assertiveness despite physical exhaustion. The Byakugan perceives energy systems beyond visible light spectrum. I discovered ancient high-yuga techniques specifically designed for tracking across dimensional boundaries, though originally limited to minor realm differentials rather than complete frequency separation. Her explanation contained technical precision beyond emotional reunion alone, analytical capabilities complementing personal determination in manner that earned reluctant reassessment from both Tiamat and Ravel. The scientific framework underlying her achievement represented significant advancement beyond conventional understanding of human sensory capabilities. You modified ancestral techniques for expanded dimensional spectrum perception. Ravel observed with professional appreciation transcending supernatural category prejudice. Remarkable achievement requiring both theoretical innovation and practical implementation expertise. It took years, Hinata acknowledged, gradually regaining stability though remaining within Naruto's supportive proximity. Modifying the perception parameters while developing G-dimensional breach techniques that wouldn't cause catastrophic instability. I could periodically sense fragments of Naruto-kun's chakra signature across the barriers, but never maintain tracking lock. Long enough for successful transit targeting. Until recently, Naruto concluded, connecting her arrival with his seal's disruption and subsequent awakening. When my sealed state destabilized, Cr. Eating stronger signal across dimensional boundaries. 3 days ago, Hinata confirmed with precision born from meticulous tracking methodology. Your chakra signature suddenly flared across all perception barriers, not fragmented whispers but consolidated presence generating stable targeting parameters. The timeline aligned perfectly with his emergence from centuries of sealed containment, on firming connection between events beyond mere coincidence. Whatever had disrupted his sealed state had simultaneously created tracking opportunity that enabled Hinata's precisely targeted dimensional transit. Your determination proves impressive regardless of methodology, Tiamat acknowledged with measured recognition despite continued caution regarding interdimensional travelers. Though your arrival raises additional questions regarding barrier permeability and potential deterioration acceleration beyond current assessment parameters. She's right, Ravel added with scientific precision. Complementing diplomatic consideration. Controlled transit utilizing unfamiliar energy manipulation framework suggests multiple viable interdimensional pathways developing concurrently with existing instability patterns. Hinata absorbed this assessment with perceptive efficiency despite physical exhaustion and emotional circumstances. The dimensional fabric felt increasingly permeable during my tracking attempts over recent months, she confirmed, technical observation complementing personal experience. Initially requiring overwhelming force for even momentary perceptual breach, while R.E. scent attempts encountered significantly reduced resistance parameters. This observation aligned with monitoring data regarding progressive barrier deterioration, confirming concerns about accelerate instability beyond localized incidents alone. The conversation shifted toward technical assessment as Hinata provided detailed information regarding interdimensional conditions from perspective available to conventional supernatural monitoring systems. We should continue this discussion inside, Ravel suggested with practical consideration as Hinata's exhaustion became increasingly evident despite remarkable composure. Interdimensional transit typically imposes significant physiological demands requiring proper recovery protocols beyond mere rest alone. The recommendation contained genuine concern beneath scientific assessment, recognition of Hinata's achievement generating respect beyond mere supernatural category prejudice. They proceeded toward the estate's private quarters Here appropriate accommodations could address both recovery requirements and information exchange parameters simultaneously. As they walked, Naruto maintained supportive proximity to Hinata while processing complex emotional response to her unexpected arrival. Beyond tactical assessment or strategic implications, her presence generated genuine connection to his fragmented past, living bridge bedway, and his current transformed existence in the human shinobi identity fractured through centuries of sealed containment. Your eyes perceive my changed nature, he observed quietly during momentary privacy as they traversed ornate corridors toward private accommodation wings. The statement contained question beneath observation, concern regarding her reaction to his fundamental transformation beyond mere physical appearance alone. The Byakugan sees energy systems beyond physical manifestation, Hinata replied with gentle certainty beneath technical precision. Your chakra network remains fundamentally recognizable despite extraordinary additions and modifications. Her expression contained acceptance transcending mere observation. Whatever transformations you've undergone, your essential nature remains intact within new framework. The core that makes you Naruto-kun continues despite expanded parameters. The assessment provided reassurance beyond tactical validation alone, recognition of continued identity despite fundamental transformation offering connection to fragmented past without rejecting evolved present. Their conversation paused as they reached appropriate accommodations, where Ravel efficiently arranged recovery provisions with aristocratic thoroughness disguising genuine consideration beneath formal protocol. These quarters provide both physical restoration facilities and appropriate information exchange parameters, she explained, indicating extensive suite designed for distinguished guests requiring both comfort and functional capability. Monitoring systems remain available should interdimensional transit symptoms require medical intervention beyond standard recovery protocols. The provision demonstrated both practical consideration and subtle status acknowledgement, recognizing Hinata's achievement and relationship to Naruto warranted accommodation beyond mere tactical necessity alone. As arrangements completed and momentary privacy established, emotional reality transcended diplomatic protocol as Hinata finally embraced Naruto fully, contact expressing years of dedicated searching beyond words alone. I never stopped believing you survived, Shish-e stated with quiet intensity beneath composed exterior. When everyone else eventually accepted your disappearance as permanent loss, something within me knew with absolute certainty you continued existing somewhere beyond conventional perception parameters. The declaration contained emotional truth complementing technical achievement, determination driven by connection transcending rational assessment alone. Naruto returned the embrace with careful strength, newly stabilized hybrid essence requiring conscious modulation to avoid unintentional harm despite genuine emotional response. Your belief proved correct despite extraordinary obstacles, he acknowledged with appreciation transcending mere gratitude alone. Though you've found someone significantly changed from who disappeared during that final battle. Changed but not unrecognizable, Hinata countered with perceptive certainty born from both Byakugan observation and personal connection. Your chakra signature maintains INCT patterns unique to your essential nature despite fundamental transformation. The core remains while the framework expands, evolution rather than replacement. Her assessment aligned with his own emerging understanding. not loss of original identity but integration within expanded parameters, establishing new configuration beyond previous limitations. Their conversation continued with increasing technical detail as Hinata shared comprehensive information regarding both their home dimension's current status and the progressive barrier deterioration observed during her tracking attempts. After your disappearance and the war's conclusion, interdimensional stability initially improved significantly, she explained, recovery provisions gradually addressing physical exhaustion while conversation proceeded. The 5 great nations established unprecedented cooperation frameworks maintaining peace beyond immediate crisis resolution alone. And the tailed beasts? Naruto inquired. Fragment. TED memories containing significant connection to these entities despite contextual uncertainty. Free within negotiated parameters, Hinata confirmed with precision born from direct knowledge rather than secondhand information. Though maintaining voluntary communication protocols with designated human representatives, Killer Bee continuing with Gyuki while others established new relationships owing thoughtful consideration rather than forced implementation. This information provided crucial context regarding his home dimension's stability following his disappearance, suggesting positive resolution despite his absence from concluding events. The conversation shifted toward technical assessment of progressive interdimensional deterioration observed during Hinata's tracking attempts. Approximately 8 months ago, dimensional permeability patterns began shifting significantly, she continued, Byakugan briefly activating to demonstrate specific configurations through visual representation. Initially manifesting as increased sensory penetration capability before progressing toward actual material transit potential across previously impermeable barriers. Coinciding with preliminary fluctuations detected through conventional supernatural monitoring systems, Ravel noted, having returned with additional recovery provisions while maintaining discrete distance during personal reunion. Though conventional instrumentation registered significant acceleration only within recent weeks rather than gradual progression over months. Different dimensional interfaces likely express variance deterioration at varied rates depending on fundamental frequency relationships, Tiamat observed with ancient understanding transcending conventional supernatural knowledge. Barriers between more compatible realms deteriorating faster than those separating fundamentally opposed frequency patterns. This assessment aligned with observed data from multiple sources, suggesting comprehensive dimensional crisis beyond merely localized incidents alone. The conversation evolved into technical strategy session as information from different perception frameworks combined into more complete understanding than any individual monitoring system could establish independently. Throughout this expanding discussion, Naruto maintained awareness of both technical implications and personal significance beyond immediate crisis management alone. Hinata's arrival represented connection to his fragmented past while simultaneously introducing new capabilities addressing current dimensional challenges through perspectives unavailable within conventional supernatural frameworks. Your Byakugan perception offers crucial monitoring capabilities beyond existing systems, he observed with tactical assessment complementing personal appreciation, particularly regarding progressive deterioration patterns difficult to detect through conventional instrumentation alone. The Byakugan perceives energy flow patterns rather than merely structural configurations, Hinata confirmed with technical precision beneath modest presentation. Potentially identifying developing instabilities before conventional manifestation indicators become detectable through standard monitoring protocols. This capability represented significant strategic advantage within ongoing dimensional crisis management, early detection enabling preventative intervention rather than merely reactive response to established deterioration. The discussion expanded to include potential integration methodologies combining Byakugan perception with existing supernatural monitoring systems, creating comprehensive awareness transcending individual framework limitations. As technical assessment continued, Naruto gradually recognized another dimension beyond immediate crisis management alone, Hinata's unwavering dedication representing emotional constant within his fundamentally transformed existence. Despite centuries of sealed containment and subsequent hybrid evolution beyond human parameters, her connection remained unchanged, acceptance without qualification offering anchor within otherwise uncharted territory. Their conversation eventually returned to personal dimensions as technical discussion reached natural conclusion pending implementation protocols. with Ravel and Tiamat temporarily withdrawn to arrange integration procedures for new monitoring capabilities. Momentary privacy permitted more direct exchange regarding implications beyond immediate crisis management alone. You crossed dimensions searching F. Or someone who disappeared centuries ago in this timeline, Naruto observed with wonder beneath tactical assessment. Without certainty regarding what you might find even if successful. There was never question regarding the attempt. Hinata replied with quiet certainty transcending mere determination alone. Only methodological challenges requiring resolution rather than fundamental decision regarding pursuit itself. The simple declaration contained profound commitment beneath understated presentation. Absolute dedication presented as merely logical conclusion rather than extraordinary achievement. This essence perfectly captured Hinata's fundamental nature within Naruto's fragmented memories. Unwavering loyalty expressed through consistent action rather than dramatic declaration. Arrival represents significant positive development within otherwise concerning circumstances, he acknowledged with genuine appreciation beyond tactical assessment alone. Both personal connection to fragmented past and strategic capability addressing current dimensional challenges. Their conversation continued with increasing depth as Hinata shared detailed information regarding their home dimension following his disappearance, providing crucial context currently absent from his fragmented memories while establishing connection transcending mere factual recounting alone. Through her perspective, disjointed impressions gradually coalesced into more coherent understanding, not complete restoration but significant integration within otherwise fractured recollection framework. This personal exchange paused as Naruto's enhanced senses detected approaching energy signatures. Multiple powerful presences moving with coordinated precision toward the Phenex estate's perimeter. Unlike the diplomatic visitation following initial dimensional incident, these entities maintained aggressive formation suggesting tactical objective rather than merely political consultation. We have company, he stated with focused precision shifting from personal connection to combat assessment with practiced efficiency. Multiple supernatural signatures approaching with coordinated movement patterns suggesting organized operation rather than merely individual visitation. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, enhanced perception extending beyond conventional limitations to provide comprehensive tactical assessment. 16 individuals with power levels ranging from mid-tier to exceptional, maintaining strategic formation consistent with coordinated infiltration protocols rather than diplomatic approach parameters. Her analysis perfectly complemented his sensory detection, combining different perception frameworks into comprehensive situational awareness transcending individual capability alone. They moved with synchronized efficiency requiring no verbal coordination, years of teamwork experience transcending dimensional separation and fragmented memory to establish perfect operational harmony. Ravel rejoined them with urgent purpose, aristocratic composure maintaining despite obvious concern. Perimeter monitoring systems detect multiple unauthorized entities bypassing standard road security protocols through sophisticated concealment methodology. Initial assessment suggests coordinated operation rather than random incursion. Targeting parameters. Naruto inquired with tactical precision. Combat assessment superseding philosophical consideration as immediate threat manifestation required prioritized attention. Unknown currently, Ravel acknowledged with professional honesty despite information limitation. Though timing suggests potential connection to recent dimensional incidents and your stabilization training rather than merely coincidental occurrence. Tiamat arrived with predatory awareness fully manifest despite humanoid appearance, ancient draconic perception providing additional tactical information beyond conventional supernatural detection systems. The formation indicates Chaos Brigade operational methodology, she observed with certainty born from extensive experience rather than mere speculation. Specifically Hero Faction subgroup utilizing sacred gear capabilities complemented by conventional supernatural operatives. This identification provided crucial tactical context regarding both capability parameters and potential objectives beyond mere territorial incursion alone. Chaos Brigade represented terrorist organizations specifically targeting supernatural balance through disruption operations rather than merely pursuing convention. Political objectives. Their involvement suggesting significant implications beyond simple attack scenario. We should assume worst-case targeting assessment, Naruto concluded with strategic efficiency. Combat experience transcending fragmented memory to establish clear operational priorities. Either acquisition attempt targeting individuals with unique capabilities or sabotage operation against dimensional stabilization research. Potentially both simultaneously, Ravel added with analytical precision complementing tactical assessment. Recent stabilization achievements represent significant strategic development within ongoing dimensional crisis management. Their analysis quickly transformed to coordinated response as the intruders breached outer perimeter defenses with sophisticated efficiency, suggesting extensive preparation rather than opportunistic attack. Magical alarms activated throughout the estate as automated defense systems engaged initial opposition forces while primary security teams mobilized toward identified incursion vectors. We should split defensive coverage, Naruto suggested with tactical assessment born from extensive combat experience despite fragmented specific memories. Conventional supernatural forces can address standard operatives while specialized response targets their exceptional capability assets. The recommendation demonstrated RFECT strategic understanding despite limited familiarity with specific supernatural frameworks involved. Fundamental tactical principles transcending contextual details to establish optimal response parameters regardless of particular implementation variables. Both Ravel and Tiamat acknowledge the assessment with professional recognition despite their significantly different perspectives. The primary research facilities require priority protection regardless of specific targeting objectives, Ravel noted with practical precision focusing on critical asset preservation rather than merely opposition engagement. Dimensional stabilization data represents irreplaceable strategic resource within ongoing crisis management framework. While potential acquisition targeting individuals with IQ capabilities requires direct interdiction rather than merely perimeter enforcement, Tiamat added, ancient combat assessment complementing contemporary tactical evaluation. Particularly regarding unprecedented hybrid manifestation or interdimensional perception capabilities. These observations perfectly complemented Naruto's initial assessment, creating comprehensive strategic framework addressing multiple potential objectives simultaneously rather than committing to singular interpretation prematurely. Their coordinated response developed with professional efficiency as Ravel arranged estate defense protocols while Tiamat established specific opposition assessment parameters through her extended draconic perception. All reinforce the research facility protection team, Ravel sided with aristocratic authority balanced against practical necessity. The primary data cores require specific access protocols unavailable to standard security personnel regardless of general combat capability. While I address their exceptional assets directly, Tiamat stated with predatory certainty requiring no false modesty regarding her overwhelming combat capability compared to conventional supernatural operatives. Particularly any sacred gear wielders potentially capable of dimensional manipulation beyond standard parameters. This allocation left Naruto and Hinata addressing secondary infiltration teams targeting living quarters where they currently resided. Logical deployment utilizing their established teamwork capabilities while addressing likely acquisition attempt targeting their unique abilities. The coordination demonstrated perfect strategic efficiency despite minimal planning time, each participant understanding optimal role assignment without requiring extensive discussion. Just like old times, Naruto observed with unexpected humor despite serious circumstances, fragments of memory providing emotional context despite specific detail limitations. Though WITH significantly different capability parameters on multiple sides, some things remain consistent despite changing contexts, Hinata replied with gentle certainty beneath combat focus, Byakugan Fu. LLY activated providing comprehensive tactical awareness throughout their operational area. Particularly fundamental truths transcending specific circumstantial variables. Their exchange contained personal connection beneath tactical coordination, relationship dimensions maintaining despite immediate combat necessity. As infiltration teams breached inner perimeter defenses with concerning efficiency, their response activated with synchronized precision reflecting years of operational experience despite dimensional separation and intervening centuries. Naruto's newly stabilized hybrid manifestation provided unprecedented capability combination. Draconic aspects establishing structural framework supporting controlled transformation parameters where Phoenix elements enabled adaptive respawn. Say without compromising fundamental stability. The integration created combat methodology beyond conventional supernatural categories, neither pure dragon power nor phoenix transcendence but specialize. D. Application utilizing both cosmic principles within dedicated functional domains. Golden scales manifested along optimized pathways following chakra circulation networks while phoenix flames appear. Ed. At precise junctions where transformation served tactical advantage within overall strategic framework. The combination enabled both overwhelming power projection and instant adaptive reconfigurability. On simultaneously, permanent structural integrity supporting controlled transformation rather than opposing fundamental principles competing for dominance. Hinata's combat methodology provided perfect complementary capability. Byakugan perception identifying critical vulnerability points while gentle fist techniques delivered precisely calibrated strikes disrupting enemy energy systems regardless of specific supernatural category. Her approach demonstrated sophisticated evolution beyond traditional implementation, modified techniques specifically addressing various supernatural entities rather than merely human opponents through extensive adaptation during her interdimensional search. Together they engaged the infiltration team with coordinated efficiency transcending their extended separate. Ion. Perfect tactical harmony requiring minimal verbal communication as established operational patterns activated through muscle memory despite contextual differences. Where Naruto provided overwhelming force application with strategic precision, Hinata delivered surgical intervention targeting critical vulnerabilities with perfect efficiency. The infiltrators demonstrated concerning capability despite facing unprecedented opposition combination. Sacred gear users utilizing specialized equipment complemented by trained supernatural operatives maintaining coordinated tactical methodology despite initial disruption. Their formation indicated extensive preparation specifically addressing anticipated defense parameters rather than merely generic opposition response. They expected specific resistance characteristics. Naruto observed between engagement sequences, tactical assessment processing enemy methodology beyond merely addressing immediate threats alone. This operation was planned, with detailed intelligence regarding both location security systems and potential defender capabilities. Including apparent contingencies for unusual combat methodologies, Hinata confirmed, Byakugan. And tracking opponent adaptation patterns suggesting predetermined response protocols rather than merely improvised adjustment. Their formation continuously reconfigures addressing demonstrated capabilities rather than maintaining static tactical framework. This observation elevated concern beyond immediate combat parameters alone, suggesting intelligence penetration within supernatural political structures providing operational information to terrorist organizations. Before this assessment could develop further, however, primary engagement demands required full attention as opposition forces implemented coordinated offensive sequence clearly designed for asset acquisition rather than merely facility damage. They're attempting capture rather than elimination, Hinata noted with precision born from perfect perception. Tracking opponent movement patterns revealing underlying intention beyond surface tactical presentation. Formation designed to separate and isolate targets for control. Lead extraction rather than merely neutralizing opposition forces. Confirming acquisition objective rather than simply sabotage operation, Naruto concluded, tactical assessment aligning with Inadia. L hypothesis regarding potential targeting parameters. Specifically pursuing unique capabilities rather than merely disrupting research activities. This confirmation enabled optimized counter-strat, e.g. Y implementation, utilizing apparent capture intention against opposition forces through deliberate vulnerability presentation creating exploitation opportunities subsequently transformed to tactical advantage. The approach demonstrated sophisticated combat philosophy transcending mere power application to incorporate psychological operation components manipulating opponent decision frameworks through controlled information presentation. Their coordinated methodology progressively dismantled the opposition tactical formation despite impressive initial organization and capability demonstration. Where conventional supernatural combat typically featured overwhelming power projection or specialized technique application alone, their approach combined multiple frameworks creating unprecedented methodology impossible to counter through standard tactical responses. As the engagement progressed, Naruto found his newly stabilized hybrid manifestation providing capabilities beyond previous XP. Citations. The specialized domain implementation enabling perfect situational adaptation without compromising fundamental integrity. Draconic aspects maintain structural stability while Phoenix element TS enabled continuous tactical reconfiguration addressing emerging threats with perfect efficiency, complementary functions within integrated system rather than competing forces requiring conscious mediation. Hinata similarly demonstrated capability evolution beyond traditional parameters, Byakugan perception providing comprehensive awareness while gentle fist techniques delivered precisely calibra. TED effects regardless of specific supernatural category involved. Her methodology showed sophisticated adaptation developed during interdimensional search, modified techniques specifically addressing various entity types rather than merely human opponents. Their combined approach progressively overwhelmed the opposition despite impressive initial resistance, forcing tactical withdrawal rather and continued engagement as acquisition objective became increasingly unattainable against unprecedented defense capabilities. The infiltration team implemented coordinated extraction protocol with professional efficiency suggesting extensive contingency planning rather than merely improvised retreat. Their withdrawing with surprising organization, Hinata observed, Byakugan tracking movement p. Turns revealing structured disengagement rather than chaotic flight. Predetermined extraction methodology suggesting extensive operational planning including failure contingency protocols. Confirming sophisticated organization beyond mere opportunistic attack, Naruto agreed, tactical assessment processing implications beyond immediate engagement resolution alone. This operation represented significant resource investment rather than casual incursion attempt. As opposition forces completed extraction from the immediate engagement area, their attention shifted toward broader tactical assessment, coordinating with other defense teams addressing simultaneous infiltration attempts throughout the estate. Communication systems provided status updates regarding different engagement zones, creating comprehensive awareness beyond their specific operational area alone. Ravel reported successful defense of primary research facilities despite determined sabotage attempt targeting specific data cores containing dimensional stabilization methodology. Her aristocratic composure maintained despite obvious engagement participation, magical energy residue indicating direct combat involvement transcending merely administrative coordination alone. The opposition demonstrated concerning specific knowledge regarding research parameters, she noted with precision reflecting both scientific assessment and tactical evaluation, targeting precisely those systems containing recent stabilization breakthrough data rather than merely general research infrastructure. Tiamat similarly confirmed successful interdiction against opposition sacred gear users, though her communication contained additional concern beneath tactical reporting. The enemy deployment included specific measures against draconic energy manifestation, she observed with ancient perception identifying significant implications beyond immediate engagement parameters. Suggesting prior intelligence RDING potential defender capabilities including specialized cosmic category constraints. These observations aligned with Naruto and Hinata's assessment regarding sophisticated preparation based on detailed intelligence rather than merely generic tactical planning. The combined report created concerning picture beyond immediate incursion resolution alone, coordinated operation with specific target parameters based on information theoretically restricted to limited distribution within supernatural political structures. As a state security forces completed systematic sweep confirming opposition withdrawal from all engagement zones, their focus shifted toward comprehensive assessment regarding both immediate incident implications and broader strategic concerns. The coordinated operation presented significant escalation beyond previous terrorist activities, specifically targeting dimensional stabilization research with apparent acquisition objectives regarding unique individual capabilities. This attack confirms Chaos Brigade interest in dimensional barrier instability beyond previous assessment parameters, Ravel observed as they reconvened within secure conference area following comprehensive security verification protocols, specifically targeting both research data and individuals with unique capabilities relevant to dimensional manipulation. Suggesting either sabotage, intention preventing stabilization methodology implementation or acquisition objective securing capabilities for independent application, Tiamat added, ancient strategic assessment complementing contemporary tactical evaluation. Potentially both simultaneously depending on specific faction priorities within overall organization structure. Hinata provided additional perspective through her unique interdimensional experience. Byakugan analysis offering insights unavailable through conventional supernatural assessment frameworks. The interdimensional deterioration presents significant power acquisition opportunities for organizations willing to exploit instability patterns rather than address fundamental structural concerns, she noted with precision born from extensive observation during her search. Controlled access to multiple realms enables resource acquisition, territorial expansion, and capability development beyond conventional supernatural limitations. This observation provided crucial context regarding potential motivation beyond merely opposing current political structures alone, strategic opportunity exploitation rather than simply destructive intention driving operational objectives. The assessment transformed understanding regarding likely future developments beyond immediate incident response alone, suggesting progressive escalation targeting dimensional stabilization efforts specifically because successful implementation would eliminate strategic opportunities rather than merely addressing catastrophic consequences. Naruto processed these perspectives with tactical efficiency integrating multiple assessment frameworks into comprehensive understanding transcending individual viewpoint limitations. His unique position, interdimensional traveler with hybrid manifestation demonstrating unprecedented stabilization capabilities, created both opportunity and vulnerability simultaneously within this emerging strategic landscape. We need to accelerate stabilization methodology implementation while enhancing security protocols beyond current parameters, he concluded with practical focus addressing fundamental priorities rather than merely reactive response alone. Particularly regarding both research protection and individual security for those with unique capabilities relevant to dimensional manipulation. While simultaneously investigating intelligence penetration within supernatural political structures, Ravel added with aristocratic precision disguising genuine concern beneath composed exterior. The opposition demonstrated information access theoretically restricted to limited distribution within established authority frameworks, and expanding monitoring systems beyond conventional supernatural perception limitations, Hinata suggested. Byakugan briefly activating demonstrating specialized capability beyond standard detection methodologies. Interdimensional deterioration manifests through multiple frequency patterns requiring diverse perception frameworks for comprehensive awareness beyond individual system limitations. These recommendations established clear strategic direction beyond merely addressing immediate ident consequences alone. Proactive approach combining enhanced security, accelerated implementation, expanded monitoring, and counterintelligence operations addressing fundamental concerns rather than simply responding to manifest threats. The comprehensive framework demonstrated sophisticated strategy transcending reactive crisis management to establish progressive resolution methodology addressing core issues rather than merely symptoms alone. As their discussion continued developing specific implementation protocols for these strategic directions, Naruto maintained awareness of both immediate practical necessities and broader significance beyond tactical considerations alone. The coordinated attack, while concerning from security perspective, paradoxically confirmed their recent achievements represented genuine strategic progress rather than merely theoretical development. Opposition specifically targeting stabilization capabilities precisely because successful implementation threatened their operational objectives. Sometimes opposition validation proves more convincing than allied approval, he observed with unexpected philosophical insight beneath tactical assessment. Their specific targeting confirms our approach represents genuine progress toward effective resolution rather than merely theoretical exploration without practical application potential. This perspective shift transformed understanding regarding recent developments beyond immediate security concerns alone, recognizing significant achievement through opposition response rather than merely acknowledging concerning vulnerability through successful penetration. The reframing demonstrated leadership quality transcending mere tactical competence to establish motivational framework maintaining progress momentum despite challenging circumstances. Their discussion evolved from immediate incident response to comprehensive strategy development, specific implementation protocols addressing various aspects of their expanded approach beyond merely enhanced security alone. Throughout this developing framework, multiple perspective integration created methodology transcending individual limitations, Ravel's aristocratic precision, Tiamat's ancient understanding, Hinata's interdimensional perception, and Naruto's hybrid innovation combining into approach beyond what any individual framework could establish independently. As technical planning reached natural conclusion pending specific resource allocation and authority approval, conversation gradually returned to personal dimensions beyond immediate strategic considerations alone. The combat engagement, while tactically concerning, had demonstrated extraordinary capability harmony between Naruto and Hinata despite his fundamental transformation and their extended separation, operational synchronization requiring no verbal coordination as established patterns activated through inherent connection transcending physical parameters alone. Quote, "Your combat coordination proved remarkable despite contextual differences," Ravel observed with scientific precision complementing genuine appreciation. Particularly given both extended separation and fundamental transformation parameters normally requiring extensive readjustment protocols. Some connections transcend circumstantial variables, Hinata replied with quiet certainty beneath modest presentation. Establishing foundations resilient against separation, transformation, or dimensional boundaries through essential recognition beyond merely physical perception alone. The observatio N contained profound truth beyond immediate tactical assessment, recognition of connection existing at fundamental level transcending external parameters regardless of extraordinary circumstance or unprecedented change. This essence perfectly captured their enduring relationship within Naruto's fragmented memories, unwavering foundation maintained through consistent recognition regardless of continuous evolution or external challenge. Their exchange paused as Tiamat studied both with ancient assessment weighing millennia of observation against unprecedented interaction patterns. Her expression contained complex evaluation beyond mere tactical appreciation alone, recognition of something significant within their connection despite her general caution regarding both interdimensional travelers and hybrid manifestations. Your operational harmony demonstrates integration beyond conventional compatibility parameters, she acknowledged with precision reflecting genuine observation rather than merely diplomatic courtesy. Suggesting fundamental resonance transcending circumstantial adaptation alone despite extraordinary contextual variables normally preventing such synchronized methodology. Coming from the ancient Dragon King, this assessment represented significant acknowledgement beyond mere tactical appreciation, recognition of genuine connection transcending conventional supernature. Al understanding despite her general suspicion regarding both Naruto's hybrid nature and interdimensional phenomena generally. The observation transformed broader perception regarding their relationship, it beyond merely practical combat efficiency alone. As evening approached following the extraordinary day's developments, their discussion gradually shifted toward recovery considerations and implementation planning for following day's activities. The attack, while successfully repelled, had imposed significant energy expenditure across all participants, particularly Hinata still recovering from interdimensional transit effects when combat necessity emerged without adequate restoration interval. You should prioritize recovery protocols despite planning requirements, Naruto suggested with genuine concern beneath practical assessment. Interdimensional transit effects combined with immediate combat necessity without appropriate restoration interval potentially creates cumulative strain beyond standard parameters. While accurate assessment, your concern proves somewhat ironic given your own recent stabilization training followed by immediate combat engagement, Hinata replied with gentle humor beneath valid observation. Perhaps mutual recovery prioritization represents optimal approach rather than unidirectional recommendation alone. Her response contained both valid practica, assessment and personal warmth beneath technical observation, carrying reciprocity rather than merely acknowledging logical recommendation. This balanced exchange perfectly demonstrated their fundamental relationship dynamic within Naruto's fragmented memories, mutual support through practical concern expressed without hierarchical framework regardless of specific circumstantial variables. As implementation planning concluded and participants prepared for evening activities following extraordinary day's developments, Naruto found himself reflecting on profound progress achieved despite concerning opposition manifestation. Beyond immediate security considerations, the day had established multiple significant advancements, his hybrid essence achieving specialized domain integration providing unprecedented stability. Hinata's arrival introducing both personal connection and unique capability expansion, and their combined demonstration creating implementation methodology beyond theoretical framework alone. The opposition attack, while tactically concerning, paradoxically validated their approach beyond mere theoretical appreciation, specific targeting confirming genuine strategic signify. Kant's rather than merely academic interest alone. This recognition transformed understanding regarding ongoing developments beyond immediate challenge response to acknowledge progressive achievement toward meaningful resolution despite extraordinary obstacles. As night settled over the Phenex estate, magical illumination shifting to evening configuration throughout the aristocratic district, Naruto stood once more upon elevated observation point where morning training had begun lifetime ago in experience though merely single day in chronological measurement. Hinata joined him with quiet presence requiring no announcement, their connection permitting comfortable proximity without demanding constant verbal affirmation. Today represented remarkable achievement despite concerning opposition manifestation. She observed with perceptive understanding beneath calm exterior. Your hybrid integration establishing unprecedented stability while our combined demonstration created implementation. Validation beyond theoretical framework alone. While simultaneously confirming significant opposition interests suggesting both strategic validation and concerning vulnerability, Naruto acknowledged. Balanced assessment integrating multiple perspectives rather than focusing exclusively on either positive achievement or security concern alone. Creating both opportunity and responsibility simultaneously within ongoing dimensional crisis management. Their exchange captured essential understanding regarding current circumstances beyond mere tactical evaluation alone, recognition of both ordinary progress and significant challenge existing simultaneously rather than representing contradictory assessment. This balanced perspective demonstrated wisdom beyond mere strategic competence. Acknowledging complex reality without requiring simplified interpretation forcing artificial choice between optimism and caution alone. As they observed the artificial evening developing throughout the underworld landscape, Naruto found himself experiencing profound appreciation beyond immediate tactical considerations alone, gratitude for connection maintained despite extraordinary obstacles and fundamental transformations normally preventing such enduring recognition. Hinata's presence represented both practical capability expansion and personal foundation simultaneously, strategic asset and emotional anchor within otherwise unprecedented circumstances. Your arrival transforms multiple domains simultaneously, he acknowledged with genuine appreciation beyond mere tactical assessment alone. Both practical capability expansion and personal connection within otherwise uncharted territory. Some journeys require participation regardless of difficulty or uncertainty, Hinata replied ith quiet certainty transcending mere determination alone. When destination holds sufficient significance beyond merely geographic coordinates alone. The simple declaration contained profound commitment beneath understated presentation, absolute dedication expressed through consistent action rather than requiring dramatic declaration. This essence perfectly captured their enduring connection with Naruto's fragmented memories, unwavering foundation maintained through fundamental recognition transcending external parameters regardless of extraordinary circumstance or unprecedented change. As night deepened around them, stars appearing within artificial firmament through sophisticated magical simulation rather than astronomical reality, they maintained comfortable silence appreciating extraordinary achievements and significant challenges awaiting following days' implementation activities. Despite concerning opposition manifestation, their combined capabilities had demonstrated unprecedented potential addressing fundamental dimensional crisis beyond merely reactive management alone, proactive methodology establishing genuine resolution potential rather than simply mitigating inevitable deterioration. The path forward contained both extraordinary opportunity and significant responsibility simultaneously, potential resolution capacity creating obligation beyond mere personal preference alone. Yet within this complex landscape, their connection provided foundation transcending immediate tactical considerations, recognition maintained through fundamental essence rather than merely external parameters regardless of extraordinary transformation or dimensional separation. As Naruto contemplated both immediate implementation necessities and broader significance beyond tactical considerations alone, he found himself experiencing unexpected certainty despite otherwise unprecedented circumstances, confidence born from connection rather than merely capability alone. Whatever challenges awaited beyond current horizon, foundational recognition transcending physical parameters provided stability beyond merely technical integration alone, personal anchor within cosmic transformation. The stabilization achieved through specialized domain integration within his hybrid essence found perfect reflection within their relationship dynamic, different aspects contributing unique C-app abilities within integrated framework rather than competing for dominance or requiring perfect theoretical harmony. This practical implementation demonstrated wisdom beyond mere philosophical idealism, establishing functional methodology addressing fundamental incompatibility through specialized application boundaries rather than requiring impossible universal resolution. As they eventually earned insight to complete preparation for following days' intensive implementation activities, Naruto carried this understanding beyond merely technical application alone, recognition that integration Hero specialized function allocation rather than universal harmonization potentially addressed multiple domains simultaneously, from cosmic principles to personal relationships to interdimensional crisis management. The approach represented evolutionary development beyond previous limitation patterns, establishing new possibilities through practical implementation rather than theoretical perfection alone. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, 9 Tails, 9 Flames. Ancient trees with trunks wider than castle corridors lined the approach to Kyoto, their branches forming a natural cathedral above the winding road. Morning sunlight filtered through vibrant leaves, creating dappled patterns that danced across Naruto's skin as he walked alongside Hinata and Ravel. The forest possessed an unmistakable sentience, an awareness that assessed visitors with patient wisdom accumulated through centuries of vigilant observation. The barrier begins here, Ravel noted, her refined voice barely disturbing the forest's contemplative silence. Kyoto exists simultaneously in both the human world and a specialized yokai dimension. The trees mark the transitional threshold where realities begin to overlap. Naruto nodded, his enhanced senses detecting the subtle frequency shifts in the dimensional fabric. 3 weeks had passed since the Chaos Brigade attack on the Phenex estate, 3 weeks of intensive training, dimensional stabilization efforts, and increasingly coherent memory restoration. The specialized domain integration within his hybrid essence had maintained remarkable stability, allowing controlled manifestation of both draconic and phoenix aspects without the catastrophic fluctuations that had initially threatened his existence. The energy feels familiar, he observed, golden fleck briefly manifesting in his eyes as dormant connections stirred within his transformed nature. Something here resonates with aspects of my original chakra signature. Hinata activated her Byakugan, pale eyes tracking energy currents invisible to conventional perception. The dimensional frequency contains patterns similar to natural energy from our world, she confirmed, though filtered through different manifestation parameters. Their journey to Kyoto had emerged from unexpected discovery during Naruto's ongoing memory restoration process. As fragmented recollections gradually coalesced into more coherent narrative, connections to Kurama, the nine-tailed fox once sealed within him, had revealed curious resonance patterns with known yokai energy signatures in this world. Particularly, energy readings from Kyoto's protected territories showed remarkable similarity to the tailed beast's distinctive chakra. Ravel, documenting these findings with meticulous scientific precision, had proposed the expedition with carefully measured enthusiasm. The parallel manifestation suggests potential information sources regarding both your original nature and the current dimensional instabilities, she had explained during the planning session. Additionally, Yasaka's position as leader of the Kyoto yokai faction provides diplomatic opportunity beyond merely research objectives. What aimed diplomatically and spoken was the intensifying political pressure following the Chaos Brigade attack. Devil Society had responded to the incident with characteristic factional maneuvering, some grow-ups advocating for Naruto's protective custody within specific houses, others suggesting his hybrid energy required specialized containment, and powerful research consortiums offering increasingly generous, collaborative study arrangements. Lord Phenex's protection remained formidable political shield, but even he had suggested temporary relocation might prove strategically advantageous while faction tensions stabilized. The yokai maintained strictly neutral position in supernatural politics, Ravel continued as they progressed deeper into the dimensional transition zone. Her formal attire had been replaced with elegantly simple traveling clothes that somehow remained immaculate despite the forest path. They value traditional independence above factional advantage, particularly under Yasaka's leadership. You've met her before, Naruto inquired, noting the personal assessment beneath professional explanation. Twice during official functions requiring multi-faction representation, Ravel confirmed. She's remarkably adept at maintaining yokai autonomy while navigating complex supernatural politics without creating unnecessary antagonism. Hinata maintained vigilant awareness through her Byakugan, monitoring the surrounding area with extraordinary perception range. Since her arrival, she had seamlessly integrated into their developing team structure, her unique abilities, complementing their combined capabilities, while her quiet strength provided stability during increasingly turbulent political circumstances. "There are observers tracking our approach," she noted without alarm, eyes perceiving far beyond normal vision. 12 distinct energy signatures maintaining coordinated surveillance without hostile intent patterns. Standard protocol for visitors approaching formal invitation. Ravel explained with aristocratic familiarity regarding diplomatic procedures, particularly those with unusual energy signatures entering protected territories. As they continued along the ancient path, the dimensional transition became increasingly pronounced. Colors gained subtle intensity, sounds carried additional harmonics beyond conventional acoustic parameters, and reality itself seemed more responsive to consciousness, less rigid in its adherence to fixed physical laws. The transformation occurred so gradually that unprepared visitors might attribute the NGES to psychological effects rather than actual dimensional shift. "We're being invited deeper," Naruto observed as the path subtly redirected their progress toward increasingly concentrated yokai energy signatures. His statement contained no apprehension despite the effective redirection, tactical awareness without suspicion as he recognized formal welcome rather than manipulative control. The forest eventually opened to reveal traditional gateway marking formal entrance to protected territories. Unlike ostentatious supernatural structures favoring intimidation through overwhelming scale, his boundary utilized elegant simplicity, perfect proportions creating psychological impact through harmonious design rather than mere size alone. Ancient wood carved with symbols both decorative and functional form traditional torii gate infused with protection spells so subtle they appeared merely artistic embellishment unless directly observed through supernatural senses. Beyond the gateway's Tude formal reception committee, yokai representatives maintaining human appearance despite subtle indicators of their supernatural nature visible to enhanced perception. At their center waited woman Ho's composed elegance conveyed authority without requiring external symbols or excessive formality. Her traditional attire, formal kimono in subdued gold with subtle nine-tailed fox motifs, complement natural grace that needed no artificial enhancement. "Welcome to Kyoto," she greeted with voice containing perfect balance between diplomatic courtesy and genuine hospitality. "I am Yusaka, Guardia, N of this territory and representative of its inhabitants." Naruto immediately recognized the extraordinary power carefully contained beneath her composed exterior, nine-tailed fox energy carefully regulated through centuries of mastery rather than merely suppressed through forced control. More significantly, he detected unmistakable resonance between her essence and dormant patterns within his transformed nature, connection to Kurama's energy signature that transcended mere similarity to suggest fundamental relationship. "Thank you for your hospitality," he responded with respectful recognition transcending mere protocol. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. These are my companions, Hyuga Hinata and Ravel Phenex." Formal introductions proceeded with elegant efficiency as Yusaka acknowledged each visitor with personalized courtesy demonstrating remarkable perception regarding their individual natures. Her assessment contained no supernatural intrusion yet revealed understanding transcending mere observation, recognition of essence beyond external appearance through perceptive wisdom rather than invasive examination. "Your arrival generates considerable interest," she acknowledged once formalities concluded, leading them toward inner sanctum where private conversation could proceed beyond ceremonial requirements. "Particularly given recent dimensional disturbances and your unique energy signature." The statement contained no accusation yet acknowledged awareness beyond mere diplomatic courtesy, recognition of potential connections between visitor and ongoing supernatural phenomena requiring appropriate consideration. Naruto appreciated the direct approach despite careful phrasing, preferring honest assessment to political obfuscation regardless of diplomatic complexity. "Recent events suggest connections between my awakening and dimensional instabilities," he confirmed with equal directness. though whether as causative factor or reactive component remains undetermined. Yas, AKA's expression revealed momentary appreciation for his straightforward response before returning to composed neutrality appropriate for initial diplomatic exchange. Such honesty proves refreshing. Within increasingly complicated supernatural politics, she observed as they entered traditional compound combining aesthetic beauty with functional security through seamless integration rather than obvious fortification. Inside, the reception area provided perfect example of yokai architectural philosophy, harmony with natural surroundings rather than dominance over them, practical functionality disguised within aesthetic beauty, and subtle protection mechanisms integrated throughout seemingly decorative elements. Unlike devil architecture emphasizing ostentatious display or angelic structures projecting idealized perfection, yokai spaces embraced organic integration, creating environments that felt simultaneously ancient and immediate. As attendants provided traditional hospitality with practiced grace, Yasaka studied her visitors with perceptive assessment transcending mere physical observation. Her attention lingered particularly on Naruto, nine-tailed energy within her essence responding to resonant patterns in his hybrid nature through unconscious recognition rather than deliberate examination. Your energy contains fragments reminiscent of Kitsune essence, she observed once. Private conversation became possible beyond formal reception requirements, though integrated within framework unlike anything in yokai historical records. In my world, I contained a nine-tailed fox entity called Kurama, Naruto explained, sensing opportunity for meaningful exchange beyond mere diplomatic courtesy. Though my current transformation has fundamentally altered that relationship in ways I'm still discovering. This revelation created momentary stillness as Yasaka processed its implications with thoughtful consideration rather than immediate response. Fascinating, she eventually acknowledged. Genuine interest transcending political calculation, particularly given certain historical records regarding dimensional echoes across supernatural boundaries. Dimensional echoes? Hinata inquired, scholarly curiosity complementing protective vigilance as she maintained discreet Byakugan monitoring despite formal reception context. Ancient yokai theories suggesting similar entities manifest across multiple dimensions with fundamental essence consistency despite contextual variation. Yasaka elaborated with academic precision, demonstrating considerable knowledge beyond mere political leadership. The theories propose consciousness fragments expressing through different manifestation parameters while maintaining core identity patterns across dimensional boundaries. This explanation aligned remarkably well with Naruto's developing understanding regarding his connection to Kurama, not merely sealed entity but fundamental relationship transcending simplistic kontai. NER contained dynamic to establish essential connection maintained despite extraordinary transformation and dimensional transition. Your theories might explain why I sensed resonance with Kyoto's N.R.G signature during memory restoration processes, he observed, connections forming between previously disparate information points. Not merely similar frequency patterns but fundamental recognition transcending conscious awareness. Yasaka nodded with thoughtful consideration that balanced scholarly interest against practical implications. Such connection warrants careful exploration beyond initial diplomatic exchange, she suggested with genuine interest beneath formal proposal. Perhaps through properly structured information sharing rather than merely theoretical discussion. The invitation contained multiple dimensions beyond surface hospitality alone, research opportunity, political positioning, and personal curiosity simultaneously present within carefully composed offer. Ravel detected these nuances with aristocratic precision honed through centuries of devil court experience, her assessment balancing potential advantages against diplomatic complexities. Structured information exchange offers considerable mutual benefit, she acknowledged with perfect balance between enthusiasm and caution. Particularly given recent dimensional stabilization achievements potentially relevant to territorial integrity concerns. This reference to practical advantage rather than merely academic interest shifted the conversation toward substantive cooperation beyond formal courtesy alone. Yasaka recognized the strategic redirection with appreciative subtlety, her response maintaining perfect balance between political leadership and scholarly curiosity. Indeed, recent barrier fluctuations have generated significant concern among traditional protection specialists, she confirmed, transitioning smoothly from ceremonial host to practical administrator addressing territorial security requirements. Our ancestral methods maintain remarkable effectiveness against conventional threats, but dimensional instabilities present unprecedented challenges beyond traditional parameters. The conversation evolved naturally toward technical assessment as initial diplomatic formalities gave way to substantive exchange regarding mutual concerns. Naruto provided carefully considered information regarding recent stabilization methodology, while Yusaka shared detailed assessment of yokai territories experiencing dimensional fluctuations beyond traditional barrier maintenance capabilities. Hinata contributed unique perspective from her interdimensional tracking experience, while Ravel offered scientific framework integrating diverse information sources into coherent analysis ending individual perception limitations. Throughout this developing exchange, Naruto maintained awareness beyond merely technical discussion alone, recognizing deeper resonance between his transform D nature and Yusaka's nine-tailed essence that suggested connection transcending mere energy similarity. Something fundamental within their respective manifestations recognized kindred aspects despite dramatically different origins and contextual evolution. Your perception regarding dimensional harmonics demonstrates remarkable intuition despite limited technical vocabulary, Yusaka observed during momentary pause in their increasingly detailed discussion. The observation contained genuine appreciation rather than condescension, recognizing understanding transcending formal education through innate comprehension. Some knowledge feels remembered rather than learned, Naruto acknowledged with thoughtful consideration transcending mere modesty. As though certain understandings existed before conscious awareness recognized their presence. This philosophical observation resonated visibly with Yusaka, her composed expression briefly revealing deeper recognition before returning to diplomatic neutrality. Ancient Kitsune traditions speak of knowledge beyond conventional learning, understanding accessible through essence connection rather than merely intellectual study alone. Their exchange continued with increasing depth as formal distance gradually diminished through substantive interaction rather than merely ceremonial courtesy. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Yusaka suggested expanded tour beyond initial reception areas, opportunity experiencing broader yokai culture rather than merely administrative formalities alone. Understanding dimensional relationships requires contextual awareness beyond merely technical parameters, she explained as they prepared for this expanded exploration. Particularly regarding territories where reality boundaries were never truly absolute even before current instabilities emerged. The suggestion represented both practical opportunity and diplomatic honor simultaneously, access beyond areas typically shown to supernatural visitors indicating trust transcending mere political courtesy. Naruto recognized this significance with appropriate appreciation, understanding cultural nuances despite limited specific knowledge. Rough perceptive awareness regarding meaningful gestures transcending explicit explanation. Their journey through Kyoto's yokai districts revealed society dramatically different from devil territory. Or human environments. Organic integration rather than hierarchical structure. Traditional practices harmoniously incorporating modern innovations without losing essential character, and diverse are natural types coexisting through mutual respect rather than merely enforced tolerance. Unlike segregated supernatural communities maintaining careful separation from human society, yokai culture aced adaptive integration, maintaining essential traditions while evolving alongside contemporary developments rather than rigidly opposing inevitable change. Our survival has always depended on balance between preservation and adaptation, Yusaka explained as they observed ancient purification ritual utilizing traditional methodologies alongside modern efficiency enhancements. Maintaining essential nature while acknowledging contextual evolution rather than futilely opposing inevitable transformation. This philosophy resonated profoundly with Naruto's developing understanding regarding own hybrid integration. Specialized domain implementation establishing functional cooperation between cosmic principles through practical application boundaries rather than requiring theoretical harmony between fundamentally opposed forces. The parallel suggested broader wisdom transcending specific manifestation contexts to address universal challenge regarding seemingly incompatible elements requiring functional cooperation despite fundamental differences. As evening approached, their exploration culminated at ancient shrine located where dimensional boundaries showed greatest permeability between yokai territories and surrounding reality frameworks. Unlike administrative complex with its balanced integration of tradition and functionality, this location emphasized spiritual significance. Through deliberate preservation, maintaining original construction methodologies despite considerable age while incorporating only essential maintenance rather than stylistic modernization. This presents one of our oldest connection points between dimensions, Yasaka explained, nine-tailed energy within her essence responding visibly to the location's unique properties despite her composed exterior. Established before formalized boundaries crystallized supernatural territories into distinctly separated realms. Naruto immediately sensed the location's extraordinary properties, his HYBR. Its essence detecting dimensional frequency patterns unlike anything previously encountered despite extensive exposure to various supernatural environments. The shrine existed simultaneously across multiple reality frameworks without fully manifesting in any single dimension, not merely transitional threshold but genuine convergence point where diverse cosmic architectures achieved natural harmony without requiring artificial stabilization. It feels like natural sage energy from our world, Hinata observed, Byakugan perceiving fundamental similarities beneath contextual differences. Though pressing through completely different manifestation parameters despite core resonance patterns. Precisely, Yasaka confirmed with scholarly precision complementing spiritual reverence. Ancient records suggest all dimensions originally existed in harmonic relationship rather than enforced separation, natural boundaries permitting consciousness movement while maintaining distinct reality characteristics rather than artificial barriers preventing fundamental communication. This perspective aligned with information fragments Naruto had received during his direct communication with the dimensional breach entity, suggestion that current supernatural separation represented artificial constraint rather than natural cosmic architecture. The parallel raised profound questions regarding both historical accuracy and potential future developments beyond current crisis management alone. Their philosophical discussion paused as Yasaka conducted brief purification ritual with practiced efficiency. Demonstrating centuries of traditional mastery, her nine-tailed energy harmonized perfectly with the shrine's unique dimensional properties, creating momentary visualization where multiple reality overlays became briefly perceptible through enhanced awareness rather than merely physical observation alone. The dimensional harmonics respond remarkably well to your essence, Naruto observed, hybrid. senses detecting sophisticated interactions beyond conventional perception capabilities. Creating stability through resonance rather than merely enforced containment. Kitsune nature exists ally between realms rather than fully within any single dimensional framework, Yasaka explained once the ritual concluded, scholarly precision complementing practical demonstration. Our traditional role involved maintaining harmonic relationships between worlds rather than merely inhabiting specific territories alone. This information provided crucial context regarding both yokai historical development and current territorial protection methodologies, suggesting fundamentally different approach toward dimensional relationships than conventional supernatural factions typically employed. Devils and angels emphasized rigid boundary enforcement through overwhelming power application. Yokai traditions utilized harmonic resonance establishing natural equilibrium through essence competitive rather than merely external constraint. As darkness descended and they returned toward administrative compound for evening hospitality arrangements, Naruto found himself reflecting on profound parallels between yokai philosophical approaches and his developing understanding regarding hybrid integration methodology. Both emphasized practical harmony through specialized application rather than theoretical perfection requiring impossible reconciliation between fundamentally opposed principles. Wisdom recognizing functional cooperation within appropriate boundaries rather than futilely pursue. Universal resolution transcending cosmic differentiation. Evening hospitality demonstrated perfect balance between formal courtesy and genuine welcome, traditional feast incorporating diverse cultural elements while maintaining essential yokai characteristics rather than merely imitating human customs or supernatural conventions. Unlike devil gatherings emphasizing hierarchical display through ostentatious presentation, yokai entertainment celebrated harmonious diversity through complementary elements rather than competitive exhibition. Throughout the evening's activities, Naruto observed subtle interactions between Yasaka, Hinata, and Ravel with perceptive awareness transcending mere social observation. Each maintained distinctive approach reflecting fundamental nature while adapting gracefully to unfamiliar cultural context. Yasaka's traditional leadership balanced against genuine curiosity regarding visitors, Hinata's quiet strength providing stabilizing presence amid unfamiliar surroundings, and Ravel's aristocratic precision gradually relaxing through authentic appreciation for yokai cultural elements beyond merely diplomatic courtesy alone. More significantly, he detected developing assessment patterns as each woman evaluated the others with thoughtful consideration beyond mere social interaction, recognition of meaningful capabilities and personal qualities rather and simplistic categorization or competitive comparison. Their interactions demonstrated remarkable maturity through respectful acknowledgement transcending conventional supernatural prejudices or simplistic rivalry dynamics, establishing foundation for potential cooperation rather than inevitable conflict despite complex circumstances. As formal entertainment concluded and more private conversation became possible, Yasaka guided them toward secluded garden area where discussion could proceed beyond ceremonial requirements or political considerations. The setting provided perfect balance between natural beauty and practical privacy, aesthetic environment encouraging thoughtful exchange while ensuring appropriate confidentiality through subtle protection mechanisms integrated within seemingly decorative elements. Your journey represents significant interest beyond merely diplomatic courtesy, she acknowledged once comfortable conversation became possible beyond formal hospitality constraints. Particularly given resonance between your energy signature and Kitsune essence despite dramatically different origin contexts. The connection wasn't initially apparent until memory restored. Ion processes revealed Kurama's distinctive energy patterns, Naruto explained, sensing opportunity for meaningful exchange beyond merely technical information alone. Though subsequent research suggested potential relationship between tailed beasts from my world and certain yokai manifestations within this dimensional framework. This reference to foundational questions rather than merely practical concerns shifted their conversation toward deeper exploration transcending immediate crisis management alone. Yasaka responded with thoughtful consideration balancing scholarly curiosity against traditional caution regarding fundamental knowledge beyond conventional distribution parameters. Ancient yokai records contain references to primordial entities manifesting across multiple dimensions. Through fragmented consciousness distribution, she explained with careful precision measuring information sharing against traditional restrictions. Beings whose fundamental essence transcended dimensional boundaries despite physical manifestation limitations within specific reality frameworks. Similar to tailed beast origins in our world, Hinata observed, connecting information across contextual boundaries through perceptive analysis. Entities whose nature suggested origins beyond conventional evolutionary development despite physical manifestation within specific territorial parameters. This parallel established meaningful exchange framework beyond mere speculation alone, creating substantive discussion regarding fundamental connections between apparently separate supernatural manifestations across dimensional boundaries. Their conversation evolved with increasing depth as protective boundaries gradually diminished through mutual recognition of genuine understanding rather than merely political calculation or superficial courtesy. Your hybrid nature potentially provides unique perspective regarding these relationships, Yasaka suggested as their discussion reached Natural transition point between historical context and current implications. Particularly given integration between seemingly incompatible cosmic principles within functional manifestation parameters. The observation contained invitation beyond mere acknowledgement, opportunity for meaningful collaboration transcending formal research coordination alone. Naruto recognized this significance with appropriate appreciation, understanding cultural nuances despite limited specific knowledge through perceptive awareness regarding meaningful gestures beyond explicit explanation. Specialized domain implementation offers practical methodology addressing fundamental incompatibility without requiring theoretical perfection, he acknowledged, sharing developing understanding regarding his hybrid integration approach. Establishing functional cooperation through appropriate boundary recognition rather than futilely pursuing universal harmony transcending cosmic differentiation. This philosophical framework resonated visibly with Yasaka, her composed expression revealing deeper appreciation before returning to thoughtful consideration. Such wisdom transcends mere technical solution to address fundamental challenge regarding seemingly opposed elements requiring practical cooperation despite essential differences. Their exchange continued with increasing depth as evening progressed, conversation expanding beyond immediate dimensional concerns to explore broader philosophical questions regarding cosmic relationships and consciousness manifestation across reality frameworks. Throughout this developing discussion, Naruto maintained awareness beyond merely intellectual exchange alone, recognizing deeper connection between their respective manifestations, suggesting relationship transcend mere energy similarity or coincidental parallel. As conversation naturally concluded with evening's progression, Yusaka arranged appropriate accommodations with perfect hospitality balancing formal courtesy against practical comfort. The guest quarters demonstrated typical yokai architectural philosophy, aesthetic beauty serving practical functionality while incorporating natural elements through a harmonious integration rather than artificial imposition. Tomorrow offers opportunity for more structured information exchange regarding dimensional stabilization methodologies, she suggested as formal arrangements concluded. Particularly comparing your recent achievements against traditional yokai approaches toward boundary maintenance despite fundamental differences in basic implementation frameworks. The proposal represented both practical opportunity and meaningful continuation simultaneously, establishing ongoing collaboration beyond merely initial diplomatic contact alone. Naruto recognized this significance with appropriate appreciation, understanding development potential beyond explicit statement through perceptive awareness regarding progressive relationship establishment. Rather than merely isolated interaction. Later, as moonlight filtered through traditional screens creating subtle illumination patterns across their private accommodation space, Naruto found moment for thoughtful reflection regarding the day's extraordinary experiences and unexpected connections. Hinata joined him with characteristic perceptive awareness, recognizing contemplative mood without requiring explicit invitation. The resonance between your energy and Yusaka's essence suggests connections beyond mere coincidental similarity, she observed with quiet certainty beneath gentle presentation. Recognition patterns indicating fundamental relationship rather than simply parallel development across dimensional boundaries. I feel it too, Naruto acknowledged, appreciating her perceptive understanding without requiring elaborate explanation. Not merely similar frequency patterns but essential recognition transcending conscious awareness, like finding unexpected family member despite completely different ancestral contexts. This description captured complex sensation beyond mere technical terminology alone, fundamental connection defying conventional supernatural classification through essence recognition transcending explicit categorization. Hinata nodded with thoughtful consideration demonstrating perfect understanding despite extraordinary concept complexity. The Yakugan perceives interaction patterns between your energies showing harmonic resonance beyond normal compatibility parameters, she confirmed, enhanced perception providing technical validation supporting intuitive assessment. Similar to chakra recognition between closely related individuals despite physical separation or contextual differences. Their conversation continued with increasing depth as Ravel joined them, her scientific precision complementing their intuitive understanding through analytical framework integrating diverse information sources into coherent assessment transcending individual perspective limitations. Despite dramatically different backgrounds and personal methodologies, their combined approach created comprehensive understanding impossible through isolated view point alone. Perfect example of specialized domain implementation establishing functional cooperation between different perception frameworks. Yokai cultural philosophy demonstrates remarkable parallels with your hybrid integration methodology, Ravel observed with scholarly precision balanced against genuine appreciation. Both emphasizing practical harmony through specialized application rather than theoretical perfection requiring impossible reconciliation between fundamentally opposed principles. Wisdom recognizing functional cooperation within appropriate boundaries rather than futile. Pursuing universal resolution transcending cosmic differentiation, Naruto agreed, connecting philosophical framework with practical implementation across multiple application domains. Specialized function allocation rather than hierarchical dominance creating practical solutions beyond theoretical limitations. Their discussion continued until natural conclusion through fatigue rather than deliberate termination. Conversation gradually transitioning toward rest arrangements with comfortable familiarity transcending formal politeness or awkward uncertainty. Despite extraordinary circumstances and complex relationship dynamics, their interaction demonstrated remarkable natural harmony through mutual respect and genuine appreciation rather than merely diplomatic courtesy or strategic calculation. Morning arrived with gentle transition rather than abrupt awakening, sunlight gradually strengthening through traditional screens while subtle sounds indicated respectful activity maintained. Appropriate distance until visitors showed readiness for daily engagement. Naruto emerged from restful recovery with enhanced awareness regarding both immediate surroundings and broader contextual elements, his hybrid senses detecting subtle energy fluctuations throughout yokai territories indicating complex activity patterns beyond merely administrative functions alone. Some things happening beyond standard morning procedures, he observed as they prepared for formal breakfast arrangements. Energy movement patterns suggesting coordinated response rather than merely routine activities. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, enhanced perception extending beyond conventional limitations to provide comprehensive awareness throughout surrounding territories. Multiple yokai groups, mobilizing toward western boundary regions, she confirmed with precise assessment transcending mere observation. Formation patterns indicating protective response rather than aggressive deployment, though urgency signatures suggest significant concern beyond routine territorial maintenance. This information transformed their morning preparations from casual readiness to focused alertness without requiring explicit transition announcement, shared combat experience establishing automatic priority adjustment without demanding formal declaration or hierarchical directive. By the time attendants arrived with formal breakfast invitation, they had achieved complete readiness combining appropriate diplomatic presentation with underlying tactical preparation addressing potential threat response requirements. Yasaka greeted them with composed courtesy maintaining perfect balance between formal hospitality and practical leadership despite obvious administrative demands beyond merely visitor entertainment alone. Her traditional attire, practical variation optimized for potential activity requirements rather than merely ceremonial display, suggested preparation addressing possible interventio needs without explicitly acknowledging emergency conditions. I must offer apology regarding adjusted schedule parameters, she stated with diplomatic precision concealing no unnecessary informatio. While avoiding premature alarm generation, territorial monitoring systems have detected unusual activity patterns requiring leadership attention beyond standard delegation protocols. Perhaps awkward unity for practical observation regarding yokai protection methodologies rather than merely theoretical discussion alone. The suggestion contained both genuine invitation and tactical assessment simultaneously, offering meaningful participation opportunity while evaluating potential contribution capabilities beyond merely visitor status alone. Naruto recognized this dual purpose with appropriate appreciation, understanding leadership methodology beyond explicit statement through perceptive awareness regarding both practical requirements and diplomatic considerations. Practical implementatio often reveals insights unavailable through theoretical discussion alone, he acknowledged, accepting invitation while demonstrating understanding regarding its multiple dimensions. We would welcome opportunity experiencing yokai protection approaches beyond merely academic description. Yasaka's expression revealed momentary appreciation for his perceptive response before returning to composed leadership appropriate for developing situation management. Formal breakfast proceeded with efficient hospitality balancing appropriate courtesy against practical timing requirements, conversation providing necessary information regarding developing circumstances without degenerating into crisis atmosphere or emergency pronouncement. Boundary monitors detected unusual energy manifestations approximately 3 hours before dawn. She explained between perfectly prepared traditional courses served with unobtrusive efficiency, initially presenting typical nocturnal fluctuation patterns before progressive deviation suggesting deliberate manipulation rather than natural variation alone, targeted disruption rather than random deterioration. Ravel inquired with scientific precision focusing on fundamental assessment parameters rather than merely symptom description alone. Precisely, Yasaka confirmed with professional appreciation regarding perceptive question transcending merely polite interest. Energy distribution patterns indicating deliberate application rather than chaotic dissipation, though implementation methodology differs significantly from conventional supernatural manipulation frameworks. This description aligned disturbingly with recent attack patterns against other dimensional stabilization efforts, suggesting coordinated campaign targeting multiple supernatural territories simultaneously rather than merely isolated incidents responding to specific local conditions. The parallel raised concerning implications regarding both organized opposition against street abilization methodology and potential intelligence distribution, providing targeting information across diverse supernatural environments. Have similar patterns appeared previously within yokai territories? Naruto inquired. Tactical assessment focusing on historical context, potentially providing pattern recognition beyond merely current incident parameters alone. 3 separate manifestations within past 18 days. Yasaka confirmed with administrative precision, demonstrating comprehensive awareness beyond merely current crisis management alone. Each presenting progressive sophisticate ion regarding both targeting parameter selection and implementation methodology development. This information confirmed coordinated campaign suspicion while providing crucial timeline correlation with incidents targeting devil territories and neutral research facilities, suggesting simultaneous operational implementation across multiple supernatural domains rather than merely sequential targeting progression. The coordination level indicated organizational capabilities transcending conventional terrorist parameters to suggest systematic campaign addressing strategic objectives beyond merely disruptive intention alone. As formal breakfast concluded and they prepared for field observation regarding developing situation, conversation shifted toward practical preparation rather than merely informational exchange alone. Yasaka provided essential equipment with efficient hospitality, balancing appropriate provision against unnecessary elaboration. Practical tools optimized for potential patient requirements without explicitly assuming intervention expectation or capability presumption. Traditional yokai response methodology emphasizes purification rather than merely opposition alone. She explained as they proceeded toward mobilization area where response teams prepared for field deployment. Addressing fundamental corruption patterns rather than simply engaging external manifestation symptoms through direct confrontation. This philosophical framework represented significant departure from conventional supernatural response protocols, typically emphasizing overwhelming or projection or specialized technique application alone. Where devil methodologies prioritized dominance assertion through superior capability demonstration and angelic approaches emphasized absolute authority through divine mandate implementation. Yokai traditions utilized purification processes addressing essential nature restoration rather than merely external behavior suppression. Their journey toward affected boundary regions revealed sophisticated coordination between diverse yokai groups, maintaining distinctive operational specialties while achieving functional harmony through integrated methodology rather than hierarchical command structure alone. Unlike rigid supernatural organizations emphasizing centralized authority through elaborate rank designation, yokai protection systems utilized distributed expertise networks, establishing adaptive response capabilities through specialized function allocation rather than merely positional authority designation. Yasaka led with perfect balance between formal authority and practical expertise, providing strategic direction while respecting specialized implementation knowledge within various yokai groups rather than micromanaging technical details beyond leadership purview. Her approach demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding effective coordination methodologies transcending mere positional power to establish functional capability integration through mutual respect rather than simply enforced compliance alone. As they approached affected boundary region, Naruto detected increasingly concerning energy patterns indicating deliberate corruption rather than merely natural deterioration or random fluctuation effects. The manifestation contained methodical transformation sequences converting normal environmental energies into distorted variations incapable of supporting healthy ecosystem functions, systematic pollution rather than merely localized contamination or isolated corruption incidents. The pattern feels almost familiar, he observed with growing certainty beyond mere impression alone. Similar to negative chakra manifestations from my world, though expressing through completely different implementation framework despite core methodology recognition. Your assessment aligns with traditional yokai corruption classifications, Yasaka confirmed with scholarly precision complementing practical leadership. Though current manifestation demonstrates unprecedented intensity beyond historical precedent despite fundamental pattern similarity. Hinata's Byakugan provided crucial additional perspective beyond conventional supernatural perception capabilities, her enhanced vision detecting manipulation sequences invisible to normal observation methodologies. The corruption propagates through Eastmatic conversion processes rather than merely spreading through proximity contamination alone, she reported with technical precision transcending mere observation. Deliberate reprogramming transforming normal energy circulation into self-perpetuating corruption distribution network. This analysis confirmed sophisticated methodology beyond merely destructive intention alone, strategic implementation creating progressive corruption framework capable of autonomous expansion without requiring continuous external control once initial parameters established successful propagation patterns. The approach demonstrated concerning expertise regarding both energy manipulation techniques and ecological transformation processes beyond conventional supernatural capability parameters. As they reached primary manifestation location, the corruption effects became visibly apparent beyond merely supernatural perception requirements alone, vegetation displaying unnatural coloration, wildlife demonstrating aberrant behavior patterns, and atmospheric conditions showing distorted physical properties transcending normal variation parameters. More concerning than mere physical symptoms, however, was progressive effect on local yokai inhabitants, traditional protective spirits displaying increasing aggression, territorial guardians abandoning conventional boundaries, and ancestral entities manifesting destructive behaviors contrary to fundamental nature characteristics. The corruption targets essential nature rather than merely physical manifestation alone, Yusaka observed with grim assessment. Transcending diplomatic understatement. Transforming fundamental essence characteristics rather than simply influencing external behavior patterns through conventional manipulation techniques. His distinction represented significantly greater threat than merely physical territory corruption or temporary behavioral influence alone, fundamental identity alteration creating persistent transformation beyond merely symptomatic expression requiring continuous external control. The methodology demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding yokai essence architecture beyond conventional supernatural knowledge parameters, suggesting specialized expertise rather than merely general capability application. Naruto studied the corruption patterns with focused concentration, his hybrid senses detecting implementation sequences invisible to conventional perception methodologies. The manifestation contained deliberate targeting parameters specifically optimized for yokai essence transformation rather than merely generic corruption implementation. Customized methodology addressing particular vulnerability patterns unique to specific supernatural category rather than merely generalized application affecting diverse entity types simultaneously. This was designed specifically for yokai transformation, he concluded with tactical assessment focusing on strategic implications beyond merely technical observation alone. Customized methodology addressing particular essence vulnerability patterns rather than merely generic corruption implementation affecting diverse supernatural categories. Confirming deliberate targeting rather than merely opportunistic application, Ravel observed, scientific precision focusing on implementation significance beyond merely technical methodology alone, suggesting specialized knowledge regarding yokai essence architecture beyond conventional supernatural understanding parameters. This assessment elevated concern beyond immediate territorial corruption alone, indicating deliberate campaign targeting specific supernatural faction through customized methodology rather than merely random destruction or generalized opposition against dimensional stabilization efforts. The specialization suggested both strategic objective focusing on particular supernatural category and technical expertise regarding distinctive essence vulnerability pattern. Beyond conventional knowledge distribution. As yokai response teams implemented traditional purification protocols addressing corruption manifestation symptoms, Yusaka conducted more detailed assessment regarding fundamental source identification rather than merely effect suppression alone. Her nine-tailed essence provided unique perception capabilities beyond conventional yokai limitations, Seant power accessing fundamental reality parameters through specialized connection transcending normal supernatural perception constraints. The corruption originates from dimensional boundary disruption rather than merely conventional supernatural manipulation alone, she determined with certainty born from direct perception rather than merely logical deduction. Utilizing barrier instability reading energy transfer pathway between realms normally maintaining complete separation through fundamental frequency differentiation. This identification provided crucial context regarding both implementation methodology and potential opposition objectives beyond mere territorial disruption alone. The approach utilized existing dimensional instabilities rather than creating artificial breaches. Opportunistic exploitation rather than fundamental generation, suggesting operational efficiency beyond merely overwhelming power application alone. Progressive barrier deterioration creates exploitation opportunity beyond merely catastrophic consequence concerns, Naruto observed, connecting theoretical understanding with practical manifestation through direct observation rather than merely abstract assessment alone. Specialized application utilizing existing instability patterns rather than generating new disruption points through direct intervention. Precisely why stabilization efforts generate targeted opposition beyond merely coincidental resistance, Ravel added with analytical precision, focusing on strategic implications rather than merely technical observation alone. Methodology addressing fundamental vulnerability exploitation rather than simply creating temporary disruption through overwhelming power application. Their combined assessment created comprehensive understanding regarding both immediate corruption manifestation and broader strategic landscape beyond isolated incident parameters alone. The situation represented deliberate campaign component rather than merely random attack or opportunistic exploitation, coordinated implementation addressing specific objectives beyond merely general disruption or temporary territorial contamination alone. As they completed initial assessment and prepared practical response beyond merely analytical observation alone, Yasaka turned toward them with formal invitation transcending mere courtesy request or casual suggestion. Your unique capabilities offer potential contribution beyond conventional purification protocols alone, she acknowledged with leadership precision, balancing appropriate recognition against unnecessary flattery. Particularly given hybrid integration methodology demonstrating effectiveness regarding dimensional stabilization implementation beyond traditional approaches alone. The invitation contained both practical request and meaningful recognition simultaneously, acknowledging unique capabilities while requesting genuine contribution rather than merely ceremonial participation or symbolic involvement alone. Naruto recognized this significance with appropriate appreciation, understanding leadership methodology beyond explicit statement through perceptive awareness regarding both practical requirements and diplomatic considerations. Specialized domain implementation might address corruption propagation through targeted frequency modification rather than merely symptomatic suppression alone, he suggested. Offering practical methodology rather than merely theoretical framework or vague participation agreement. Establishing counter-harmonic patterns disrupting transformation sequences through fundamental frequency adjustment rather than simply opposing external manifestation effects. This approach represented significant innovation beyond conventional purification protocols alone, addressing root methodology rather than merely symptomatic expression through specialized application targeting fundamental propagation mechanisms rather than simply treating visible effects or containing external manifestations. Yasaka recognized the potential with professional appreciation transcending mere diplomatic courtesy or casual acknowledgement. Such methodology would implement traditional purification approaches rather than merely replacing established protocols, she observed with leadership wisdom, balancing innovation appreciation against traditional respect. Eating comprehensive response integrating diverse methodologies through specialized function allocation rather than establishing competitive framework requiring unnecessary selection between valuable approaches. This integrated perspective perfectly captured yokai philosophical approach regarding seemingly opposed elements requiring practical cooperation, specialized application recognizing create implementation domains rather than futilely pursuing universal methodology transcending fundamental differences. The framework established perfect environment for collaborative response beyond merely parallel implementation or segregated application requiring artificial boundary maintenance between different methodological approaches. Their combined response demonstrated remarkable effectiveness through integrated application rather than merely sequential implementation or isolated deployment alone. Where traditional yokai purification addressed visible corruption manifestations through established protocols focusing on symptom suppression and gradual essence restoration, Naruto's hybrid methodology targeted fundamental propagation mechanisms through specialized frequency modification. ion-disrupting transformation sequences at implementation level rather than merely opposing external effects. The complementary approach created synergistic effectiveness transcending mere addition of separate methodologies. Traditional purification creating implementation space through symptom management, while hybrid intervention addressed root propagation disruption through specialized frequency modification targeting fundamental transformation sequences rather than merely external manifestations. Together they established comprehensive response framework addressing multiple intervention domains simultaneously rather than requiring sequential application or isolated deployment, maintaining artificial separation between valuable methodological approaches. Throughout this practical implementation, Naruto found his hybrid essence achieving unprecedented harmony through specialized application addressing compatible objective despite fundamentally different cosmic principles, draconic ASPE. CTS providing structural stability while Phenex elements enabled adaptive transformation within established parameters. The integration demonstrated perfect specialized domain implementation, different aspects contributing unique capabilities within functional framework rather than competing for dominance or requiring artificial constraint through external control alone. More significantly, he discovered remarkable resonance between his hybrid methodology and Yasaka's nine-tailed essence despite dramatically different origin contexts and manifestation parameters. Their energies demonstrated an utteral compatibility transcending mere cooperation requirements or artificial synchronization protocols, fundamental recognition enabling integrated application without requiring elaborate coordination. Frameworks are complex harmonization procedures beyond essential alignment alone. Your energies work together as though designed for complementary application, Hinata observed, Byakugan perceiving interaction patterns invisible to conventional supernatural perception methodologies. Natural synchronization requiring minimal conscious coordination despite fundamentally different origin contexts and manifestation architectures. This observation contained profound significance beyond merely technical assessment alone, recognition of essential compatibility transcending contextual differences. To establish fundamental connection despite apparently separate developmental pathways and distinctive manifestation frameworks. The resonance suggested relationship beyond mere coincidental similarity. Or parallel evolution alone, essential connection maintained across dimensional boundaries despite separate expression contexts and different manifestation parameters. As their combined intervention progressively contained the corruption manifestation and established effective purification framework addressing both symptomatic expression and fundamental propagation mechanisms, Naruto found opportunity for direct interaction with the negative energy itself. Not merely opposing external effects but actually communicating with essential consciousness directing transformation sequences beyond merely automatic processes alone. Through this enhanced perception, he detected fragmented consciousness patterns within the corruption energy, not merely programmed sequences but actual identity fragment. Directing implementation beyond merely automatic propagation alone. More significantly, these fragments contain familiar resonance despite corrupted manifestation and distorted expression parameters. Recognition transcending conscious identification to establish essential connection through fundamental energy patterns rather than merely external characteristics alone. There's fragmented consciousness directing the corruption sequences, he reported with growing certainty beyond mere impression alone. Not simply programmed transformation patterns but actual identity fragments implementing directional control beyond automatic propagation parameters. Ancient yokai traditions reference corruption entities capable of essence manipulation beyond merely environmental transformation alone. Yasaka acknowledged with scholarly precision complementing practical leadership. Though current manifestation demonstrates unprecedented sophistication beyond historical precedent despite fundamental pattern recognition. As their intervention progressed toward successful conclusion, Naruto maintained focused awareness regarding these consciousness fragments beyond merely technical implementation alone, sensing increasing familiarity despite corrupted manifestation and distorted expression parameters. The recognition strengthened progressively until unavoidable conclusion formed beyond speculation or casual impression, fundamental connection transcending conscious doubt to establish certainty through essential identification rather than merely logical deduction alone. These fragments feel like corrupted tailed beast energy, he stated with absolute conviction transcending hesitant suggestion or tentative hypothesis. specifically transformed Biju essence despite dramatical. Why different manifestation parameters and implementation methodology beyond original capability frameworks. This identification created momentary silence as implications expanded beyond immediate core. Ruption management alone, suggesting connections between seemingly separate supernatural phenomena across dimensional boundaries rather than merely isolated manifestations without fundamental relations. HIP beyond coincidental similarity alone. The potential significance transcended current incident parameters to address broader cosmological questions regarding essential entity nature beyond merely localized expression or specific manifestation architecture alone. If accurate, such identification suggests profound connections beyond current understanding parameters regarding both dimensional relationships and fundamental entity nature across reality frameworks, Yasaka observed with scholarly precision, maintaining balance between academic fascination and practical leadership requirements. Quote, particularly given historical theories regarding primordial consciousness manifestation through fragmented distribution across multiple dimensional expressions simultaneously. As purification completion allowed more comprehensive investigation beyond immediate intervention requirements alone, their combined methodologies established unprecedented assessment capabilities through integrated perception frameworks transcending individual limitation patterns. Naruto's hybrid essence providing fundamental recognition, Yasaka's nine-tailed consciousness accessing ancestral memory beyond conventional historical records. Hinata's Byakugan detecting energy architecture invisible to normal supernatural perception, and Ravel's scientific precision establishing analytical framework integrating diverse information sources into coherent understanding transcending isolated observation alone. Through this comprehensive approach, remarkable theory emerged regarding fundamental Biju nature beyond conventional understanding parameters alone. Suggestion that tailed beasts represented fragmented consciousness distribution from primordial dragon entities existing beyond specific dimensional manifestation rather than merely powerful supernatural creatures within particular reality framework alone. The theory proposed essential connection between seemingly separate manifestations across dimensional boundaries, different expressions maintaining fundamental identity relationship despite distinctive contextual parameters, and separate evolutionary development within isolated reality frameworks. ANSI. Ent Yokai records reference primordial dragons existing beyond specific dimensional manifestation, consciousness distributed across multiple reality frameworks simultaneously rather than merely inhabiting particular realm alone. Yasaka explained as their investigation reached natural transition point between practical completion and theoretical exploration. Entities whose fundamental nature transcended specific physical expression to establish essential presence across diverse manifestation contexts simultaneously. Similar to theories regarding Biju origins beyond conventional evolutionary development alone, Hinata observed. Connecting information across contextual boundaries through perceptive analysis, suggesting fundamental nature transcending mere powerful entities to represent something more significant within cosmic architecture beyond specific dimensional framework alone. This parallel established profound connection between seemingly separate supernatural phenomena across dimensional boundaries, yokai manifestations and tailed beast expressions potentially representing different contextual implementations from same fundamental consciousness source rather than merely coincidental similarity or parallel evolution without essential relationship. The implication suggested cosmological significance beyond merely interesting theoretical correlation alone, fundamental understanding regarding consciousness distribution across reality frameworks rather than merely local manifestation within specific dimensional parameters. As afternoon transitioned toward evening and their successful intervention concluded with comprehensive purification implementation beyond merely symptom management alone, they returned toward administrative compound for recovery arrangements. More detailed discussion regarding theoretical implications beyond immediate practical application alone. The journey provided opportunity for thoughtful reflection regarding both extraordinary procedural achievements and profound theoretical developments transcending conventional understanding parameters across multiple knowledge domains simultaneously. Evening hospitality demonstrated perfect balance between celebration acknowledging successful intervention and thoughtful contemplation addressing significant theoretical implications beyond merely practical achievement alone. Unlike Aetius victory commemoration emphasizing personal accomplishment through elaborate recognition ceremonies. Yokai acknowledgement focused on harmony restoration through balanced appreciation regarding D. Diverse contribution aspects rather than merely individual achievement isolation or hierarchical importance designation. Throughout the evening's activities, Naruto observed developing relationships between Yasaka, Hinata, and Ravel with perceptive awareness transcending mere social observation. Their interactions demonstrated remarkable maturity through respectful acknowledgement transcending conventional supernatural prejudices or simplistic competitive dynamics, genuine appreciation regarding distinctive capabilities and personal qualities rather than merely diplomatic courtesy or strategic calculation alone. More significantly, he detected progressive integration beyond merely parallel existence or isolated contribution frameworks, specialized function allocation establishing comprehensive capability framework through complementary application rather than requiring artificial boundary maintenance or unnecessary separation between valuable methodological approaches. Their combined effectiveness demonstrated perfect specialized domain implementation, different aspects contributing unique capabilities within functional framework rather than competing for dominance or requiring hierarchical arrangement through external designation alone. As formal celebration concluded and more private conversation became possible, Yasaka guided them toward secluded meditation garden where Sion could proceed beyond ceremonial requirements or public considerations. The setting provided perfect environment for profound theoretical exploration, transcendent beauty inspiring expansive thinking. While subtle protection mechanisms ensured appropriate privacy through unobtrusive security implementation beyond ostentatious display or obvious restrictive measures alone. Today's events Suga's connections beyond conventional understanding parameters regarding both dimensional relationships and fundamental entity nature across reality frameworks, she acknowledged once contemplative conversation became possible beyond formal celebration constraints. Particularly given demonstrated resonance between seemingly separate manifestations despite dramatically different origin contexts and developmental pathways across dimensional boundaries. The Biju in our world never revealed complete information regarding their fundamental origins beyond specific manifestation parameters alone, Naruto observed. Connecting fragmented memories with current theoretical developments through direct experience rather than merely abstract consideration alone. Though Kurama occasionally referenced existence beyond merely tailed beast manifestation without providing explicit details regarding fundamental nature or essential origins beyond contextual implementation. This personal perspective provided crucial connection between theoretical framework and practical experience, direct interaction supporting abstract hypothesis through experiential validation rather than merely logical construction or philosophical speculation alone. Their conversation evolved with increasing depth as protective boundaries gradually diminished through mutual recognition of genuine understanding beyond merely political calculation or superficial courtesy alone. If tailed beasts truly represent fragmented consciousness distribution from primordial dragon entities existing beyond specific dimensional manifestation, such understanding transforms fundamental perspective regarding seemingly separate supernatural phenomena across reality frameworks, Ravel observed with scientific precision focusing on theoretical implications beyond merely academic interest alone, suggesting essential connections maintained despite apparent separation through artificial dimensional barriers rather than merely coincide. NTAL similarity or parallel evolution without fundamental relationship. The Byakugan perceives energy architecture showing fundamental pattern consistency despite dramatically different manifestation parameters, Hinata confirmed. Enhanced perception providing technical validation supporting theoretical assessment. Core structure maintaining essential characteristics despite contextual variety. On and developmental adaptation across seemingly separate implementation frameworks. Their combined perspective established comprehensive theoretical framework transcending individual knowledge limitations or isolated perception constraints, integrating diverse information sources into coherent understanding beyond what any single viewpoint could achieve independently. The approach demonstrated perfect specialized domain implementation at intellectual level, different aspects contributing unique insights within functional framework rather than competing for dominance or requiring artificial co-ns trained through hierarchical designation alone. As evening deepened around them and conversation reached natural transition point between theoretical exploration and practical implementation consideration, Yusaka turned toward Naruto with unexpected directness transcending diplomatic calculation or strategic positioning alone. The resonance between your energy signature and Kitsune essence Sug's connection beyond mere coincidental similarity, she observed with perceptive certainty beneath composed exterior. Recognition transcending conscious awareness to establish fundamental relations. Hip through essential patterns beyond merely external characteristics alone. The observation contained profound acknowledgement beyond merely academic assessment or casual impression, recognition of meaningful connection transcending conventional supernatural categories or simplistic classification frameworks alone. Naruto acknowledged this significance with appropriate appreciation, understanding deeper implication beyond explicit statement through perceptive awareness regarding essential recognition rather than merely superficial observation alone. I felt it too, he confirmed with quiet certainty beneath tactical assessment. Not merely similar frequency patterns but fundamental recognition transcending conscious identification, connection maintained despite dramatically different in contexts and manifestation parameters across dimensional boundaries. This mutual acknowledgement established important foundation beyond merely theoretical exploration or practical collaboration alone. Essential recognition creating meaningful relationship possibilities through fundamental connection rather than merely strategic alliance or diplomatic arrangement alone. Their exchange contained profound significance beyond immediate circumstances alone, potential development transcending current parameters to establish enduring relationship through essential recognition rather than merely textual cooperation or temporary alignment alone. As conversation naturally concluded with evening's progression and recovery requirements became increasingly apparent following intensive intervention activities, Yusaka arranged appropriate accommodation with perfect hospitality balancing formal courtesy against practical comfort. The arrangements demonstrated thoughtful consideration beyond merely ceremonial requirements alone, genuine care regarding individual preferences and relationship dynamics without requiring explicit discussion or uncomfortable negotiation beyond natural interaction patterns alone. Later, as moonlight created subtle illumination patterns across their private accommodation space, Naruto found moment for thoughtful reflection regarding the day's extraordinary experiences and profound implications beyond immediate circumstances alone. Both Hinata and Ravel joined with characteristic perceptive awareness, recognizing contemplative mood without requiring explicit invitation while maintaining appropriate space allowing genuine consideration rather than merely interrupting personal reflection through unnecessary conversation or distracting interaction alone. Quote, today established connections beyond conventional understanding parameters across multiple domains simultaneously, he observed as natural conversation eventually emerged through comfortable silence rather than forced initiation or awkward transition alone. Both practical methodology regarding corruption intervention and theoretical framework concerning fundamental entity nature across dimensional boundaries. While simultaneously demonstrating remarkable resonance between seemingly separate manifestations despite dramatically different origin contexts, Hinata added with perceptive understanding transcending mere observation alone, particularly regarding your energy signature and Yusaka's essence despite apparently unrelated developmental pathways across dimensional boundaries. Suggesting fundamental connections maintained despite artificial separation through imposed dimensional barriers, Ravel completed with scientific precision complementing intuitive understanding. Essent IAL relationships transcending contextual differences to establish meaningful connection despite separate manifestation parameters within isolated reality frameworks. Their combined perspective perfectly captured complex understanding beyond what any individual viewpoint could achieve independently. Integrated awareness establishing comprehensive framework through specialized contribution rather than requiring universal methodology transcending fundamental differences. The approach demonstrated perfect implementation regarding philosophical principle they had discussed earlier, practical harmony through specialized application rather than theoretical perfection requiring impossible reconciliation between fundamentally different perception frameworks. As night deepened around them and conversation gradually transitioned toward rest arrangements with comfortable familiarity transcending formal politeness or awkward uncertainty, Naruto found himself experiencing profound appreciation OND mere tactical assessment or strategic consideration alone. Genuine gratitude regarding meaningful connections transcending conventional supernatural categories or simplistic classification frameworks alone. The day had established extraordinary developments across multiple domains simultaneously, practical methodology demonstrating unprecedented effectiveness through integrated application, the oracle framework suggesting profound connections beyond conventional understanding parameters, and personal relationship potential transcending mere strategic alliance or diplomatic arrangement alone. Together these elements created comprehensive advancement beyond isolated achievement or specialized progress within particular domain alone, integrated development establishing meaningful evolution across multiple aspects simultaneously through specialized application within functional framework rather than requiring universal methodology transcending fundamental differences. As sleep eventual, Lee claimed consciousness despite fascinating contemplation and meaningful conversation beyond merely casual exchange alone. Naruto carried fundamental understanding transcending mere intellectual recognition or logical construction alone. Practical wisdom regarding both cosmic principles and personal relationships established through direct experience rather than merely abstract consideration or philosophical speculation without experiential validation. The knowledge represented genuine evolution beyond previous understanding parameters alone, meaningful development transcending incremental progression to establish fundamental transformation through comprehensive advancement across multiple domains simultaneously. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.